The same people who laughed when you broke are now breaking because you healed. That line hits them harder than any comeback you ever said, because it's the truth they tried to outrun. Life is tearing them up inside, and every crack in their world is a reminder that their little get-back plan failed, while yours is happening naturally. Think about it like this. When someone stomps on a seed, they think it's dead. They don't realize pressure only helps it grow deeper roots. And here's a fact they hate more than anything. The universe always sends people back the energy they throw at others, and they threw a storm at you. The person who spent all their time trying to tear you down is now getting torn up by their own actions. It's not magic, it's not mystery, it's what happens when you mess with the wrong soul. They pushed, the universe pushed back, and now they're struggling to hold themselves together while you walk out of the fire they set. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's on all of us to let this light reach the ones who need it. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now, let's get back to the truth you came for. Life is tearing this person up because your comeback wasn't loud, messy, or dramatic. It was quiet, calm, controlled, and nothing shakes an enemy faster than realizing you didn't fight them. You outgrew them. They expected you to collapse when they betrayed you. They wanted you to chase them, argue with them, defend yourself, or crumble under the weight of their lies. But you did the one thing they never imagined. You went silent and you healed. Your silence was a mirror, and they couldn't stand what it reflected. This is why they're coming undone now. They tried to control the narrative, but your growth destroyed the story they wrote about you. They painted you weak, but life exposed them. They called you replaceable, but life showed how wrong they were. They tried to bury your reputation, but life revealed their jealousy. And now, that same life is tearing them apart while lifting you higher. The universe has a funny way of balancing things. When someone tries to ruin a chosen one, the universe doesn't just protect them. It studies the situation, waits, and then flips the whole script. That's exactly what's happening right now. The same person who mocked your pain is dealing with pain they can't hide. The same person who said you were too emotional can't even control their own emotions. The same person who thought you were easy to forget is now haunted by the fact that you didn't break the way they wanted. What's destroying them isn't random. It's the pressure of watching you rise while they fall apart. They hate that you're not the wounded version of yourself they used to play with. They hate that you're not giving them a reaction. They hate that their own life is exposing their mistakes louder than you ever could. You were supposed to be the one struggling. That was their plan. They pushed buttons, spread lies, played games, and tried to make you doubt your worth. But the universe has a way of flipping the energy right back onto the person who sends it. And that's why their world feels so heavy. That's why nothing is working for them. That's why their peace is gone. They threw dirt at you, but now they're choking on the dust cloud they created. Here's something they never considered. Chosen ones don't get destroyed. They get redirected. Every time they tried to block your blessings, the universe built a new route. Every time they tried to slow you down, the universe gave you more strength. Every time they underestimated you, the universe sharpened you. Meanwhile, they stayed the same. Same ego, same habits, same darkness. And now life is making them face the version of themselves they tried to hide. Their guilt is heavy, but their fear is heavier. Fear of being exposed, fear of being forgotten, fear of losing control, fear of you becoming everything they swore you'd never be. And honestly, they should be scared. Because you didn't just bounce back, you came back stronger, smarter, calmer, and more focused than ever. Nothing scares an enemy more than a chosen one who finally knows their worth. They're falling apart because you didn't fall apart. They're losing themselves because you found yourself. They're breaking because you stopped breaking. And the universe is showing everyone the truth they tried to bury. You were never the problem. They were the storm. You were the survivor. They were the chaos. You were the clarity. They were the test. You were the lesson. So let them fall apart. Let life deal with them. Let the universe handle the get back. You are rising while they're unraveling, and that's exactly how it's supposed to be. Life is tearing them up because they tried to tear down someone the universe had already marked for better things. They messed with the wrong one and chosen one. Seriously, thank you for being here. You're not just watching a video, you're standing inside a moment that's already shifting your path. Stay close, because we're about to break this down piece by piece, and missing what comes next would be like walking away right before the truth lands on your doorstep. If you're really ready to own your comeback and watch how life is tearing this person up because they couldn't handle your growth, drop a 777 in the comments so this message reaches others who need it. And if you want to support the team behind this message, hit that super thanks. It fuels the mission, keeps the truth flowing, and pushes this light to more chosen ones all over the place. Doesn't matter if it's 1 cent or a whole bag. Every bit keeps this movement alive. And now, let's dive into this step by step. If you're really a chosen one, you'll feel that pull to stay until the very end, because the real punch hasn't even landed yet. Let's get into it. Number 1, the obsession that ate them alive. The same person who tried to bury your name is now suffocating under your growth. That line hits them right in the chest, and they deserve every bit of that sting. They wanted you broken, unseen, forgotten. Instead, their entire world is falling apart because they turned you into their obsession. Life is tearing them up, not because you fought back, but because the universe flipped their own energy onto them. They can't handle the get back they created. Think about it like this. When someone stares at the sun too long, they go blind. That's what happened to them. They stared at your light so hard, for so long, with so much jealousy, that they destroyed their own vision. They stopped seeing their life, their goals, their path. All they saw was you. And here's the wild fact they'll never admit. They built their identity around trying to destroy yours. While you were growing, they were shrinking. While you were healing, they were hurting. They wasted their time studying you like a full-time job, while you were somewhere minding your peace, fixing your heart, rebuilding your life. They turned your name into a ritual, repeating it in conversations, group chats, gossip circles, hoping someone, anyone, would help them tear you down. Instead, everyone watched them unravel. And chosen one, I know you ask yourself sometimes, why were they so obsessed? Why did they hate me that much? The answer is simple. You triggered every insecurity they buried. Your confidence exposed their weakness. Your kindness exposed their cruelty. Your growth exposed their laziness. Your silence exposed their noise. You were a walking reminder of everything they didn't want to face within themselves. That's why they talked so much. That's why they plotted. That's why they spread rumors. Their ego couldn't handle who you were becoming. They needed to feel above you because deep down they knew they weren't even close. They saw your potential before you did, and instead of being inspired, they panicked. Some people don't hate you because you hurt them. They hate you because you outshine the version of themselves they pretend to be. You were never the villain in their story. They were the villain in yours. They attacked you because they thought you were an easy target. They thought your kindness was a weakness they could exploit. They thought your quiet nature meant they could get away with their schemes without consequences. But they forgot one little thing. Life is not blind. The universe is not stupid. Energy tracks people down like a GPS. And now life is tearing them up because the obsession backfired. Their lies became their reputation. Their jealousy became their downfall. Their attempts to destroy you became the very thing destroying them. It's funny how people try to dim your light, only to set their own life on fire. They dug a hole for you, and now they're the ones trapped in it. They thought gossip was a weapon, but gossip doesn't age well. It turns on the person who spreads it. Now they walk into rooms full of people who remember every nasty thing they said about you, and those same people are watching your success blow up right in their face. Nothing humiliates an enemy more than realizing the person they tried to ruin is the one everyone respects. And here's what really burns them. The get back wasn't messy. It wasn't violent. It wasn't dramatic. It was the universe doing exactly what the universe does. Quiet, precise, undeniable. You didn't have to clap back. You didn't need revenge. Your growth was the revenge. Your elevation was the closure. Your glow was the proof. And your silence was the loudest message you ever sent. You didn't argue. You didn't beg. You didn't try to clear your name. You just detached. You just healed. You just upgraded. And that is what destroyed them. They expected a fight. You gave them stillness. They expected chaos. You gave them peace. They expected you to chase. You walked away instead. They didn't know what to do with that. They still don't. Chosen one, understand this. Their obsession had nothing to do with you being weak. It had everything to do with you being powerful. Even when you felt broken, they could see your potential glowing through the cracks. That's why they tried to hit you early. That ex who tried to belittle your achievements saw your future. That fake friend who mocked your dreams knew you were going somewhere. That jealous co-worker who pretended to be helping knew you were rising. These people weren't blind. They were threatened. They kept studying you like a puzzle they couldn't solve. They copied your style, your ideas, your personality, your way of living. They tried to become you while trying to destroy you. And what kind of person tries to be like someone they claim to hate? A person who can't handle their own reflection. And now, look at them. Their life is in pieces, not because you wished anything bad on them, but because the universe is simply returning what they put out. They pumped negativity into your life for free. Now they're paying the bill. They played with your name, and now their own reputation is melting. They tried to make you the problem, and now they've become the warning sign. They can't sleep because they see you everywhere. Your glow, your progress, your strength, your peace. You're the reminder of the battle they started but couldn't win. You're the memory that keeps stabbing them every time they pretend they're fine. Their mind is their punishment. Their regret is their karma. Their guilt is their prison. They obsessed over you so much that they forgot to protect their own life. Now every area of their world is collapsing. Friendships ruined, relationships strained, opportunities slipping, peace gone. Because life will always crumble the house of someone who tries to burn down someone else's. And chosen one, here's the part that hits the deepest. You didn't become strong because they hurt you. You became strong because you chose to rise anyway. Their obsession gave you clarity. Their betrayal gave you boundaries. Their rejection pushed you into a future you wouldn't have reached if they had stayed. They were the storm that forced you to build shelter. They were the fire that revealed what needed to be rebuilt. They were the pressure that forged the version of you living today. And now, you're untouchable, elevated, unbothered. Everything they tried to weaponize against you turned into strength. You walk differently. You think differently. You trust differently. You choose differently. And they can't stand it because they're the reason you leveled up. Their obsession didn't break you. It crowned you. So let them talk. Let them choke on their guilt. Let them wrestle with the consequences they signed up for. The universe already handled what you never needed to fight. Life is tearing them up because messing with a chosen one is a battle they'll never win. They should have left you alone. They should have healed themselves instead of hating you. They should have minded their own path instead of stalking yours. But they didn't, and that's why they're falling apart now. Number 2, the universal rule they thought didn't apply to them. The same energy they used to break you is now breaking them open. That line slices straight into the heart of the enemy because it exposes the truth they ran from. The universe remembers everything. They thought they were special, untouchable, exempt from consequences. But the universe doesn't run on ego, it runs on energy. And now that energy is tearing their life apart piece by piece because they forgot the one rule no one outruns: what you give comes back. You can't throw poison and expect clean water to return. They tried anyway. They whispered curses behind your back, smiling like they were safe. They lied on your name as if the universe wasn't listening. They mocked your pain like it was a joke meant for entertainment. But the joke flipped. And now the universe is tearing them up in a language only they understand. Imagine this: someone tossing a boomerang with full force, laughing as it spins away. But they forget what a boomerang does. It returns, and it returns harder. That's exactly what's happening to them. Every rumor they started is spinning back. Every intention they sent out is circling around. Every hateful word is returning with more weight than it had when they threw it. And chosen one, maybe you've wondered, why is life hitting them so hard now? Why all at once? The answer is simple. The universe gives time. It gives them space to stop, reflect, correct, apologize, shift, or grow. But when someone keeps choosing cruelty over compassion, ego over truth, and manipulation over honesty, the universe stops waiting. It steps in. It balances the scale. And the moment the universe moves, nothing can protect them. They forgot that energy is a mirror. Whatever you show the universe eventually shows you back. And now that mirror is right in front of their face, and they can't look away. They're being forced to see what they've done, who they've become, and how far they've fallen from the person they pretended to be. Imagine this: someone digging a pit with your name on it, excited to watch you fall, but they get so wrapped up in the digging, so obsessed with burying you, that they never realize they're standing inside the hole themselves. And when life shakes the ground, they're the one who drops, not you. That's what's happening. They're falling into traps they set with their own jealousy. They're drowning in storms created with their own hands. They're getting hit with consequences they swore they were too smart to face. And chosen one, here's another question that may sit in your mind. Did I cause this? Did my healing do this to them? No. You didn't do anything. You didn't cast anything. You didn't wish anything. You didn't fight dirty or attack back. You simply survived. You healed. You stepped back. You grew. And because your energy stayed clean, the universe handled the dirty work for you. When you stay neutral, the universe becomes your bodyguard. They confused your silence for weakness. They thought your peace meant they won. They thought life would just forget what they did. But the universe sees in patterns, not emotions. It counts actions, not excuses. They planted betrayal, they planted envy, they planted chaos, and they thought peace would grow out of that. They thought their darkness could somehow produce their own light. That's not how universal law works. They mocked your struggle like it was a game. They laughed at your pain like it made them powerful. But now they're waking up with panic in their chest. They're losing sleep, losing peace, losing control. They're afraid of the same darkness they created because it knows its way back home. Imagine this: someone releasing a wild animal into your yard to scare you. But after they walk away, the animal follows them instead because it recognizes the scent of the one who set it free. That's karma. That's energy. That's the universe reclaiming balance. They thought consequences delayed meant consequences denied. They were wrong. The universe does not rush. It waits for the exact moment when the truth will hit hardest. It waits until the mask cracks, until the ego is fragile, until their life is built on lies so thin a whisper of reality shatters it. And now they're sitting in the exact chaos they created, wondering why life suddenly feels so heavy, so hostile, so out of control. They're not cursed. They're confronted. They're not unlucky. They're exposed. The universe is not punishing them. It's simply returning their mail. Everything they sent to you is on their doorstep. Everything they hoped would break you is breaking them. Everything they tried to ruin in you is falling apart inside them. Their guilt is eating them alive, because guilt is what grows in the absence of integrity. Their shame is crushing them, because shame is what forms when you live far from truth. Their fear is spiraling, because fear is what happens when you realize the universe saw everything you thought was hidden. They expected you to drown. Instead, they're the ones gasping for air. They expected you to fall apart. Instead, life is tearing their life apart in ways they can't hide anymore. And chosen one, you don't have to feel bad for them. You don't have to pity them. You don't have to explain or fix anything. This isn't cruelty. This isn't revenge. This is universal law, neutral, precise, unavoidable. The universe doesn't care about their excuses. It cares about balance. Imagine this: someone writing false stories about you, thinking the world will believe them forever, but the ink they used stains their own hands, not yours. When the truth comes out, they're the one everyone sees, covered in evidence. That's what's happening now. Their lies are exposing them. Their whispers are haunting them. Their actions are defining them. And here's the hit they never saw coming. The get-back doesn't come from you. It comes through their own choices. Their downfall is self-made. Their suffering is self-created. Their chaos is self-inflicted. They're not victims of life. They're victims of their own energy. You held your energy clean even when you were hurting. You protected your spirit even when they attacked yours. You stayed real even when they were fake. That is why the universe is handling everything. You honored the universal law, and now the universal law is honoring you. Your elevation is not karma. Your peace is not punishment. Your glow is not revenge. It's alignment. You stayed aligned with truth, so life aligned with you. That's why doors are opening. That's why clarity is coming. That's why you're stepping into a version of yourself you didn't even know existed yet. They, on the other hand, are facing everything they tried to avoid. They're experiencing the weight of their choices. They're paying the price for their own energy, and the universe is not done showing them the mirror. You don't need to lift a finger. The universe already wrote the ending. Let them sit in the storm they created. Let them learn the lessons they tried to skip. Let them taste the energy they served you. You're not responsible for their downfall. You're responsible for your rise. And you're rising in ways that terrify them because they can't stop it, control it, or slow it down. They forgot the universal rule. They forgot energy never loses your address. They forgot your name stays protected. They forgot that messing with a chosen one always comes back harder. They forgot the universe didn't. Number 3, the lover who was really a loaded trap. Some people don't betray you because you failed them. They betray you because your glow made their shadow impossible to hide. That's the punch they deserve, because the truth is, they were never confused about who you were. They were confused about why someone like you even noticed them. They weren't a lover. They weren't a friend. They were a silent enemy wearing a soft face, hoping you'd mistake envy for affection. Imagine this, a person standing next to a lamp, pretending they're shining too, but when you step away, their whole world goes dark. That's what happened. They were stealing your light without admitting it. They loved the way you loved them, not who you were. They soaked up your energy like a sponge, but the second you needed them, they dried up. That should tell you everything. And chosen one, maybe you've wondered, why did they switch up on me? Why did they act like I was the problem? Because your existence exposed their weakness. Your calm exposed their chaos. Your effort exposed their laziness. They couldn't handle someone who naturally had what they were pretending to have. Imagine a mirror that doesn't lie. That's what you were to them. Every time they looked at you, they saw everything they avoided in themselves. And instead of growing, they blamed you for making them feel small. Now here's the turn they never saw coming. The light they mocked is burning their eyes. The grace they tried to copy is suffocating them. The glow they tried to dim is the same glow showing the world what they truly were. When you walked away, their illusion collapsed. They weren't your partner. They weren't your friend. They were karma dressed up like love, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. You were the stable piece holding their life together, and now that you're gone, everything they built on lies is falling apart. Life is tearing them up because the universe removed its shield. They weren't your match. They were your lesson, and your absence is their punishment. Number 4, the get back that didn't make a sound. Nothing destroys an enemy faster than realizing your silence did what their attacks never could. They were ready for drama. They were ready for a fight. They were ready to see you break so they could finally feel powerful. But instead of giving them a battlefield, you gave them nothing. No reaction, no meltdown, no public display, just silence. And nothing in this universe hits harder than silence from someone they tried to destroy. Imagine this. They came to your door with weapons, only to find the house empty because you outgrew the entire neighborhood. They swung at air. They plotted against a version of you that no longer existed. And every time they tried to get a reaction, the universe handed them their own energy back on a plate. Your healing was their downfall. While you put yourself back together, they fell apart. You grew quietly. They cracked loudly. You learned peace. They learned consequences. And chosen one, I know you've asked yourself, why did my silence shake them more than anything I ever said? Because silence reveals truth. Your silence forced them to face their own behavior with no distraction, no argument to blame, no chaos to hide behind, just themselves and the mess they made. Imagine a stage light clicking on in a dark room. Suddenly, every flaw, every lie, every mask is exposed. That's what your detachment did. It was the spiritual get-back they never prepared for. Their blessings dried up because their energy did. Their sleep vanished because guilt doesn't clock out. Their fake persona fell apart because masks melt under pressure. They wanted you to collapse, but they're the ones trembling now. You didn't win because you fought. You won because you evolved. Walking away was your power move. Letting go was your upgrade. Your peace wasn't something you chased around like a lost pet. You became peace. You embodied it, and the universe matched your frequency. Life is tearing them up because they finally understand the truth. They didn't lose the battle. They lost you. Number 5. When their prayers for your downfall backfired in their face. The moment they wished for your collapse, they signed the eviction notice for their own peace. That's the hit they earned, because some people didn't just dislike you. They wanted you gone. They wanted your life shattered, your mind broken, your glow dimmed until you disappeared. They wanted the universe to take everything from you, forgetting one brutal truth. You can't bury someone who was built to rise. These weren't passive wishes. They were active hopes for your failure, and chosen one, you felt it. The heaviness on your chest wasn't weakness. It was the weight of someone else's darkness trying to stick to you. That fatigue out of nowhere, the random anxiety, the sudden self-doubt, that wasn't you. That was the energy they sent, hoping you'd fold under pressure. Imagine this, someone pushing a boulder down a hill toward you. But the universe flips the hill, and suddenly they're the one running from the same boulder they released. That's why they're paranoid now, jumping at shadows, terrified of karma they swore wasn't real. They dug a grave with your name on it, but they were sloppy. They dug too fast, too deep, too carelessly. And when life shifted, they didn't realize they were standing in the hole themselves. Now that pit is their home, not yours. They sleep in the darkness they prepared for you. You didn't survive because they gave mercy. You survived because the universe rejected their request. You healed. You rose. You rebuilt your life with steady hands and a peaceful heart. Meanwhile, every curse they whispered boomeranged back with teeth. Their health, their relationships, their stability, everything is shaking, because that's what happens when you root for someone else's collapse. And maybe you've asked yourself, why do they look so drained now? Why do they avoid your eyes? Because they see the truth. You lived, you grew, you became stronger than the version they tried to bury. You walk in peace because you earned it. They walk in torment because they created it. Number 6. The downfall they blamed on bad luck but caused with their own hands. What they call misfortune is just their own behavior coming back with receipts. That line slices straight into the truth they keep dodging. They swear life suddenly turned on them. They swear everything fell apart out of nowhere. But you and the universe know better. This isn't bad luck. This is self-destruction dressed up as innocence. Every lie they told added one more brick to the weight, now crushing them. Every betrayal they committed dug one more crack into the foundation they thought would never break. And now everything is collapsing at the same time. Money slipping through their fingers, friends disappearing like smoke, peace evaporating like it never existed. They're calling it a curse, but it's consequence wearing their name. They weren't punished, you just stopped protecting them. That's the plot twist that burns them the most. While you were connected to them, your light shielded them. Your energy softened the fallout of their actions. Your presence held their life together more than they will ever admit. But when they disrespected you, that protection vanished. They didn't lose blessings. They lost you. Imagine this. Someone standing under an umbrella during a storm, bragging about how dry and comfortable they are, not realizing it's your umbrella keeping them safe. Then one day, they slap your hand and the umbrella closes. Suddenly, they're drenched, freezing and furious at the sky, never realizing their behavior removed the very protection they depended on. They bragged about your downfall before the game even started. They laughed too early. They celebrated too soon. They thought the universe would co-sign their cruelty. But now they're watching door after door slam shut because the universe remembers what they forget. Energy is law, not opinion. And maybe you've wondered, why are they spiraling now? Why so suddenly? Because they cut the lifeline that was keeping them afloat. They weren't cursed, they were covered by you. And once they dishonored that cover, the universe simply stepped aside and let their own actions finish the job. Number 7. The breakdown their ego can't hide anymore. The real punishment isn't losing you, it's being stuck alone with the truth you exposed. That's the hit they earned, because their biggest threat was never your comeback. It was their own reflection. They spent so long projecting, lying, twisting and blaming that they forgot lies don't disappear. They echo. And now those echoes bounce around in their mind all day, all night, reminding them of everything they pretended not to be. They thought they were the mastermind, running the show, controlling the narrative, but the mind games they played became the trap they fell into. Every false story they told reruns in their head like a glitching movie they can't turn off. Every insult they threw boomerangs back as self-doubt. Every manipulation they used now manipulates their own peace. They can't fake it anymore. Not to themselves, not to anyone paying attention. Imagine this, a person building a maze for you to get lost in, but when you walk away, they're the one wandering inside it with no exit. That's exactly what's happening. Their silence wasn't strength, it was strategy. But the silence they gave you? That silence is now their sentence. It's the empty room where their guilt gets louder, heavier, sharper. And chosen one, maybe you've wondered, why does their collapse look so private? Why don't people see their downfall? Because mental breakdowns are quiet. They happen behind smiles, behind filtered photos, behind loud laughs that don't reach the eyes. They look stable online and shattered offline. They celebrate publicly but cry silently. They post confidence but live in panic. They're haunted by a version of you they can never access again. That's the part tearing them up. You forgave them. You let go. And that forgiveness cut deeper than revenge ever could. Forgiveness removed the victim story they needed to survive. Now they can't blame you. They can't twist the narrative. They can't hide behind lies. They're collapsing mentally while you're rising naturally. Their private hell is the price of trying to break someone the universe refused to let fall. They're breaking in the dark while you rise in the light. Number 8. You were the chance they weren't ready for. Some people don't lose you. They lose the last lifeline the universe ever gave them. That's the truth slicing through their ego right now. You weren't some random chapter in their messy story. You were the test that showed the universe exactly who they were when given a real blessing. You showed up with patience, loyalty, clarity, and a heart more honest than anything they had ever handled. You gave them room to grow, room to change, room to choose better. And they wasted it. They didn't fail you, they failed themselves. They didn't cross you, they crossed universal boundaries they didn't understand. And the universe doesn't repeat warnings. Imagine this, a person standing at a crossroads with a bright road and a dark road. You were the bright road, the safe one, the healing one, but they chose the dark one because it felt familiar. Then, when the darkness swallowed them, they blamed the universe, never realizing they walked away from their own rescue. You weren't their downfall, you were their exit door. You were the one chance to break cycles they'd been trapped in for years. The one chance to stop lying, stop manipulating, stop hiding behind their old identity. They could have become someone better beside you. They could have grown. They could have evolved. Instead, they mocked your kindness. They treated your patience like weakness. They played with a blessing until that blessing walked away. And chosen one, maybe you've asked yourself, did they ever value me? Did they ever understand who I was to them? They understood enough to fear losing you. They just didn't expect their actions to actually cost them anything. Now the silence they feel isn't random, it's exile. It's the universe stepping back and saying, you had your chance. It's the universe pulling you out of their story because they proved they couldn't handle your presence. They weren't punished, they were removed. Imagine this, the universe closing a door so loudly it echoes through their whole life. That's why everything feels empty for them now. That's why nothing hits the same. That's why everyone they meet feels lesser. Because after losing you, everything feels lesser. You weren't the test they passed. You were the test that exposed them. Number 9, don't you ever run back into their fire. If you keep saving people from the storms they created, you become the umbrella they punch holes in. They don't miss you. They miss the protection your presence gave them. They miss the strength they borrowed from your energy. They miss the peace they never had until you arrived. But missing the benefit is not the same as valuing the source. And now that life is tearing them up, they'll crawl back acting humble, acting hurt, acting changed. But don't get it twisted. This isn't healing. This is survival mode disguised as love. They didn't appreciate your help when they had it, so now they're trying to pull you back into the chaos they created. You were the healer. You were the clarity. You were the quiet voice that told them to do better. And what did they do? They ignored you, mocked you, used you, took advantage until the universe snatched you out of their hands. You cannot fix a person who is committed to breaking themselves. They aren't coming back for closure. They're coming back because life is dragging them by the throat. Their peace is gone, their confidence cracked, their fake identity melting under pressure. They want you now because they think you'll soften the consequences that are finally catching up to them. Imagine this. Someone sets their house on fire, and when the flames get too high, they call you to stand inside it with them. That's what getting back with them would be, walking straight into destruction that isn't yours. Chosen one, maybe you wonder, what if they've changed? What if they're sorry now? Here's the truth. Regret isn't transformation. Pain isn't growth. And apologies mean nothing if the only reason they're crying is because life punched back. Their suffering is their harvest. Do not interfere. If you jump in, you take on consequences that were never meant for you. That's how chosen ones lose themselves, by trying to save people who were sent to test them, not stay with them. You're not their savior. You were the final mirror showing them who they really are. Let them face it. Let them burn in the fire they lit. You already escaped it. Number 10. They crossed the line. No one comes back from. When someone drags innocence into a fight they started, the universe stops watching and starts reacting. This is where their downfall turns from personal to catastrophic. It's one thing to attack you. It's another thing to reach for people who couldn't defend themselves. That's the moment the universe drew the line in fire. Some of them didn't just betray you, they tried to stain anything connected to you. They brought children, innocence, and purity into a darkness they created. That isn't petty. That's the lowest blow a person can throw. Imagine this. Someone throwing paint at a masterpiece because they're jealous they can't create one. That's what they did. They couldn't touch your strength, so they targeted what was easy, what was unprotected, what was pure. They weaponized innocence because they thought the universe wouldn't respond as long as they kept their hands looking clean. The moment they targeted what was harmless, they activated a consequence that doesn't expire. Their actions didn't just rebound, they echoed, not lightly, not softly, but violently, through everything they touch. You might wonder, why does their life look so blocked now? Why does nothing work for them anymore? Because the universe doesn't negotiate when innocence is harmed. That is the one arena where karma becomes immediate, generational, and ruthless. Imagine a tree that someone poisons at the roots. The leaves die, the branches dry up, and eventually the whole line collapses. That's what they triggered. They didn't just hurt you, they damaged their own lineage. The flow that once supported them is frozen. Opportunities vanish. Blessings shrink. Their future looks like a hallway with no doors because they sealed every exit themselves. They didn't just cross a boundary, they detonated their own future. They cursed potential. They poisoned what was untouched. They dragged the innocent into a war no one invited them to, and the universe responded with the only language it uses for this level of darkness, consequences that echo far beyond the moment. They didn't doom you, they doomed themselves. Number 11. Your tears became power, their silence became punishment. Every tear you cried watered a future they were never meant to walk into. They thought your pain was entertainment. They thought your heartbreak made them stronger. They thought watching you break somehow raised their value. What they never expected was that the same tears they mocked became the currency the universe used to repay you and to charge them. They didn't understand the cost of hurting someone who feels deeply. They didn't understand that your tears weren't signs of weakness. They were signals. Every tear you shed recorded their actions. Every silent cry marked another line in the universe's ledger. And now the bill has landed in their life, and it's a price they can't afford. The silence you healed in is the silence that's destroying them. While you cried quietly, you were rebuilding. While you sat in the dark, you were growing roots. While they laughed, you transformed. They didn't notice the shift because healing doesn't make noise, but destruction does. Now look at them. Trapped in silence so heavy it feels like a cage. They can't escape their own mind. They can't run from the memories of how they treated you. Every lie loops. Every smirk replays. Every moment they dismissed your pain now punches them in the chest when they try to sleep. Imagine this, someone muting you so they don't have to hear your truth, only for the universe to mute them when they finally need support. No joy, no peace, no rest, just the echo of their own choices bouncing off empty walls. And chosen one, maybe you've wondered, why silence? Why not something louder, harsher? Because silence is the one punishment pride can't survive. Silence forces truth to surface. Silence forces guilt to grow. Silence forces accountability. You built power in your quiet. They're decaying in theirs. Your isolation became your strength. Their isolation is becoming their breakdown. You rose from the silence. They're sinking into it. Your tears ended. Their consequences didn't. Number 12. Step back and let the universe deliver the final blow. Your silence wasn't surrender. It was the signal that the universe could take over. They thought you walked away because you were weak, because you were scared, because you had nothing left to say. But chosen one, the truth is colder. You walked away because you were done carrying the weight of someone who refused to evolve. You healed, you faced your wounds, you rebuilt your spirit, and the moment you stepped back, the universe stepped forward. They don't deserve your closure. They don't deserve your explanations. They don't deserve a single drop of the energy they wasted. They had full access to you, your kindness, your honesty, your loyalty, and they fumbled it like it meant nothing. Now the universe is about to show them what nothing really feels like. The same lesson they ignored is now the teacher they can't escape. They mocked your love. They twisted your intentions. They called you dramatic, emotional, sensitive, too much. But now, life is giving them a mirror with no cracks to hide behind. That mirror reflects every lie they told, every disrespect they shrugged off, every warning they ignored. This isn't revenge, it's alignment. Imagine this. Someone unplugging themselves from the only source of light they ever had, then panicking when the room goes dark. That's them. You weren't the villain of their story. You were the voltage. You were the clarity. You were the one thing keeping their world from crashing earlier. And now that you're gone, everything they mocked is the very thing teaching them the hardest lessons. Maybe you've wondered, do I need to explain myself? Do I need to forgive them to move on? No, you already moved on the moment you chose yourself. Let the universe finish what it started. Your absence is the karma. Your silence is louder than any closure. Your growth is the consequence they never calculated. Your peace is the punishment they never saw coming. You were the test. You were the truth. You were the lesson. And now, you are the downfall they can't outrun. So, chosen one, your rise wasn't an accident. It was the universe proving that no attack, no betrayal, and no enemy could break what was built to outlast them all. Let life keep exposing what you no longer need. Let the universe keep handling what your energy has outgrown. And if this message hit you the way truth always does, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to subscribe. Your presence fuels this mission, and your glow is only getting started. The moment your faith outgrew your fear was the moment your enemies realized they couldn't control your story anymore. That line stings, and it should. Because faith, the real kind, isn't about rituals or labels. It's that inner strength people carry when everything around them is shaking. It's that invisible anchor that keeps you moving when quitting looks easier. And you've been choosing that kind of faith over fear long enough that it built its own signal. It built its own volume. It became so loud that even the ones who wanted you silent had to stop and notice. Faith like yours doesn't sit quietly. It doesn't whisper. It reshapes the entire atmosphere around a person. It's the type of faith that shows up in the dark when nobody's cheering, nobody's helping, and nobody even knows what you're carrying. That's why this moment is so wild. You didn't scream for attention. You didn't ask for validation. Your faith simply grew until ignoring you became impossible. Imagine someone walking through a storm with no umbrella, no shield, and still stepping forward like the universe promised them a sunrise on the other side. That's you. And people see that. The universe sees that. It's like watching someone walk straight into fear and still push through because something inside them refuses to break. That's the kind of energy that reaches places your name hasn't even reached yet. That's the kind of energy that pulls eyes toward you. especially the eyes of someone powerful. Here's a fact you probably don't even think about. Studies show that people instinctively respect those who stay steady during chaos. Humans feel drawn to the ones who move with conviction while everyone else panics. And whether you know it or not, your faith has been your calm during the chaos. Your faith has been the why behind every choice you made when fear tried to hijack your life. Before we go deeper, Chosen One, thank you for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by tapping like and subscribe so this message reaches more souls. We all share the responsibility to spread the light forward. And thank you, Chosen One, for being part of this mission, part of this force. Now, let's get back to it, because this is where the story flips. Someone influential noticed you. Not a random person, not someone watching out of curiosity, someone whose presence shifts things, someone who doesn't study people unless they see potential. They weren't watching your highlight moments. They were studying your hard moments, the ones you thought didn't matter, the ones you thought made you look unstable, lost, tired, or unsure. But that's the trick. Faith isn't loud during victory, it's loud during survival, and your survival became your loudest message. They saw you choosing trust when fear made more sense. They saw you standing firm when everything around you was shaking. They saw you move with belief when the path ahead looked impossible. They saw you make decisions from strength, not panic. And that made you stand out in ways you can't fake. People love pretending they're strong when life is easy. Your strength showed up when life was brutal. People love talking about faith when everything is going well. Your faith showed up when everything felt like it was falling apart. That difference hit them like a shockwave. They didn't see you as weak. They saw you as rare. Your patience wasn't ignored. Your consistency wasn't wasted. Your quiet endurance became evidence that you're built for bigger things. And here's the part that twists the knife in your enemies. Your faith didn't just pull you through your hardest moments. It pushed someone influential toward you at the perfect time. Every step you took, every moment you trusted the universe to guide you, even when fear tried whispering doubts, became part of a pattern that someone powerful recognized. A pattern of someone who doesn't fold under pressure, someone who acts with purpose, someone who keeps going even when everything in them wants to stop. And now, the universe has aligned your path with theirs. You're standing in the exact moment where your faith has finally translated into visibility, the kind of visibility that opens doors, the kind of visibility that shifts your whole trajectory, the kind of visibility you didn't beg for. Your energy earned it. So here you are, chosen, not because you shouted the loudest, not because you had the biggest platform, not because you tried to impress anyone. You're chosen because your faith refused to break, even when fear tried to take over, and someone influential saw that. They saw you, they recognized the force you've been becoming, and what happens next? That's where everything changes. And Chosen One, seriously, thank you for being here. You didn't land on this message by accident. The same faith that carried you through your hardest moments is the same faith that brought you right here, right now. And what comes next is going to hit deeper than you expect. If your spirit has been nudging you, if you've been sensing that shift in your life, then trust that pull and stay with me until the very end. You already chose faith over fear. Now choose focus over distraction. That's how the transformation works. If this message is already speaking to you, drop 111 in the comments so I know you're awake, aware and ready to step into what the universe has lined up for you. And if you can, show love to the team behind this message with a super thanks, because it takes real effort to bring this kind of clarity forward. Whether it's a little or a lot, every bit fuels this mission and keeps these messages alive for the ones who need them the most. Now take a breath, chosen one, because from this point on, everything connects. Let's dive in step by step. Number 1. When your faith turned into a beacon they couldn't ignore. The moment your faith stopped shaking was the moment your enemies started shaking. That's the truth no one wants to say out loud. When your fear finally got quiet and your faith started standing on its own feet, it created a signal so strong that even the people rooting against you felt it vibrate through their comfort zones. They felt that shift before you even understood it yourself. It hit them like a slap to the ego, a reminder that you were built to rise while they were built to watch. Faith isn't soft. It's not polite. It's not a whisper. When a chosen one embraces faith at full strength, it becomes a frequency that rattles the insecure and awakens the powerful. Your faith did exactly that. While most people around you were busy tuning into drama, nonsense, and noise, your energy bypassed all that and reached the ones who could actually understand what they were sensing. The universe doesn't amplify random people. It amplifies the ones who keep walking when quitting feels easier. It amplifies the ones who choose trust, even when they can't see the next step. That's why your signal didn't land in the hands of the average. It connected with the wise, the observant, the influential. Why me? Why now? Why would someone with power notice my life? Because faith leaves evidence, and you've been leaving it everywhere. You didn't realize each moment you held your ground was sending a shockwave. When you faced situations that would have broken most people but refused to let fear make your choices for you, you marked yourself. When you kept moving, even while your hands were shaking, you marked yourself. When you trusted the process, even while everything around you felt unstable, you marked yourself. That's what true faith does. It builds a pattern the wise can recognize instantly. Think of it like this. People who operate at higher levels don't look for the loudest voice. They look for the strongest foundation, and you carried a foundation built from battles no one knew you were fighting. They didn't see weakness. They saw evidence of a person who kept choosing belief over panic, conviction over chaos, and direction over desperation. That's why they noticed you. Not because you tried to stand out, but because your inner strength refused to be hidden. Your enemies hate this part. They wanted your faith to make you quiet. They wanted your fear to win. But every time you walked through something meant to break you, your energy got louder. And while they were hoping you'd crumble, someone influential was studying your resilience like a rare blueprint. They saw the stability in you. They saw the clarity. They saw the kind of inner power you don't buy, fake, or pretend to have. Your faith turned into a beacon. And here's the brutal truth. Beacons don't ask permission to shine. They signal to whoever is capable of seeing them. Not everyone is built with that level of awareness. The average person's mind is clogged with insecurity, envy, comparison, gossip. They can't detect real power even when it's standing in front of them. But the wise, the powerful, the ones who operate in higher awareness, they pick up signals that most people never notice. Your faith became one of those signals. It's like watching someone walk through fire and somehow remain calm. Anyone can brag about strength, but the wise pay attention to the ones who prove it. You proved it without saying a word. You didn't show off. You didn't beg for attention. You didn't force anyone to believe in you. You simply lived in a way that exposed who you really are. And the person who detected that wasn't random. They were someone whose insight can't be tricked by surface-level behavior. And let's talk about the enemy for a second, because they're part of why this hits so hard. The same people who dismissed you thought your silence meant defeat. They thought your patience meant weakness. They thought your fear-based moments meant you were losing. They misread everything. They didn't know faith often moves quietly, rebuilding you in places they could never touch. They didn't know faith drags you through the worst, so you come out with a strength they'll never understand. They didn't know faith isn't loud because it doesn't need to be. It's strategic. But the wise saw the strategy. They saw the pattern. They recognized the resilience. They spotted the signal. Why would someone powerful care about someone like me? Because powerful people don't chase noise. They chase consistency. They chase depth. They chase people who don't break. You didn't crumble when life got heavy. You didn't lose yourself when everything felt unstable. Your enemies hoped your fear would swallow you, but your faith rose louder, and faith like yours can't stay invisible. Picture this metaphor. Imagine a lighthouse on a dark coastline. It doesn't wander. It doesn't scream. It just stands, steady, glowing, refusing to go out. And ships in the distance, big ones, important ones, search for that glow because it shows them where safety, clarity, and direction are. That's what your faith became, a lighthouse in a world full of flickering lights. And the influential person who noticed you, they weren't drawn to your storm. They were drawn to your endurance inside the storm. They saw a level of inner clarity people spend their lives trying to fake. They saw the quiet strength that comes from facing things alone and still choosing courage. They saw the unshakable core you built through years of surviving situations no one even knows about. And here's what hits even harder. They respect you. Not pity, not curiosity, respect. Your faith didn't just create a vibration, they felt it. It reached them. It made them pay attention in a world full of distractions. They saw the kind of character, stability, and inner force that makes people want to align with you, not out of charity, but out of recognition. Your enemies noticed too, but for a different reason. They felt their power slipping, because when fear stops controlling you, their influence ends. They can't intimidate someone whose faith has already walked them through worse. They can't shake someone who's already survived the things they prayed would break you. Your faith made you untouchable in ways you haven't even fully realized yet. This whole time, you thought you were just surviving, but every act of faith was generating a signal, shaping your path and pulling the right eyes toward you. Someone influential recognized what you carry because what you carry is rare. Your faith builds legacy. Your faith strengthens environments. Your faith shifts rooms when you walk into them. Your faith speaks without opening your mouth. And now, your signal has been detected by the wise, by the powerful, by someone who sees what your enemies tried to hide, by someone who understands your value better than the ones who underestimated you. Your faith is the reason you're being noticed. Your faith is the reason the universe aligned this moment. Your faith is the reason someone influential sees you as a force, and your enemies can't do anything about it. Number 2. When you didn't realize the universe was grading you, but you still outscored everyone. The test wasn't announced, but your enemies still failed it, and you still passed it. The pressure wasn't the punishment, it was the measurement. The universe wasn't testing your strength, it was revealing it. They didn't break you, and that was your answer sheet. Life has this sneaky habit of throwing exams at you without instructions, without study guides, and without a deadline. And the wildest part? The whole time you thought you were barely holding yourself together, you were actually outperforming people who weren't even carrying half your weight. You passed a test you didn't know existed, and the universe documented every single answer you gave. While you were busy surviving, someone influential was busy observing. They saw the real truth behind your struggle. You weren't being destroyed, you were being measured. Most people fall apart when life hits without warning. But when the test showed up at your door uninvited, something in you refused to collapse. Fear knocked, doubt whispered, pain tightened its grip. Yet your response, your quiet, stubborn faith, became your signature. You didn't panic the way they expected. You didn't lose yourself the way others predicted. You didn't drown in bitterness the way your enemies hoped. You didn't know it then, but every reaction was being graded. Imagine this: you're walking through a storm so thick you can barely see your own hands. Most people would have stopped, turned back, or begged for shelter. But you kept walking. You trusted the path, even when the path disappeared. Someone influential saw that. Not the struggle, the courage inside the struggle. They weren't impressed by your good days. The whole world can look strong when nothing is going wrong. They were moved by your bad days. The days when everything inside you was screaming to collapse, but your faith said, "Not today." And here's what chosen ones always ask at this point: why did it have to be so hard? Why was I tested like that? Because the universe doesn't test the weak. It tests the ones who are being prepared for more. It tests the ones who will be trusted with influence. It tests the ones whose story will carry weight. You weren't being punished, you were being evaluated. While you were wrestling with chaos, someone powerful was paying attention. They saw how you handled pressure that would have sent most people spiraling. They saw how you stayed true to your values when resentment was the easy route. They saw your restraint when revenge was tempting. They noticed the moments you swallowed your pride, stayed patient, and acted with integrity even when no one was clapping for you. Imagine this: someone watching from a distance as you walk through fire without screaming, without blaming, without turning against your own character. That's what drew them in. They weren't looking for a perfect person. They were looking for someone who couldn't be broken by life's unfairness. And that was you. This test was never about your comfort. It was about your core. And your core turned out to be unshakable. Here's another truth you might not realize yet. You were being tested in silence, but you passed in public. Your endurance became visible. Your consistency became evidence. Your discipline became undeniable. Someone influential saw what most people missed: the invisible battles, the internal wrestling matches, the nights you stayed up fighting thoughts that weren't even yours, the days you pushed through exhaustion without complaining. They saw you choose patience over pettiness. They saw you choose clarity over chaos. They saw you choose faith over fear, even when fear was sitting right on your chest. That's why they noticed you. Not because you made noise, but because you stayed noble. Imagine this: the universe handing you the hardest level of the game, not to destroy you, but because it knew you were the only one who could actually beat it. Every betrayal, every disappointment, every failure, every loss, those were all questions on the test. And your answers were written in your reactions. You didn't lash out. You didn't abandon your principles. You didn't lose yourself. That level of self-control, that level of inner stability, that's rare. Why was I the one chosen for the hardest test? Because the hardest tests are given to those who will one day make the hardest decisions. Because responsibility and influence don't go to the loudest, they go to the most stable, and your stability didn't crack under pressure. That's why someone powerful is drawn to you. They saw something in you that can't be faked. Readiness. Most people are only strong when life is easy. But when the universe turned up the heat on you, your spirit didn't melt. It solidified. You became sharper, wiser, stronger. You didn't know it, but someone influential was watching every time you chose courage instead of collapse. They saw your self-control when chaos was tempting you. They saw your patience when disappointment was clawing at you. They saw how you carried your pain without making a show of it. The universe never tests without intention, and you weren't being tested to reveal weakness. You were being tested to reveal rank. You didn't just pass, you excelled. Your score wasn't written on paper, it was written in your choices. How you stayed calm in situations built for breakdowns. How you continued forward even when certainty disappeared. How you kept your heart clean when treachery was thrown at you. How you walked through fear without surrendering to it. Those choices didn't go unnoticed. Imagine this. Someone with real influence sitting back and quietly studying your behavior the way an expert studies a rare piece of art. Not because they pity you, but because they saw potential vibrating through your pain. They saw leadership in your restraint. They saw maturity in your silence. They saw wisdom in your reactions. They saw strength in your stillness. That's why they want to align with you now. Not out of charity, out of respect, out of recognition, out of clarity. They saw your high score long before you realized you were being graded. Your test was never about proving you were perfect. It was about proving you were trustworthy, that you could handle responsibility, that you could carry weight without becoming the weight, that you could hold power without letting power distort you, that you could rise without stepping on others, that you could lead without losing your soul. That kind of character isn't common. That kind of resilience isn't cheap. That kind of faith isn't fragile. And now, someone influential is ready to honor what your endurance revealed. They're ready to step toward you because they finally see the truth behind your survival. You weren't built by comfort. You were shaped by pressure. And pressure reveals diamonds. Your enemies didn't recognize your value because they were too busy underestimating you. But the wise, the powerful, the ones aligned with your future, they saw every answer you wrote on that invisible exam. You passed the test you didn't know you were taking. You passed it with excellence. You passed it with character. You passed it with faith. And now the results are showing. Number 3. When your strength turned into the spotlight, they couldn't escape. Your resilience didn't just expose people, it embarrassed them. Your endurance became the kind of mirror no one can lie to. While everyone else was busy performing strength, you were actually living it, and that contrast slapped the spiritually blind right across the face. They couldn't hide behind their fake confidence anymore because your real stability made their masks fall off. The universe has a funny way of using your survival to reveal everyone else's true nature. Imagine this. You're standing in the middle of a storm, drenched, exhausted, barely holding yourself upright, and someone next to you is pretending they're strong until the wind hits them for real. They fold. You don't. That's when the truth becomes undeniable. That's when the line between the spiritually blind and the spiritually elite becomes painfully obvious. Your resilience became the dividing line. Why did my strength expose so many people? Because resilience reveals character, because pressure reveals loyalty, because consistency reveals who's real and who's pretending. Someone influential saw the way people reacted to you. They watched who stayed steady and who collapsed. They watched who cheered for you versus who competed with you. They saw the ego-driven ones choke on their own insecurities when your endurance outshined their performance. And they also saw the genuinely wise ones gravitate toward you, drawn by the strength you didn't even know you were radiating. Here's a fact people hate. Real resilience is rare. Most people only look stable when life is easy. You looked stable when life was ripping you apart. That's why you caught attention, not because you were loud, not because you demanded respect, but because you carried yourself with humility when you could have snapped, and with clarity when you could have lost yourself. Imagine this. You walk out of a storm with your wisdom sharper, your energy cleaner, and your humility still intact. That alone separates you from 90% of people. The spiritually blind felt threatened. The spiritually elite felt impressed. And the powerful? They felt pulled toward you. They didn't see drama, they saw depth. They didn't see chaos, they saw character. Your resilience didn't just help you survive, it became a spotlight exposing everyone else's truth. And now, the right people are stepping forward, because your strength made you unmistakable. Number 4. When your faith sent shockwaves into rooms you've never even entered. Your smallest act of faith caused an earthquake in places your enemies will never have access to. That's the part that shakes people. You thought your faith was just helping you survive the moment. You had no idea it was echoing beyond you, traveling farther than your name, your face, or your story ever could. Faith isn't quiet. It's not shy. It doesn't stay inside the moment you felt it. Every time you chose trust over fear, even in private, you created a ripple that hit the world in ways you couldn't see, but someone influential absolutely felt. Imagine this, a single drop falling into a still lake. You think it disappears, but the ripple keeps moving, traveling, expanding, until it reaches the farthest edges. That was you. A quiet decision made at 3 a.m. A choice to stay steady when your chest was tight. A moment of trust when fear was screaming in your ear. Those weren't small choices, they were signals, and someone powerful felt them long before they ever knew your existence. People crumble under pressure every day. They fold fast. They talk big, but collapse at the first sign of resistance. But you stayed consistent. You didn't waver. Your discipline didn't crack. Your energy didn't weaken. That's why your ripple traveled so far. Steadiness carries farther than noise. And yes, chosen one, you might be wondering, how could someone influential notice my life before they knew me? Because energy travels. Because authenticity stands out. Because real faith is rare, and rarity gets detected instantly. They didn't notice your highs. They noticed your decisions during your lows. They didn't see the moment you celebrated. They saw the moment you held yourself together. They didn't see your pride. They saw your discipline. And that hit them deeper than any performance ever could. Imagine this, someone who has seen hundreds of people break, suddenly watching you refuse to. That leaves a mark. That sparks curiosity, that awakens admiration. You didn't chase validation. You didn't beg for recognition. You didn't try to prove anything. Your faith did the speaking. Your consistency did the convincing. Your authenticity did the reaching. That ripple you sent out didn't fade. It found the right eyes. The ones capable of seeing you. The ones capable of valuing you. The ones capable of recognizing strength when it's still unpolished. And now your ripple has become a wave, and they can't forget you. Number 5. When your hidden discipline triggered the breakthrough everyone's about to see. What you did in silence is about to speak louder than the people who doubted you. Your private obedience wasn't small, it wasn't unnoticed, and it definitely wasn't wasted. While the world was busy watching fake success stories and loud personalities crumble under their own shortcuts, you were doing the opposite. You were making choices in the dark that only strong souls make. You were holding yourself to a standard no one required from you. You stayed disciplined when giving up would have been the easier option. That's what activated the shift. Imagine this: a tree growing underground before anyone sees a single leaf. Roots digging deep in places no one celebrates, no one praises, no one even acknowledges. That was you. Your choices were your roots. Your integrity was your soil. Your consistency was your water. And someone influential saw the results of that underground work even before the world did. Why did it matter what I did in private? No one saw it. Wrong. Private obedience builds public stability. Private restraint creates public respect. Private integrity produces public elevation. Someone powerful noticed the way you didn't cheat your process. They saw the way you didn't cut corners, didn't chase shortcuts, didn't compromise when life pushed you to do so. They recognized that kind of discipline because they know only grounded people can handle real blessings without collapsing under them. That's why your life is shifting now. Your private obedience already proved you can be trusted. Imagine this: two people running the same race. One sprints for show, burns out fast. The other trains in silence, builds real endurance, and wins without bragging. You were the second one. Your quiet consistency is about to outrun every person who underestimated you. And here's the truth that hits hardest. You didn't obey because someone was watching. You obeyed because you wanted to become someone you yourself could respect. That's what caught their attention. Now, the universe is responding. Your private sacrifices are turning into public recognition. Your hidden strength is turning into visible opportunity. Your silent discipline is shaping rewards the world is finally going to witness. You built your foundation in secrecy, and now your elevation will be the loudest thing they've ever seen. Number 6. When pressure tried to break you, and you turned it into power. They threw pressure at you hoping you'd crack, and instead you upgraded. When life squeezed you, it didn't expose weakness, it exposed evolution. Pressure is the great separator. It shows who collapses because they're built on fear, and who transforms because they're built on faith. And when everything around you started tightening, twisting, and pushing against you, you didn't fold like they predicted. You sharpened, you adapted, you grew teeth, you grew clarity. You became someone even you didn't recognize at first. Imagine this: two people standing in the same fire. One melts, the other becomes stronger. That was you. While some people screamed, blamed, or ran, you stayed put long enough to let the flame refine you. Someone influential saw that. They watched you take hits that would have ruined the average person and somehow come out looking more focused, more intentional, more aligned than before. That kind of transformation is rare. It's the kind that makes powerful people lean in and say, "Okay, this one's different." And you might ask yourself, why didn't I break when I had every reason to? Because your spirit wasn't built for collapse. It was built for adaptation. It was built to evolve under pressure, not fold under it. When everything around you started falling apart, your mindset stepped forward. You shifted your thinking instead of abandoning your mission. You used adversity as your fuel instead of your excuse. You didn't pretend the pressure didn't hurt. You just refused to let it decide your worth. That refusal alone is what separated you from the crowd. Imagine this: pressure pounding on your shoulders like a weight meant to flatten you, and instead your back straightens, your stride steadies, and your purpose sharpens. That's what they saw: a leader being sculpted in real time, a fighter who doesn't need an audience to keep going, a chosen one who turns obstacles into strategy. Powerful people don't admire perfection. They admire transformation. They don't chase the ones who avoid storms. They chase the ones who navigate them. And your evolution under pressure told them everything they needed to know. You don't run, you rise. You advanced when others would have broken. You evolved when others froze. And that transformation, that's proof you're ready for a level only the strong ever reach. Number 7. When your purpose started speaking louder than their pretending. They tried copying your style, but they couldn't fake the power you earned in the dark. Plenty of people talk like they're chosen. They rehearse confidence, mimic strength, and swagger around like they're built for something big. But calling can't be counterfeited. Real purpose leaves fingerprints that imitation can't match. And your faith, the kind you held onto when the world was pulling you apart, revealed a level of authenticity no copycat could survive. Your confidence wasn't inflated, it was forged. It didn't come from hype, praise, or validation. It came from moments where you had nothing left except belief. It came from nights you had to push through fear without anyone clapping for you. It came from days where quitting whispered louder than reason, yet you still chose trust. That's the difference. You didn't talk your way into purpose, you lived your way into it. Imagine this: everyone else trying to build their identity out of trends, while you were building yours out of endurance. They used aesthetics, you used resilience. They used noise, you used growth. They used performance, you used purpose. That's what someone influential saw. They didn't detect hype around you, they detected alignment. They recognized the gravity in your energy, the clarity in your spirit, the direction in your movement. And you might wonder, why me? Why didn't their imitation work? Because purpose can't be cloned. Because authenticity exposes performers. Because real calling shines even when you're silent. Your journey didn't fit the mold because you weren't meant to. While others squeezed themselves into roles they weren't built for, you broke the frame entirely. You walked a path that didn't make sense until now. You carried a strength you didn't fully understand. You stepped into moments others would have run from. That's why the universe aligned someone influential with your path. They recognized the unmistakable signal of someone meant for more. Imagine this: a spotlight scanning a room full of performers, then stopping on the only one who's real. That was you. You didn't chase the light. It found you, because your faith didn't create hype. It created purpose. And now you're being rewarded not for pretending, not for fitting in, but for being exactly who you were meant to be. Uncopyable. Number 8. When you climbed out of ruins, they wouldn't have survived a day in. They prayed for your downfall, but you walked out of their disaster zone looking upgraded. You rose from places that bury people. Not metaphorically, literally. You walked through circumstances that turn strong minds into dust, situations that make even confident people collapse into versions of themselves they never recover from. Yet, here you are, not just alive, but sharper, calmer, wiser, and heavier with purpose than before. That's not normal resilience. That's survival with intention. That's rebirth with receipts. Most people only survive the easy chapters. You survived the ones written to break you. You faced heartbreak that could have turned you cold, betrayal that could have turned you cruel, loss that could have left you hollow. But instead of letting those wounds rot, you let them refine you. You didn't use pain as armor. You used it as elevation. You didn't become bitter. You became aware. You didn't harden. You evolved. Imagine this: someone crawling through the rubble of a collapsed building while everyone else panics. Then somehow walking out holding pieces that make them wiser, not weaker. That was you. And someone influential noticed. They didn't just see what you endured, they saw what you became because of it. They saw that your strength wasn't built in comfort, it was engineered in crisis. And you might be asking yourself, why didn't the things that destroy others destroy me? Because your spirit doesn't break, it rebuilds. Because your heart doesn't harden, it sharpens. Because you weren't meant to collapse, you were meant to rise. Your enemies didn't expect your comeback. They expected your silence, your disappearance, your defeat. They underestimated the fact that certain souls only activate under pressure. You're one of them. You became the kind of person the universe protects because your resilience serves a purpose too big to waste. Imagine this: someone influential watching the way you walked through devastation without letting it twist your character. That alone separates you from the masses. They saw your pain turn into wisdom instead of poison. They saw your heartbreak turn into clarity instead of chaos. They saw your losses turn into lessons instead of limitations. That's why your story stands out, because most people never rise from the places you clawed your way out of. And you didn't just rise, you rose with direction, with insight, with a glow that comes only from surviving storms that weren't meant to let you go. You're living proof that some souls are preserved on purpose, and someone powerful noticed exactly that. Number 9. When your faith turned the lights on and every hidden enemy panicked. You didn't expose them, your growth did. Your faith has been doing something behind the scenes that most people never recognize until it's too late. It's been flushing out the ones pretending to be for you. Every betrayal that hit you wasn't random. It was timed. It was aligned. It was the universe saying, watch closely. Here's another one who can't go where you're going. What looked like chaos was really revelation wearing a messy disguise. You didn't have to clap back, argue, or prove anything. You didn't chase after explanations or demand clarity. You stayed still, choosing peace while people who wished you harm exposed themselves one by one. Faith makes your spirit quiet, and that quietness becomes a spotlight that liars can't sit under for long. Someone influential saw that. They noticed how every time someone tried to play you, your calmness made the truth crawl out of them like roaches when the lights flip on. Imagine this: you're standing in a room full of people smiling at you, and suddenly one flick of the switch reveals who's loyal and who's plotting. Your energy, your stillness was that switch. It forced the truth out of people who thought they were hiding their intentions well. Your peace made their guilt loud. And you might wonder, why did my faith expose so many? Because faith creates clarity. Because alignment can't coexist with deception. Because people with bad intentions can't breathe around someone who carries real strength. Your endurance became evidence. Your stability became the alarm system. Every time someone underestimated you or tried to undermine you, the universe used your resilience to highlight their motives. You didn't have to react. They revealed themselves trying to trigger a reaction from you. That's what someone powerful saw. They watched the pattern, your silence exposing dishonesty, your kindness revealing envy, your growth forcing pretenders into the open. Imagine this, someone influential watching how touching your life, socially, emotionally, politically, kept backfiring on the ones who tried. Not because you fought, because your energy didn't allow falsehood to survive around you. The universe has a way of making certain people untouchable when their purpose is bigger than their problems. You became that person. Your life became proof. Messing with you became a liability, not a victory. And that's why the right people are being drawn toward you now. They saw that your faith doesn't just protect you, it exposes everyone who isn't meant to stand beside you. Number 10. When your quiet nerve outshined everyone else's loud panic. Real fearlessness doesn't make noise, it makes moves. Most people confuse bravery with volume. They think yelling, stomping, or overreacting makes them powerful. Meanwhile, you were playing a different game entirely. Your fearlessness wasn't a performance, it was precision. You didn't announce your strength, you used it. And that silent control exposed everyone whose courage was nothing more than theatrics. While others panicked, spiraled, or made chaotic decisions, you were doing something far more dangerous. You were thinking, you were observing, you were calculating your next step with the kind of calm that intimidates people who rely on noise to feel relevant. Someone in authority noticed exactly that. They saw the discipline behind your actions, the self-control behind your silence, the strategy behind your stillness. They understood that fearlessness isn't loud, it's deliberate. Imagine this, a room full of people shouting solutions, bragging about courage, or trying to dominate the conversation. And then there's you, sitting quietly, reading the entire situation like a map. You spoke less, but understood more. You moved slower, but farther. You reacted less, but achieved more. That's real power, and power always catches the eye of those who operate at the top. And you might ask yourself, why did my silence make such an impact? Because silence reveals discipline. Because stillness reveals confidence. Because loud people act from emotion, while strategic people act from clarity. Your fearlessness wasn't the kind that begs for applause or recognition. It was the kind that keeps its hands steady even when the ground is shaking. It was the kind that stays grounded when everyone else is losing their footing. It was the kind that doesn't need to declare dominance because it already has control of the moment. Someone influential saw the difference. They saw how you didn't jump at bait, didn't react to provocation, didn't get dragged into emotional traps. They saw your wisdom, your restraint, your ability to read danger without feeding it. That kind of quiet execution is rare, and leaders recognize it instantly. Imagine this, a commander watching a battlefield and realizing the person who isn't shouting commands is the one who actually understands the war. That was you. You moved with intention, not impulse. You used awareness instead of ego. You acted with precision instead of panic. That's why someone powerful now sees you as a leader in disguise, not because you demanded the role, but because your fearlessness proved you were already operating like one. Number 11. When you stopped chasing approval and started walking in alignment. They wanted you to beg for validation, but you were too busy becoming someone worth remembering. Most people burn their entire lives begging to be seen. They crave attention, applause, and cheap approval like it's oxygen. You moved differently. While everyone else was obsessed with being noticed, you were obsessed with becoming aligned. You weren't trying to impress crowds, you were trying to fulfill purpose. And that difference hit the room like a shockwave. Someone influential saw the separation instantly. You weren't chasing clout, you were chasing clarity. You weren't trying to be famous, you were trying to be faithful to your path. You weren't posting your every move for applause. You were building in silence, healing in private, and growing without expecting a single pat on the back. That kind of discipline doesn't just stand out, it intimidates the insecure and magnetizes the powerful. Imagine this: 100 people waving their hands trying to get attention while you're off to the side creating something real. No noise, no show, no begging, just quiet execution. Someone in authority looked over and realized you were the only one producing substance while everyone else was performing. That's when their interest sparked. Not because you asked for recognition, but because your energy forced it. And at this point you might ask, why does my lack of validation seeking attract so much attention? Because purpose is louder than performance. Because alignment is stronger than approval. Because people who don't need validation are the ones qualified to shape legacy. They saw the purity behind your drive. They saw that your choices weren't defined by trends, opinions, or ego. They noticed that your motivation didn't come from applause. It came from intention. That's why they trust you. That's why you stand out in spaces where people crumble under pressure. You're not moved by being seen. You're moved by being impactful. Imagine this: a powerful figure scanning a room full of pretenders and instantly locking onto the one person who isn't trying to impress anyone. That was you. They recognize that your purpose isn't for show. It's for impact. They saw that your actions are rooted in meaning, not vanity. And in their world, that's the trait of someone who can be trusted with legacy, responsibility, and influence. You don't seek validation, you seek purpose. And that's exactly why they chose you. Number 12. When you proved you can carry the weight they thought would crush you. Everyone wants the reward. You became the one who can actually hold it without breaking. Most people beg for blessings they aren't built to sustain. They want the spotlight without the discipline. They want elevation without maturity. They want influence without integrity. But you were forged differently. You didn't just ask for better seasons. You became someone capable of handling them. That's why your path looked heavier, slower, and more demanding. You weren't being delayed. You were being developed. You were shaped by long seasons of waiting, stretching, disappointment, and rebuilding. Those moments didn't weaken you. They refined you. They carved humility into your character, discipline into your decisions, and moral clarity into your spirit. Someone influential recognized that. They didn't just see what you survived. They saw what the survival turned you into. Imagine this: 2 people handed the same treasure. One drops it because they never learned how to carry weight. The other holds it steady because their hands were trained through pressure. You're the second one. Your endurance matured into readiness. Your waiting turned into wisdom. Your faith turned into stability. That's why you're standing out now, not because life suddenly got easier, but because you finally grew into the version of yourself capable of handling more. And you may wonder, why did I go through so many hard seasons before anything happened? Because destiny doesn't give responsibility to the unprepared. Because influence doesn't belong to the impulsive. Because blessings without foundation become burdens. You built your foundation. Someone powerful saw that your strength isn't impulsive, it's intentional. They saw you carry yourself with humility when arrogance would have been easier. They saw you choose discipline when shortcuts were right in front of you. They saw your moral clarity stay intact in situations designed to corrupt you. That's not normal. That's rare. That's leadership material. Imagine this, a leader watching a battlefield and noticing the one person who doesn't panic, doesn't rush, doesn't brag, just executes with precision. That was you. You didn't crumble, you didn't fold, you didn't lose yourself. You kept rising with authority that wasn't loud but unmistakable. You're not stepping into blessings blindly. You're stepping in with wisdom. You're not grabbing opportunities recklessly. You're moving with authority. You're not here by luck. You're here by readiness. You're ready for responsibility, not just reward. And that's why they chose you. So, chosen one, your journey wasn't random. Every test, every betrayal, every moment you chose faith over fear shaped you into someone impossible to overlook. The universe didn't just notice you, so did the powerful, the wise, the ones who can shift your future with a single decision. And now you're stepping into a chapter you actually earned. If this message hit you, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're not part of our family yet, make sure to subscribe so you never miss what comes next. Your rise is just beginning. Some people laughed at you, but the universe wasn't laughing back. It was taking notes. That's the kind of quote that hits your enemies right in the ego, and it fits perfectly with what's about to happen to your love life. Because the truth is simple. Your next relationship will shock everyone. And not the cute little, "oh, how sweet" kind of shock. This is the type of shock that makes the room go quiet, makes certain people swallow hard, and forces your doubters to pretend they saw it coming when they absolutely didn't. You won't believe who steps into your life next, and trust me, neither will the people who underestimated you. Think about it like this. Picture someone trying to hide a tiny spark under their shoe, thinking they've put out the flame. But instead, the spark slips through a crack, hits real oxygen, and turns into a fire that lights up the whole coast. That's you. They tried to dim you, ignore you, or treat you like you'd stay stuck forever. They never expected you to glow so bright that even your next relationship becomes a plot twist. They didn't see that your silence wasn't defeat, it was preparation. They didn't realize the universe loves making a comeback story out of people everyone counted out. Here's a fact that screams you're right. Research shows people often fall the hardest for someone they never expected to fall for. Human connection works like that. It doesn't follow logic. It doesn't follow predictions. Real connection sneaks up on you. It catches your nervous system first, not your brain. That's why your next relationship doesn't just surprise other people. It surprises you. And that's what makes it powerful. Another fact, people who went through heartbreak with maturity and growth have a higher chance of forming strong, lasting relationships later. Your evolution made you rare, and rare things attract exactly the kind of partner who sees your value instantly. That's why this next relationship feels like a twist, even to you. You became someone different while people were busy doubting your timeline. Before we go deeper, chosen one, thank you. And don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's on all of us to send light into a world that really needs it. Thanks for being part of this mission. You're part of a whole force, even if you don't see the others standing beside you. Now we're jumping right back into the topic. Your next relationship will shock everyone because it won't look like your past. It won't follow the pattern people think you're stuck in, and it won't match any of the predictions people made about you. It's the kind of connection that appears suddenly, almost quietly, and then takes over your life in the best way. Not chaotic, not draining, not confusing. More like clarity walking into human form. This person shows up at a time when your energy is steady, your standards are higher, and your heart is no longer desperate for temporary attention. That's exactly why the universe aligns it right then. You're finally ready to choose someone from strength instead of loneliness. People will be shocked because this connection doesn't match the type they thought you were stuck with. Maybe they expected you to stay with someone at your level back then, not your level now. Maybe they assumed you'd choose the familiar. Maybe they thought you'd go backward. But the universe doesn't give plot twists to people who repeat cycles. It gives them to the ones who break cycles. You're one of them. And the person coming into your life next. They're not random. They're not just the next one. They're someone whose energy fits yours in a way that even you won't understand immediately. You'll just feel calm, grounded, or strangely confident around them. It's the kind of connection that makes you wonder why your whole body relaxes near them. It doesn't feel forced. It doesn't feel like performance. It feels like compatibility, choosing you before you choose it. People are going to talk. They're going to stare. For some, their shock will be genuine. For others, it'll be jealousy wearing a polite smile. You'll see old exes trying to decode how you pulled this off. You'll see friends pretending they always knew you'd upgrade. You'll see enemies acting unbothered while secretly running mental math like, how did the universe line that up for them? The funny thing, you won't even care. The peace that comes with this connection makes everything outside of it look tiny. This isn't just about romance, it's about timing, growth, and alignment. You're not meeting someone new, you're meeting someone who reflects who you've become. That's why this relationship shocks people. They still see the old version of you, they don't see the healed version, the transformed version, the one who doesn't fall for bare minimum efforts anymore. Your next relationship doesn't enter your life with chaos. It enters with clarity. It doesn't drain you. It recharges you. It doesn't confuse you. It grounds you. And that calm confidence, that's what makes it unbelievable to people who thought you'd stay stuck in old patterns. This person matches your emotional growth, your mindset, and your level of self-respect. That's why the connection feels like it just clicks. Some connections walk in quietly, but end up changing everything. This is one of them. And no, it's not because of fantasy or destiny being dramatic. It's because you finally learned how to walk away from what didn't grow you. You created space for something real, and the universe pays attention to people who choose themselves even when they're hurting. The person coming next won't rush you. They won't play games. They won't make you question your worth. They'll match your energy, your seriousness, your effort. And this level of alignment isn't common. It's the kind of connection that makes other people whisper, "How did they pull that off?" While the universe just smirks like, because they earned it. This relationship won't look like your past because you're no longer the person who lived that past. You're stepping into a chapter built for the version of you that exists now. And the universe doesn't waste that kind of transformation. It rewards it. So yes, your next relationship will shock everyone. You won't believe who it is, how it arrives, or how deeply it resonates until you're already in the middle of it, wondering how something so real stayed hidden for so long. And that shock, that silence, that confusion on people's faces, it's all because the universe saved your best plot twist for last. So, chosen one, thanks for staying locked in with me. Before we go deeper, take a second and ground yourself, because the next part will hit harder than you expect. If you're ready for the kind of plot twist that makes your past connections look like practice rounds. Drop the number 777 in the comments so I know you're walking into this with an open heart. And if you feel called to support the team behind this message, even the smallest thank you helps keep this work alive. Your energy fuels this mission, and your presence here isn't random. Now breathe, stay with me, and don't blink, because the real revelation is about to unfold, and you'll kick yourself later if you miss what's coming next. Let's step into it together. And trust me, if you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. The one who's been quietly watching your rise is finally stepping forward. They tried to bury you, but someone else was watching to see if you'd grow roots or wings. That's the kind of hit the enemy deserves, because the same people who laughed at your silence, your healing, your isolation, your heartbreak, your rebuilding, have no idea that someone has been quietly studying you this whole time. Not in a creepy way, in a "this person is worth understanding" way. And that alone is enough to make your doubters choke on their own expectations. They assumed you were alone. They assumed nobody noticed your strength. They assumed your story would fade out quietly. Instead, someone has been paying attention to every moment they thought wouldn't matter. Your lowest lows, your quiet rebirths, your small wins, your big wounds, your slow comebacks. That's what makes this next relationship hit different. It's not random, it's earned. Picture this. Someone watches a cracked diamond seller throw away a rough stone because it looks cheap. The seller walks away smug, thinking they made a smart choice. Meanwhile, someone else picks up that same stone, cleans it, studies it, sees the cuts, the pressure marks, the potential, and understands this thing is priceless. That's you. The enemies tossed you aside because they couldn't see your depth. This new person sees everything they missed, and that realization alone is going to sting them more than any breakup ever could. At this point, you might wonder, but why didn't this person come earlier? Why didn't they make a move when I needed someone? Here's the simple truth. They weren't ready. They were fighting their own issues, their own fears, their own broken places. They refused to enter your life half-prepared, dragging their damage to your doorstep. They wanted to meet you as an equal, not as a weight pulling you down. The universe wasn't going to let them interrupt your growth with their chaos. Both of you had storms to survive separately before your paths could align without destroying each other. Right timing isn't a cliché, it's strategy. This person has been studying your spirit, not in a superficial "what's your favorite color" way, but in the way someone studies the shape of a flame to understand how it refuses to die out. They've seen your strength, your softness, your boundaries, your ability to rebuild when life tries to crush you. They didn't fall for your wins. They fell for what it took to get them. They admire your resilience, not your highlight reel. They value the scars others ignored. They see the parts of you that you thought were invisible. And yes, this will shock every enemy, ex or fool who ever underestimated you, because nothing embarrasses them more than realizing you attracted someone smarter, deeper, stronger, and more emotionally aware than they ever dreamed of being. People who mishandled you will try to act unbothered, but their silence will be loud. Their jealousy will be loud. Their "I don't care" posts will be loud. Because deep down, they know they could never match what you're about to receive. This new connection isn't coming into your life clueless. They already understand your emotional language. They've watched how you treat people, how you handle pressure, how you build yourself back up, how you protect your peace. That's why they feel pulled toward you now. Their own transformation gave them the capacity to appreciate someone at your level. They've grown enough to show up with honesty, effort, and emotional awareness. They're not coming to drain you, they're coming to match you. Imagine someone quietly reading the chapters of your life from afar. They see you struggle, stand up, get hit again, stand up again. They see you being loyal in a world that rewards betrayal. They see you choosing growth while others choose shortcuts, and something inside them says, "This is a rare kind of person. If I ever come forward, I need to be ready." That's exactly what happened. They weren't avoiding you, they were preparing for you, and when they enter your life, it will feel shockingly familiar. Not because you've met before, but because their presence fits the shape of the space you've been protecting inside you. They'll feel like someone your energy already understands. They won't feel like a stranger barging in. They'll feel like a delayed chapter that finally arrived at the right time. Another question might be creeping into your mind. But how can someone study me without me noticing? Because people who are genuinely interested don't always reveal themselves instantly. They observe patterns. They watch how you carry yourself in uncomfortable moments. They notice how you treat people with nothing to offer you. They see the values you live by when nobody's watching. That's the kind of attention that builds real connection. Not the flashy, shallow, look-at-me kind. This isn't someone who wants you for your looks, your status, or the version of you that's easy to show. They want the version of you that survived everything life threw at you. They're drawn to your courage, your growth, and your refusal to stay broken. Your strength made them pay attention. Your kindness made them stay. Your wisdom made them curious. And your evolution made them realize you're someone worth preparing for. Your enemies never expected this. They thought you were easy to replace. They thought you'd attach yourself to the next person who gave you attention. Meanwhile, the universe was prepping someone with a deeper level of maturity. Someone who actually understands your worth. Nothing annoys your enemies more than the realization that someone better, someone wiser, someone more grounded was watching you all along. When this person steps into your life, it won't feel rushed. It won't feel forced. It won't feel like you're guessing what they want or begging for clarity. Their presence will be steady. Their intentions will be clear. Their interest will be real, and their energy will feel like a warm space you've been missing without even knowing it. People will be shocked because this relationship won't follow your old patterns. You're not attracting someone broken by their past. You're attracting someone sharpened by it, someone who took their time healing instead of running from themselves, someone who understands that love isn't supposed to be chaos. It's supposed to be alignment. This connection isn't just chemistry, it's recognition. The kind where you feel seen without performing, valued without proving, and understood without explaining every detail. That's why it will hit you harder than your past relationships. It's rare to meet someone who sees your soul before they see your flaws. And when they finally make their move, it'll feel like meeting someone who already knows you, someone who already respects you, someone who already understands your worth. Not because they stalked you, because they paid attention, because they cared enough to wait, because they chose patience instead of impulsiveness. This is why your next relationship shocks everyone. It's not built on convenience or loneliness. It's built on observation, growth, alignment, timing, and intention. It hits different because it's coming from someone who genuinely matches the person you've become. And the timing, impeccable, because the universe waited until you both survived your own storms before allowing your paths to finally collide without destroying each other. This person wasn't chasing you. They were preparing for you. And now, They're ready to meet you where you truly are. Number 2, they aren't coming to fix you. They're built to stand beside you. The enemy's worst nightmare isn't you healing, it's you meeting someone who matches your healed version. 2 strong people aligning is a threat. That's why weak ones pray you stay broken. You never needed someone to complete you. You needed someone who wouldn't crumble in your light. The universe doesn't send you a replacement, it sends you an equal. Your next relationship won't shock people because it's cute or convenient. It shocks them because it ruins every lie they told about you, every accusation, every insult, every moment someone tried to convince you that your standards are too high or you expect too much collapses the second this person walks into your life, because they don't come to complete you, they come to match you. And that's the very thing your enemies prayed would never happen. Imagine this. 2 fires burning separately on opposite sides of a dark field. One fire is you. You grew through storms, through heartbreak, through nights you didn't think you'd survive. You learned how to hold your own warmth. The other fire is them. They went through their own battles, their own chaos, their own lonely rebuilding. What happens when 2 fires built from struggle finally meet? They don't put each other out. They burn brighter. They merge into something impossible to ignore. That's why this connection hits so hard. This person didn't crawl into your life because you were empty. They didn't show up because you needed someone to fill your gaps. They show up because both of you finally reached the level where alignment becomes possible. They did their work. You did yours. And now the universe is placing 2 powerhouses on the same path. You might wonder, why does this matter? Why is this kind of connection different? Because most people chase relationships as bandages, not partnerships. They want someone to distract them from their wounds, someone to fix their loneliness, someone to make them feel whole. But when 2 evolved people meet, it's not dependency, it's recognition, it's respect. It's 2 stories finally landing on the same page without forcing anything. Imagine someone trying to plug a broken wire into another broken wire. Sparks, chaos, confusion. That's most relationships. Now imagine 2 fully charged power sources connecting. There's no drain, no imbalance, just flow. That's the energy coming your way. This person doesn't see you as too much. They see you as just right. Your intensity, they match it. Your depth, they meet it. Your standards, they don't flinch. Your past, they understand it without using it against you, and that alone will make certain people livid, because they swore you would end up settling. They swore you'd stay heartbroken, bitter, or easy to manipulate. They swore nobody would ever deal with you. But you never needed someone to deal with you. You needed someone operating at your frequency, someone who doesn't get intimidated by your growth, your honesty, your strength, or your presence. This is what scares the enemy the most. You're not attracting a repair project, you're attracting a mirror. This person won't shrink when you level up. They won't panic when you speak your truth. They won't disappear when life gets real. They've lived enough, lost enough, grown enough to stand beside you without collapsing. That's why the universe didn't bring them sooner. You both had to meet each other at equal power. Imagine 2 mountains rising on opposite sides of the horizon. For years, they grow silently, separately, without knowing the other exists. One day, the fog clears, and they finally see each other clearly. Not one taller, not one weaker, just 2 giants recognizing another giant. That's what this relationship feels like. It's not someone climbing into your life expecting you to carry them. It's someone who arrives already standing tall. This kind of equality is rare. That's why people get confused. They've only seen you in relationships where you had to dim yourself, where you had to lower your voice, where you had to carry someone else's emotional weight, where you gave more than you received. So when they see you finally aligned with someone who doesn't drain you but pulls you upward, it messes with their entire narrative. You might start questioning things too. How will I know they're the one? What if I'm imagining the connection? What if it's too good to be true? Here's the truth. When someone truly matches you, your body doesn't tense, it relaxes. Your mind doesn't overthink, it settles. Your energy doesn't shrink, it expands. You won't feel pressured to perform. You won't feel the need to hide your strength. Their presence feels like space, not a cage. This person will challenge you, but not by breaking you. They challenge you by inspiring you, by pushing you to rise, by matching your ambition, not running from it, by encouraging your growth instead of fearing it. Imagine two athletes training side by side. They don't compete to destroy each other. They push each other to become better. That's the kind of energy this person brings into your life. They don't come to complete you because you were never incomplete. They come because they finally reached a version of themselves capable of standing beside someone as evolved as you. They bring lessons, empathy, maturity, emotional intelligence, and a grounded presence. And they expect the same from you. Not perfection, but evolution. People are going to lose their minds over this because they truly thought your standards were unrealistic. They laughed at your boundaries. They mocked your expectations. They acted like wanting a healthy connection made you delusional. But this person proves them all wrong. This connection shows the world that refusing to settle doesn't leave you alone. It elevates the kind of partner you attract. When two powerful energies meet, it creates a relationship that feels less like romance and more like destiny built through discipline. It's not fragile. It's not one-sided. It's not unpredictable. It's two people choosing each other with clarity, maturity, and equal effort. And that kind of love, it rattles everyone who ever relied on your loneliness. Your enemies expected you to break. Your doubters expected you to settle. Your past expected you to return. Your old patterns expected you to repeat. Instead, you rose. You evolved. And now, the universe is sending someone who rose too. This person arrives with their own strength, their own scars, their own healing. They're not intimidated by your past because they've survived theirs. They're not overwhelmed by your depth because they carry their own. They don't feel threatened by your ambition because they have their own dreams to chase. And when you meet, it won't feel like two puzzle pieces trying to force a match. It will feel like two complete pictures finally fitting into the same frame. That's the shock. That's the twist. That's the part nobody expected. You're not getting someone to fix. You're not getting someone to babysit. You're not getting someone to tolerate your strength. You're getting someone who can stand in the fire with you without burning out. You're getting someone who matches the person you fought to become. And when that happens, chosen one, trust me, everyone will see it. Everyone will feel it. Everyone will know your story just changed forever. And the universe, it'll be smiling, because this is the level you were always meant for. Number 3, your souls lock onto each other, because you both outlived the storms built to end you. The universe didn't bond you two through romance. It bonded you through war scars, Only survivors recognize survivors. Everyone else just stares, confused and jealous. Your connection isn't some fairy tale fluff. It's the collision of two people who should have been shattered, but somehow walked out of the fire carrying wisdom instead of ashes. That's why this relationship hits so hard. You're not meeting someone soft and clueless. You're meeting someone who's been through their own hell and came back with clarity in their eyes. And your soul recognizes that. It spots the same depth, the same quiet strength, the same battle-earned calm. Imagine two soldiers returning from different wars. They never fought beside each other, never crossed paths, never knew the other existed. Yet when they finally meet, they instantly understand what those scars cost. No explanation needed. No performance, no pretending. That's exactly what happens between you two. It's not chemistry, it's recognition. Another metaphor. Think of two trees in different forests, both struck by lightning in different storms. One leans, one bends, neither breaks. Years later, their seeds end up in the same open field, growing side by side. They don't fear the wind anymore. They've already lived through worse. That's you and them. You might question it at first. How do I feel so safe so quickly? Why does their presence feel familiar? Why does my guard drop without my permission? Because your soul isn't confused. It's relieved. It finally found someone who speaks the same emotional language, survival. This person won't run from your depth. They won't get scared when you talk about things you've lived through. They won't judge the way your heart rebuilt itself. They'll respect it. They'll match it. They'll understand it in ways others couldn't. What feels heavy to most people feels honest to them. Outsiders will think it's just crazy chemistry. But to you both, it feels like the universe finally aligning two people who earned each other. This isn't drama. This isn't desperation. This is two souls saluting each other in a way that only the unbreakable can. Number 4. They aren't the type you imagined. They're the one your soul has been begging for. Your type was built from your wounds. Your match is built for your future. The universe didn't send you what you wanted. It sent you what would finally stop the cycle. This person isn't anything like the image you swore you'd end up with, and that's exactly why they're right for you. Your old type was shaped by who you were back then, your fears, your insecurities, your need for validation, your old patterns. This person cuts straight through all of that. They don't fit the fantasy. They don't check the traditional boxes. They check something deeper, your nervous system, your peace, your growth, your actual reality. Imagine this. You spent years convinced you needed fireworks, loud passion, chaotic intensity, the roller coaster energy that left you breathless. Then suddenly, the universe sends you someone who feels like clean air after a storm. Someone who brings clarity instead of confusion. Someone who doesn't rush you, doesn't drain you, doesn't trigger old wounds. Someone who feels right in a way that makes you wonder why you ever thought chaos was romantic. You might question it at first. Why don't they look like the people I used to choose? Why do they feel so different from what I expected? Why does this feel so peaceful? Because you're not falling into a pattern, you're breaking one. They balance you without muting you. If you're fire, they're the calm that keeps you from burning out. If you're energy, they're the grounding that helps you stay centered. They're not predictable the way your old type was. They're better. They challenge what you thought love should look like and show you what love should actually feel like. Friends might not get it. Some will side-eye the whole thing. Some will whisper, "Really? Them?" But that's fine. They didn't live your past. They didn't survive your heartbreaks. They didn't learn your lessons. Only you know what your soul actually needs, and your soul isn't looking for aesthetics. It's looking for resonance. This person feels like truth. They feel like alignment. They feel like the universe finally saying, "Here, try something healthy for once." Your next relationship shocks everyone because it isn't built from your old desires. It's built from your evolution. Number 5. Their presence will expose how starved your heart really was. You weren't hard to love. You were just feeding people who didn't know how to hold a full heart. The right person doesn't calm your chaos. They show you it was never yours to carry. This connection hits with the force of truth, not fantasy. The moment this person enters your life, it's like someone finally flips on the lights in a room you didn't realize had been dim for years. You start noticing how little you were actually receiving in your past relationships. The bare minimum you once convinced yourself was normal. The breadcrumb affection you accepted because you were trying to be understanding. The mixed signals you interpreted as depth. The lack of consistency you mistook for passion. Suddenly, all of it looks embarrassing because this new person doesn't come in offering crumbs. They come in offering clarity. Imagine this. You've been drinking from a cracked cup for years, thinking that tiny drip of water was enough to survive. Then someone hands you a clean, overflowing glass, and your whole body realizes how thirsty you actually were. That's exactly what their presence does. It exposes the emotional starvation you normalized. It shows you how many pieces of yourself you had to silence just to keep old situations from falling apart. You might even question it at first. Why does this feel so different? Why isn't there anxiety? Why isn't my mind spinning in circles? Because for the first time, your nervous system isn't reacting. It's resting. This person doesn't show up to confuse you. They show up with emotional stability that makes inconsistency look ridiculous. They communicate like an adult. They show up when they say they will. They don't disappear to test your patience or breadcrumb you to keep you hooked. They bring a level of presence that makes your old relationships feel like blurry half-versions of connection. Another metaphor, it's like realizing you've been living off low-volume phone speakers your entire life, and suddenly someone hands you surround sound. You can finally hear everything clearly, the intention, the honesty, the steadiness. And once you hear love at that volume, you'll never go back to that muffled nonsense again. Their love becomes a mirror, and the reflection hits hard. It shows you how much you were carrying alone, how much you forgave in people who didn't deserve that level of grace, how many excuses you made for people who didn't have the emotional capacity to match you, and instead of shaming you, it frees you. It teaches you not to apologize for wanting real intimacy, not to shrink your needs, not to pretend you're satisfied with half effort. Facts don't lie. People who've been stuck in emotionally imbalanced relationships often underestimate their own worth. When someone finally treats them with respect and consistency, the shock isn't from romance, it's from healing. This person gives you a new reference point, a new definition of safe, a new standard for love, one you won't ever trade again. Their presence doesn't just make you feel full, it makes you realize how empty you used to feel, and that realization becomes your power. Number 6, they rise to your standards without you begging, and that changes everything. The right one doesn't fear your standards. They see them as the entry price to stand beside you. Weak people call your standards too much. Strong people call them finally. This connection doesn't show up to drag you backward. It shows up to prove that you were never asking for too much. You were just asking the wrong people. For the first time, you won't feel like you're pulling someone uphill while they whine about the incline. This person arrives already standing on the level you fought tooth and nail to reach. They don't get intimidated by your expectations. They don't flinch when you speak your truth. They don't shrink when you ask for consistency, loyalty, clarity, effort, and emotional intelligence. They match it. Imagine this. You spent years telling people you wanted honesty, transparency, respect, and intentional love, and they treated you like you were requesting a miracle. Then someone finally comes along who treats those things like the bare minimum. Suddenly, the whole world makes sense again. You realize the problem was never your standards. The problem was the clowns who tried to negotiate them. You might even question yourself at first. Why aren't they overwhelmed? Why isn't this turning into a power struggle? Why does it feel easy instead of exhausting? Because when two people operate at the same frequency, effort doesn't feel like effort. It feels like alignment. This isn't competition disguised as romance. There's no silent scoreboard, no emotional tug-of-war, no passive-aggressive battles for dominance. This is collaboration. Two people refusing mediocrity. Two people who want a relationship that evolves instead of decays. Two people who understand that love isn't a performance, it's a partnership. Imagine two athletes training in the same gym, not competing to outshine each other, but pushing each other to grow. That's the energy. You don't dim for them. They don't dim for you. You rise together. They make you proud of your standards again. Proud of your growth. Proud of the version of you who refused to settle. And when you stand beside someone who matches your depth instead of draining it, you stop surviving love and finally start thriving in it. Number 7, their love won't take from you, it'll switch you back on. The right person doesn't drain your energy. They flip the breakers nobody else bothered to touch. Real love doesn't ask for proof. It becomes the space where your true self finally breathes. When someone is safe, your soul stops hiding. This connection doesn't walk into your life demanding explanations, apologies, or performance. They're not here to reshape you, tame you, or mold you into a version that benefits them. Their love doesn't grasp. It expands. It doesn't pull. It uplifts. It doesn't demand. It awakens, and that awakening hits harder than anything you've ever felt because it shows you how long you've been surviving on emotional autopilot. Imagine this, your personality has rooms you haven't entered in years, rooms filled with creativity you abandoned, confidence you muted, dreams you delayed, versions of yourself you tucked away because the wrong people made you feel too much. Then this person shows up, and suddenly those doors start unlocking. Not because they force them open, but because their presence feels safe enough for you to walk through them again. You might wonder, why do I feel more alive around them? Why am I suddenly motivated again? Why does everything feel clearer? Because real connection doesn't minimize you, it activates you. Your soul recognizes when it's no longer in survival mode. Their love doesn't hover over you with expectations. They're not checking boxes, measuring your worth, or keeping score. Instead, being around them sparks a version of you that's been hibernating. Your confidence rises. Your creativity starts flowing again. Your mind sharpens. Your energy becomes bold instead of cautious. It's not because you need them, It's because their presence reminds you of the parts of yourself that deserve to live. Imagine a flower growing in the shade for years, thinking its color is fading. Then one day, the sun finally reaches it, and suddenly it blooms like it was never broken. That's you. They're not the gardener. They're the sunlight. The love coming your way doesn't trap you. It doesn't shrink you. It doesn't ask you to erase yourself. It frees you to become the version of you that your past never made room for. It awakens everything you silenced just to survive. Number 8. They don't just see your strength. They understand what it cost you to carry it. Anyone can admire your power. Only the right one understands the bruises it gave you. Your strength was never the problem. It was the people who expected you to carry everything alone. Real love doesn't flinch at your depth. It steps into it with you. This person won't just see the polished version of you. They'll see the weight behind it, the nights you held yourself together, the battles you didn't broadcast, the pressure you lived under while pretending everything was fine. And instead of shrinking from it or competing with it, they'll honor it. They won't feel threatened by your intensity or your intelligence. They won't turn your strength into a rivalry. They'll understand the responsibility that comes with being the kind of person others depend on. Imagine this. You've been carrying a heavy backpack for years, filled with expectations, heartbreaks, responsibilities, and unspoken pain. Most people only noticed how straight you stood, not how heavy the load was. Then this person shows up. Not trying to take the bag from you, not judging you for carrying it, but walking beside you and saying, "I get why it's heavy." That alone feels like relief. You might wonder, how can someone understand me so easily? Why do I feel less alone without saying a word? Why does their presence make the weight feel lighter? Because for the first time, someone sees both sides of you, the fire and the fatigue, the brilliance and the burden. Imagine lightning striking two different mountains at different times. Both stand tall, both hold their ground, both carry scars that only other mountains understand. When they finally come into view of each other, there's no competition, just recognition. This person won't demand explanations for your depth. They won't make you justify your boundaries, defend your sensitivity, or tone down your ambition. They'll sit with your tired moments without taking them personally. They'll respect your strength without romanticizing your struggles. Your power stops being lonely in their presence. It becomes shared, understood, supported, not dimmed, not challenged, amplified. Number 9, your values will click together, so naturally it'll feel like the universe scripted it. Alignment isn't luck, it's what happens when two people outgrow their excuses. The right one won't fight your morals, they'll mirror them. Real compatibility isn't cute, it's built. What's coming next will feel almost suspicious in the best way. The alignment between you two will be so smooth, so natural, so eerily precise that part of you might look around like, is this real? Did someone plan this? But it isn't fate playing puppet master. It's evolution. It's two people who've both done the inner work, finally landing on the same frequency after years of being mismatched with people who couldn't meet them there. Your priorities won't clash. Your principles won't need defending. You won't find yourself explaining basic values like loyalty, honesty, ambition, respect, or emotional maturity. They won't question your standards or ask you to compromise the foundations you've spent your whole life building. They'll operate from the same blueprint. Imagine two arrows shot from different directions. meeting in midair because they were aimed with the same precision. That's you two. You didn't grow up together. You didn't design each other. Yet somehow, the way you think, choose, react, build, and believe lines up like matching puzzle pieces carved from the same material. You might wonder, why is this so easy? Why aren't we debating core beliefs? Why does this feel like we've been aligned forever? Because when someone is truly meant to grow alongside you, they share the same roots, even if they had a different past. Another metaphor. Think of two instruments tuned separately in different rooms. When brought together, they create harmony instantly, not because they practiced together, but because both were tuned correctly. That's what inner work does. It creates compatibility long before two people ever meet. This level of alignment will shock the people who swore you'd never find someone who matched your standards. They'll call it luck, coincidence, fate, anything except what it really is. Two evolved humans meeting at the right time. The truth? Your values don't align because it was planned. Your values align because you both finally became the kind of people capable of choosing each other. Number 10. Their emotional stability will show you what real safety actually feels like. Chaos isn't chemistry. It's a trap you finally outgrew. Peace isn't boring. It's what love feels like when nobody's playing games. Maturity doesn't raise your heartbeat, it lowers your defenses. This person steps into your life without the storms you've been conditioned to expect. No mixed signals wrapped as passion, no inconsistency disguised as mystery, no emotional whiplash you mistake for intensity. Their presence is steady, and that steadiness becomes the first shock your heart doesn't know how to process. For the first time, you see what emotional safety actually feels like, and it hits you just how unsafe you were before. Imagine living next to a busy train track your whole life. The noise becomes normal, the shaking becomes normal, the unpredictability becomes normal. Then one day you move somewhere quiet, and the silence feels strange at first, almost unfamiliar. That's what emotional maturity does. It replaces the chaos you normalized with a peace you didn't realize you deserved. You'll catch yourself thinking, why is everything so calm? Where's the drama I'm used to? Why isn't my nervous system on high alert? Because this time, you're not loving in survival mode. Their emotional maturity doesn't numb you, it regulates you. They speak honestly, not aggressively. They listen fully, not defensively. They apologize without ego, understand without twisting your words, and communicate without making everything a battlefield. Their presence doesn't drain you, it grounds you. Another metaphor. Imagine you've been holding a heavy shield in every past relationship, ready to protect yourself at any moment. With this person, your arm slowly relaxes. Not because you're careless, but because you finally feel safe enough to set the shield down. That's emotional maturity, not softness, but security. Their steadiness doesn't make love dull, it makes it sustainable. You stop confusing adrenaline with affection. You stop equating stress with passion. You stop accepting instability as normal. For the first time, love feels like home. Not a battleground, not a guessing game, not a test you're terrified of failing. Their maturity doesn't just redefine love, it redefines you. Number 11. They'll fall for the parts. Everyone else tried to edit out of you. What they called too much is exactly what the right one considers a masterpiece. Your quirks were never flaws. They were filters blocking the wrong people. Real love doesn't shrink you. It gives you room to be the full, uncut version of yourself. This person will love the pieces of you that others treated like defects, the intensity they said was overwhelming, the passion they called dramatic, the honesty they labeled too blunt, the depth they couldn't swim in without drowning. Every part of you someone tried to fix, tone down or reshape becomes the exact thing this person is drawn to. They don't want the edited version of you. They want the director's cut. Imagine this: your personality is a vibrant painting, full of bold colors and wild strokes. But the people from your past kept trying to paint over you with dull neutrals to make you more manageable. Then this person comes along, stares at the original canvas, and says, "Finally, something real." They don't want to repaint you. They want to stand close enough to see every detail. You might question it at first. Why do they like the parts people criticized? Why aren't they scared of my intensity? Why do they lean in when others pulled away? Because your personality wasn't the problem, their capacity was. Another metaphor: think of a powerful radio signal. To the wrong receiver, it's static. To the right receiver, it's music. You didn't need to lower your frequency. You just needed someone tuned to it. Their acceptance will feel like freedom, not permission, not tolerance, freedom. You'll stop apologizing for being emotional. Stop toning down your passion. Stop masking your depth to keep others comfortable. They won't flinch at your fire. They've lived through enough of their own to understand it. And instead of viewing your unique traits as something to fix, they'll see them as something to celebrate. The exact traits that make you unforgettable. For the first time, you'll feel completely seen without being judged. Completely understood without being misunderstood. Completely loved without being edited. Their acceptance doesn't just heal you, it confirms what you always suspected. You were never too much. You were just too real for the wrong people. So, chosen one, your next relationship won't drain you or leave you guessing. It'll be fully reciprocal, finally giving you the balance you've always carried alone. No more overgiving, no more chasing, no more feeling like you're too much. They'll match your energy, your effort, your loyalty, your love, completely, consistently, and without hesitation. This is what real partnership looks like. If you felt this message in your chest, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're not part of our family yet, make sure to hit subscribe. Your next chapter is bigger than you think. Powerful people don't stare by accident. If their eyes land on you twice, you're already living in their head. That line alone is enough to make your enemies choke a little, because it explains the exact situation they prayed you would never reach. Someone with real influence has noticed you, and not in a casual way. This didn't start with a handshake, a conversation, or a moment you worked for. It started the second your presence disrupted their sense of control. Think of it like this. Powerful people move through the world like scanners. They read rooms fast, skip over ordinary faces, and only lock in when something or someone hits their system like a glitch they can't explain. And you, chosen one, became that glitch. Here's the part that stings your enemies the most. You weren't even trying. While they've been begging for crumbs of attention, you got noticed simply by existing. You didn't chase, perform, or audition. You walked into the same world everyone else walks into, but the effect you created wasn't normal. A fact that psychologists talk about is this: the human brain is wired to fixate on things that feel out of pattern. When something doesn't match the environment, it becomes impossible to ignore. You are that out of pattern. You disrupt the vibe without lifting a finger. That's why someone with real power felt their attention snap toward you like a magnet that didn't ask for permission. And let's make something clear. People at that level do not waste their time. They don't double-take unless something forces them to. They don't replay a moment unless something hits them deeper than logic. Yet, here they are, thinking about you when they should be thinking about their goals, their money, their next move. Something about you slipped past their defenses and made them pause. And when someone who is used to predicting everyone else suddenly can't predict you, it's unsettling. It shakes them. It challenges their pride. It exposes the weak spots they didn't even know they had. Thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe so this light reaches more souls. You're part of a mission now, part of a force that lifts others who need this reminder. And thank you for being here, chosen one. Your presence matters. Now let's come back to what's actually happening. Someone with serious power didn't just notice you, they locked onto you. And this isn't random attraction or curiosity. It's obsession, born from two things you carry that most people don't. You triggered something in them that isn't easy to shake off. Think about how unusual that is. These types of people are trained to stay detached. They're used to seeing through everyone, decoding motives, predicting outcomes. Yet when you showed up, something didn't add up for them. You challenged their instincts. You made them question themselves, even if they're trying to hide it. Most people get one look and disappear from memory. You got one look and stayed. You lingered, you echoed, and when someone with power can't explain why they can't forget you, it creates a chemical reaction in their mind. The universe loves patterns, but it loves exceptions even more. You're the exception, the standout, the one that doesn't fit the normal formula. And powerful people are drawn to anomalies like that because it threatens their sense of control. This sudden fixation they have on you came from two sharp realizations, two things they saw in you that made everything else fade into the background. And once those two things clicked in their mind, it was over. You went from someone in the room to someone they need to figure out. That's how obsession starts. Not with drama, not with games, but with an unexpected moment where someone realizes they're no longer the one in control of their own attention. You proved something without opening your mouth. You carry a type of energy that cannot be faked. You have a way of standing out even when you're quiet. You leave impressions without trying, and the universe doesn't give that quality to many people. That's why someone with real power is now studying you like a mystery they can't solve. You're unpredictable, you're different, you're authentic in a world full of copies. That combination is rare, and rare things always attract the eyes of those who think they've seen everything. People with authority, reputation, or influence usually believe they're immune to fascination. They think they can analyze anyone, read anyone, and move on without attachment. But you didn't let them move on. You made them stop. You made them think. You made them look again. And now they're replaying your presence in their head because it refuses to fade like everyone else's. That's the moment obsession is born. When something feels familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. When something feels safe but dangerous, known but unpredictable, and you, chosen one, sit perfectly in that middle zone. They noticed two things about you that shifted everything. Two things that changed you from background noise to the main focus. Two things that made them realize you're not just another person passing through their life. You're someone they need to understand, someone they need to watch, someone they cannot ignore. and now their obsession has already begun. And chosen one, thanks for sticking with me this far. What's happening around you isn't small, and you're going to want to hear every detail, step by step, because once you understand why someone with real power locked onto you, everything about your journey will start making sense. If you're feeling that pull to stay until the end, that's not random. That's your intuition telling you this message was meant to reach you right now. Before we keep going, drop a comment with the number 888 if you're ready to own the attention you've earned, and stop shrinking yourself for people who never had your vision. And if you feel called to support the team behind this message with a super thanks, know it keeps this mission alive. Every bit helps, whether it's tiny or huge. It fuels the work that brings you these truths the world likes to hide. And now that we've set the tone, let's move forward. Let's break this open piece by piece, because what comes next will finally explain why that powerful person can't get you out of their head. Let's get into it. Number 1. You walk like someone who doesn't owe the world an explanation. Nothing scares an insecure enemy more than the person who moves without asking anyone for permission. That line hits them right where it hurts, because it exposes the truth they never wanted anyone to say out loud. You move in a way they can't decode, can't predict, and definitely can't control. And the moment someone with serious power noticed that, everything shifted. They weren't just looking at you, they were studying you, because you walk through life like someone who answers to something higher than opinions, trends, or pressure. You move like someone who already knows who they are, and that alone is enough to make both enemies and powerful observers freeze for a second longer than they're comfortable with. Picture this. Most people walk through the world like they're waiting for approval stamps. They scan every reaction, adjust their personality depending on who's watching, and bend themselves like soft metal just to fit in. Then there's you. You show up with energy that doesn't flinch. You carry yourself like a person who didn't come here to beg for space. Your presence is a metaphorical earthquake. It rattles people who depend on reading others easily, the same way a broken compass rattles a sailor who suddenly can't tell where north is. Anyone with real influence knows how to spot weakness instantly. It's how they survive. But when they look at you, their usual mental checklist breaks. They're used to scanning faces and placing people into categories: follower, pretender, threat, pawn, but you don't fit any slot. You operate on your own wavelength, and that confuses the people who think they've seen it all. And confusion is dangerous for them. It forces them to look again and again. And suddenly, you're no longer just a person who walked by. You're the anomaly their system couldn't classify. And here's the part that makes them obsessed. Your strength isn't loud, performative, or forced. It's quiet. It's controlled. It's the kind of authority that doesn't need to scream to be heard. When you walk into a room, your energy says, "I'm not here to compete. I'm here because I belong." That drives your enemies crazy. They want you to shrink, apologize, second-guess yourself. But you don't. You never did. You move like someone who knows the universe has your back, even when no one else does. And that self-trust hits harder than anything you could say out loud. People with power feel it instantly. It irritates them, but it also pulls them closer. Think about this. The human brain is wired to fixate on anything that feels unpredictable. It can't let go until it finds an explanation. And you give them no easy explanation. Why aren't you desperate for approval? Why don't you react to pressure like everyone else? Why does your confidence look real instead of manufactured? You become their unanswered question, And powerful people hate unanswered questions. Let's be honest, most people crumble under judgment. They soften their voice, they change their personality, they chase acceptance like it's oxygen. But you don't move like that. You don't break character. You don't need a crowd to feel valid. Your decisions come from something deeper: principles, intuition, self-respect. And when someone at the top sees that, it hits them hard. They've spent their life learning how to manipulate, intimidate, or charm their way through situations. But none of those tactics work on you. You stand solid. You stand grounded. You stand like someone who answers to something bigger than their opinion. That's why they're obsessed. Your independence interrupts their worldview. People like them rely on predicting behavior, but you don't follow predictable rules. You choose clarity over chaos. You choose truth over attention. You choose alignment over applause. And the world isn't used to people who choose that. So when you walk by with that "I own my space" energy, they feel it in ways they can't explain. Here's another metaphor they would hate to admit. You're like a locked door in a hallway full of open windows. Everyone else exposes themselves, seeking validation. But you don't reveal your entire soul in one breath. You keep your depth internal. And powerful people can't stand locked doors. They want access. They want understanding. They want control. But you deny them all three without even trying. That's why your presence haunts them long after you leave. And chosen one, I know you sometimes wonder, why do people get intimidated when I'm just being myself? Because your normal is their unreachable. Your calm is their chaos. Your clarity is their challenge. You don't move like someone waiting to be chosen. You move like someone who already chose themselves. And that's the type of energy they can't buy, mimic, or manufacture. Let's go even deeper. Powerful people aren't actually afraid of other powerful people. They're afraid of people who can't be controlled. And when they see you act from inner authority, not external pressure, they realize they can't pull your strings. They can't tempt you with approval. They can't scare you with rejection. They can't manipulate you with attention. You're not hooked into their system. You're not waiting for their validation. You don't need their throne to feel like royalty. That's the exact moment obsession begins. Not because they want to dominate you, but because you break their formula. You expose the limits of their power. You make them question what they thought they understood about influence. When you don't act impressed by them, it flips their entire sense of identity. They're used to being the center of gravity. But suddenly, your energy becomes the thing they orbit around. Your movement, your silence, your choices, all of it carries the weight of someone who knows their value. You don't explain yourself. You don't over-express. You don't panic when misunderstood. You act like someone who knows the universe sees everything anyway, so you don't need human approval to validate your path. And that alone turns you into a force people can't ignore. You move with intention in a world full of impulsive people. You stand tall in a world full of foldable personalities. You stay real in a world full of fakes. That kind of strength is rare, and rare things always draw the eyes of those who claim they've seen everyone. So if you've ever wondered why someone with serious power suddenly started watching you, replaying your actions, trying to figure you out, this is why. You move like someone who doesn't owe the world an explanation. You move like someone who isn't controlled by fear or approval. You move like someone who already knows they're on the right path. And that kind of energy, quiet, grounded, untouchable, creates obsession in the minds of people who aren't used to feeling powerless. That's why they noticed you, that's why they can't forget you, and that's why their attention is only growing stronger. Number 2. Your presence shifts the whole atmosphere. The second you arrive. Nothing terrifies an enemy more than realizing you don't need to speak to dominate the room. That's the kind of punch that knocks the wind out of anyone who ever underestimated you, because it names the exact truth they've been trying to avoid. Your presence doesn't just enter a room, it rearranges it. Not by force, not by performance, just by being you. And someone with serious power saw it happen right in front of their eyes, and that moment changed everything for them. Your existence carries weight, not ego weight, not loud, messy, attention-hungry weight. It's the kind of weight that shifts conversations, redirects eyes, and changes the emotional temperature without you lifting a finger. Imagine this. You walk into a space, and before you even say a word, the energy recalibrates. People who were talking too loudly lower their voices without realizing it. People who were pretending suddenly feel exposed. People who were overconfident suddenly get quiet. That's not coincidence. That's gravitational pull. Another quote that fits you perfectly. Some people walk in like a breeze. You walk in like a forecast. You bring something that changes conditions. You bring clarity. You bring truth. You bring an energy that forces people to check themselves, because your presence disrupts anything fake, insecure, or manipulative. Someone with power noticed that instantly. They're trained to read the invisible stuff. Tone shifts, micro-reactions, posture changes, and the second you walked in, the whole room reacted as if it had been rewritten. Imagine this. You're like a magnet thrown onto a table full of scattered metal pieces. None of them know why they're moving, but they all start drifting towards you anyway. That's what your presence does. It rearranges things without asking for permission. That effect is rare, and powerful people know the difference between fake influence and natural impact. They saw yours, and their brain immediately went into analysis mode. Here's another truth they noticed instantly. Silent authority hits harder than loud ego. Most people try to dominate a room with volume, outfit, status symbols, or forced confidence. You don't do any of that. Your authority is quiet, grounded, unbothered. It doesn't scream, it radiates. It doesn't chase attention, it attracts attention. And because you don't try to influence the room ends up shifting around you instead. That's what made them obsessed. And let's address the question you might be thinking. Why do people react to me before I even say anything? Because your energy speaks faster than your voice, and it speaks truths people can't hide from. Dishonest people suddenly feel like they're under a brighter light. Genuine people feel seen, finally. Insecure people feel the need to adjust their posture, their tone, their behavior. They become hyper-aware because your presence exposes the parts of them they try to hide. They have no idea why, but you become the mirror they didn't ask for. Imagine this. Throw a stone into a still pond. You don't need to lecture the water. The ripples form because they have to. That's you. Your energy disrupts stagnation, exposes tension, and forces reactions. And the person with real power who noticed you? They saw those ripples instantly. They noticed how every person in the room unconsciously adjusted themselves the moment you arrived. They noticed the shift in tone, the sudden pauses, the recalibration. They noticed how the atmosphere obeyed your presence without you even noticing it. Here's another quote that slices right through the enemy. You don't take control of the room. The room takes its cues from you. People with serious power rely on reading others to maintain control. They're used to manipulating social energy, shaping conversations, or dominating attention. But you don't play that game. You don't need strategies. You don't need tricks. Your natural energy already sets the baseline. That's why they couldn't look away. Let's get into more metaphorical truth they felt. You're like a flame in a dark room. No one notices the darkness anymore. They notice you. You're like the unexpected plot twist in a story everyone thought they had figured out. You're like a song that changes the vibe of an entire party the second it starts playing. This isn't exaggeration. This is exactly how your presence hits people. And someone with serious influence recognized that unfiltered impact. They study energy like it's a science, and what they saw in you defied the normal rules. You don't manipulate the room, yet the room reacts. You don't seek attention, yet attention stabilizes around you. You don't expose people, yet they feel exposed in your presence. You don't try to lead, yet pressure shifts onto others when you're around. And you might wonder, why does my presence make insecure people uncomfortable? Because your authenticity shakes the foundation of their facade. Because your calm exposes their panic. Because your honesty reveals their performance. There's something else powerful people recognized in you. You create emotional gravity. They know what that looks like because they've seen influencers, leaders, and decision-makers. But the energy you carry isn't rehearsed or borrowed. It's organic. It's internal. It's not tied to a title, money, appearance, or social position. It's simply you. This is what made them pause. You don't just enter rooms, you alter the emotional landscape. It's like you're a shift in the weather. Everyone feels it, even if they don't know why. And powerful people are drawn to weather patterns that don't match the forecast. You break routines. You disrupt expectations. You challenge emotional roles. And that is something they cannot ignore. Here's another quote that hits like truth serum. Your presence speaks the language of realness. And realness is the rarest currency in any room. People who are fake feel threatened. People who are genuine feel safe. People who want to control the room feel powerless. People who want clarity feel awakened. You shift people's internal temperature based on what they carry inside on themselves. That's real influence. Not loud, messy, or forced, just undeniably felt. Imagine this, a room full of helium balloons. They float, drift, and bump around without direction. Then you walk in like a steady anchor. Even without touching anything, you change how everything stabilizes. That's your presence. That's why powerful people took notice. And now, here's a question that probably crossed your mind more than once. Why do people turn to look at me even when I don't look at them? Because your presence creates instinctual awareness. Humans evolved to detect power without words. It's in micro-reactions. It's in instinct. And your instinctual signature is strong. People like the one who noticed you. They're logical, strategic, and emotionally trained. They should be immune to fascination, but your presence bypassed all of that. It struck their intuition. It struck their curiosity. It struck their pride. You became impossible to overlook. It wasn't your clothes. It wasn't your voice. It wasn't anything you performed. It was the way the atmosphere folded itself around you the moment you stepped in. They realized there's something different about you, something people normally spend decades trying to fake, but you have it naturally, this quiet, destabilizing effect. Your presence rearranges the emotional furniture of a space. It highlights truths. It exposes weaknesses. It amplifies authenticity. And powerful people are drawn to that because they're always searching for anomalies, for exceptions, for the one person who breaks the pattern. You broke the pattern simply by showing up, and now they're watching, not out of curiosity, but obsession, because someone with power isn't used to feeling the room shift in your direction instead of theirs. Your presence rearranges the room, and they know it. They feel it, and they cannot ignore it anymore. Number 3. You play chess while everyone else swings wildly. Nothing scares a chaotic enemy more than the person they can't provoke. This section hits the veins of your power, chosen one. In a world where everyone is addicted to reacting, you've become the anomaly. You don't snap back, you don't panic text, you don't jump at every emotional spark, like the rest of the population, running on caffeine and insecurity. You operate with a level of restraint that feels dangerous because it is. It exposes how undisciplined everyone else truly is. Imagine this. Everyone around you is throwing punches in the dark, hoping to land something. Meanwhile, you're standing still, letting them tire themselves out while you calculate the one move that actually matters. That's why someone with serious power locked onto you. They recognized the signature of a controlled mind, one that doesn't flinch at pressure or get baited into emotional traps. Another truth they felt instantly. Your silence carries more force than their shouting ever will. While the world spins like a busted ceiling fan, you remain centered, and that drives people insane, because restraint is misunderstood. Weak minds think restraint equals softness, but powerful minds know restraint equals precision. You're not quiet because you're scared. You're quiet because you're choosing your moment, and that choice is what unsettles everyone watching. Here's something else they noticed. Your pauses aren't empty, they're strategic. When you don't reply instantly, they wonder why. When you don't react emotionally, they wonder what you know. When you take your time, they start doubting themselves instead of you. That's mastery. That's psychological pressure without lifting a finger. Imagine a storm, wind screaming, trees bending, debris flying. And right in the center, there's the calm eye, still, unbothered, untouchable. That's you. People expect chaos to shake you, but you don't move. Powerful individuals see that and think, who taught them to hold this kind of control? And the answer is no one. You learned it through experience, through pain, through choosing growth over impulse. If you've ever wondered, why do people keep testing me? It's because they're trying to locate your breaking point and failing. Your restraint exposes their lack of discipline. Your calm highlights their instability. Your precision reveals their sloppiness. That's why they're obsessed. You mastered what the world avoids, control over yourself, and nothing is more powerful than that. Number 4, your instincts see through people faster than their best systems. Nothing rattles a calculated enemy more than someone who reads them before they speak. This is where your power gets almost unfair. People with influence rely on data, predictions, trend charts, and expert advisors. They trust numbers more than intuition because numbers don't lie. At least that's what they think. Then they meet you, and suddenly all their formulas start glitching. Your intuition outruns their intelligence like a lightning bolt outruns a streetlight trying to catch up. You read people in seconds. You sense motives before the conversation even starts. You pick up patterns others need months of evidence to confirm. You're the kind of person who walks into a room and instantly feels what's off. Who's lying, who's insecure, and who's hiding something behind that fake smile. And the craziest part, You don't even try. Your mind just works like that. Imagine this. Two people are staring at the same puzzle. They're flipping pieces, analyzing shapes, overthinking every detail. Meanwhile, you walk by, glance at it once, and already see the final picture. That's you. That's the part that terrifies them. Your insight bends time. You get to the truth before their analysis even starts downloading. Another quote that slices right into the heart of this truth. Your intuition is a radar, their intelligence is a calculator, and calculators can't detect threats. Radars can. People in power don't like what they can't predict. They like control. They like being the smartest one in every room. But when they watch you operate, they see a different intelligence entirely, one that doesn't wait for proof, one that doesn't need permission, one that doesn't follow logic, yet keeps being right. And chosen one, you've probably wondered, how do I know things before I'm told? Because you're sensitive to the micro signals others ignore. Tone shifts, delayed reactions, gut feelings, emotional patterns. You're reading the truth beneath the surface while everyone else is still stuck on the surface. Imagine this. A chess master planning 12 moves ahead, thinking he's untouchable, but you're reading his facial micro-twitches, the tension in his hands, the tiny moments of hesitation he thought he hid. You're playing the person, not the game. And that's why you win. This is why someone with serious power is obsessed. They built their life on strategy, but you keep beating strategy with instinct. You're unpredictable in the most threatening way, not reckless, but aware, not impulsive, but alert, not lucky, but tuned in. Your intuition isn't a guess, it's a weapon, and they know it. They can't replicate it, they can't explain it, they can't outthink it. That's why they're watching you so closely, because your instincts keep seeing the truth faster than their intelligence ever will. Number 5. You stay solid, even when the world thinks you're not looking. Nothing humiliates a manipulator more than a person they can't buy, bend, or break. This is where your power becomes undeniable, chosen one. In a world that flips its morals depending on who's watching, you stay anchored. Your integrity doesn't switch off when the crowd leaves. Your values don't dissolve when things get hard. And that consistency hits powerful people like a slap they weren't prepared for. People with influence are used to loyalty that costs money, kindness that hides motives, and honesty that evaporates under pressure. But then they meet you, and suddenly the entire blueprint they rely on collapses. Because you don't move based on reward. You don't do the right thing for applause. You don't shift your principles depending on who benefits. You are the same person in the spotlight and in the shadows. That alone makes people with power stop and rethink everything. Imagine this. Two people are walking through a maze. One takes shortcuts every time they think no one is watching. The other follows the path correctly, even when alone. The first person gets to the end faster, sure. But the second person, they actually earned it. And that difference is exactly what separates you from them. Powerful people know shortcuts. You know standards, and standards last longer. Another quote that slices right into your truth. Character is what you protect. Reputation is what protects you. Most people only care about the second. Someone with serious power saw your character before they ever saw your reputation. They watched how you acted in unguarded moments. They noticed how you treated people who had nothing to offer you. They saw the choices you made when there was no benefit attached. And that's when they realized you're different. Imagine this. They throw bait at everyone around them. Status, attention, opportunity, and people grab it immediately, exposing their hunger. But you didn't even blink. You didn't reach. You didn't sell yourself. You didn't compromise. You stayed rooted. That shook them, because power is used to controlling people, but you showed them you can't be controlled, even with everything on the table. You become unpredictable in the most honorable way. They don't know what you'll choose next, because you're not operating for reward. You're operating from principle, and that's a level of freedom most people never reach. If you've ever wondered, why do people test my boundaries? It's because they're trying to find your price. They're trying to see where you fold. But you don't fold. You don't exchange your soul for convenience. You don't modify your truth for comfort. Your moral compass points the same direction, even when the world tries to tilt you. And that drives them wild. Imagine this. A beam of light in a room full of mirrors. Every mirror bends the light. You don't. You remain the source, untouched by reflection. That's you. Everyone else plays angles. You play truth. Power respects that. Not because it's useful, but because it's rare. They've met thousands of talented people, ambitious people, smart people, but integrity, that's almost extinct. And seeing someone who still carries it, lives it, bleeds it, they can't help but be obsessed. Your consistency becomes your quiet form of dominance. Your principles become your shield. Your honesty becomes your leverage. And the one who noticed you, they realized something frightening and fascinating at the same time. You cannot be bought. You cannot be bribed. You cannot be manipulated. Your values are fixed. Your spirit is anchored. Your ethics are non-negotiable. They've never met someone who stays honest even when unseen. That's why they're drawn to you. That's why they respect you. And that's why they can't get you out of their mind. Number 6. You read their soul before they finish their sentence. Nothing breaks an ego faster than being seen by someone they can't fool. This is the part that makes powerful people shift in their seat when you walk in. They're used to being the ones who read everyone else. They're used to being the smartest mind in the room. They're used to decoding motives and controlling outcomes. But then they meet you, and suddenly the roles flip so fast it makes their confidence wobble. You see through people with a speed that feels almost unfair. One glance, one tone shift, one micro-expression, and you already know who's bluffing, who's insecure, who's hiding something, and who's pretending to be stronger than they are. You don't need long conversations. You don't need proof. You don't need time to analyze. Your intuition slices straight through the surface like a hot knife through ice, and they feel that cut. Imagine this. Someone walks in wearing the perfect mask. Everyone else in the room believes it. The mask is polished, practiced, flawless, but the moment you look at them, their mask starts cracking. Because you're not looking at the costume. You're looking at the fear underneath. You're looking at the insecurity behind the confidence. You're looking at the motive behind the smile. And they know you saw it. Another quote that nails your power. You don't read people. You expose them. People who rely on manipulation hate that. People who thrive on secrets get nervous. People who hide behind charm start fidgeting because you're the one person they can't mislead, and that destroys their sense of control. Imagine this. They thought they were playing poker, but you're watching their pupils, their breath pattern, their hesitation. You're playing the player, not the game. That's why you win before the cards hit the table. And chosen one, you might wonder, why do people get uncomfortable when I haven't said anything? Because being around someone who sees too much is intimidating. It forces people to confront their own truth. Your perception is a spotlight. Your insight is a blade. Your awareness is a lie detector they never agreed to stand in front of. Powerful people find that terrifying and addictive. Because while everyone else is fooled by their persona, you're reading the real version of them in seconds. You are unpredictable because you can't be deceived. You are untouchable because their tricks don't work on you. You are fascinating because you see everything they try to hide. That's why they can't stop watching you. You see through people too quickly for comfort, and that is your advantage. Number 7. You can't be steered, bought, or played. Manipulators panic when they meet someone who doesn't fall for the tricks that worked on everyone else. This one hits the enemy right in their pride, chosen one. Because manipulation is the oldest power move in the world. It's how insecure people feel strong, how weak minds pretend to be strategic, and how fake leaders maintain control. They guilt you, they flatter you, they pressure you, they twist stories, they weaponize emotion, they spread illusions, and it works on almost everyone, but not on you. You're unmanipulable in a world built on strings. You don't take the bait. You don't flinch when someone tries to guilt trip you. You don't melt when someone compliments you with hidden motives. You don't fold under forced urgency or emotional traps. Your mind is too aligned, too steady, too awake, and people, especially powerful ones, notice that instantly. Imagine this. Someone pulls out all their best tricks. The guilt angle, the sugar-coated praise, the fake emergency, the emotional performance, the silent treatment, the charm, the pressure. It's their full deck of manipulation. They expect you to react like everyone else, confused, desperate, or emotionally hijacked. But you stay calm, you stay observant, you stay in control. That's the moment their stomach drops. Another truth that slaps them sideways. You can't manipulate someone who isn't hungry for your approval. That's your superpower. You don't chase validation. You don't crave acceptance. You don't rearrange your identity to keep the peace. And you definitely don't let someone else's emotions dictate your next move. Your refusal to react makes manipulators feel powerless. They hate that your silence isn't surrender, it's strategy. They hate that your calm is not confusion, it's clarity. They hate that you walk away instead of getting tangled in their drama web. That's why your presence alone exposes them. Their tricks bounce off you like cheap arrows hitting armor. Imagine this. A puppeteer trying to pull strings, only to realize you're not connected to any of them. You cut those invisible threads a long time ago. You built yourself on logic, intuition, and self-respect, not on the emotional traps other people consider normal communication. And chosen one, if you've ever wondered, why do manipulators get irritated with me so fast? Because you don't play their game. You ruin it. Your clarity ruins their confusion. Your boundaries ruin their access. Your emotional independence ruins their control. People with real power don't fear loud rebels. They fear the calm minds they can't sway. And that's you. You don't follow the script. You don't respond to their cues. You don't obey the emotional choreography they expect. You're unmanipulable, not because you're cold, but because you're aware. Not because you're stubborn, but because you're self-governed. Not because you're detached, but because you're disciplined. That's why they watch you so closely. That's why you shake their confidence. That's why someone with actual influence became obsessed. Your independence is revolutionary in a world addicted to control, and they've never seen anything like it. Number 8. You turned your scars into credentials they can't compete with. Nothing intimidates an enemy more than someone who turned their pain into power instead of excuses. This is the part of you they never saw coming. Most people carry their pain like a limp, dragging it behind them, using it as a reason to shrink, quit, or crumble. But you did the opposite. You carried your pain like a qualification, like something earned, something forged, something that sharpened you instead of shattering you. And when someone with serious power noticed that, it stunned them because they're used to people who break easily. You didn't. Imagine this. Two people go through the same storm. One comes out drenched, shaking, complaining. The other walks out soaked but stronger, eyes clearer, steps heavier with purpose. That second person is you. You didn't escape pain. You outgrew it. You didn't run from the fire. You learned how to walk through it without losing yourself. And that evolution is rare. Powerful people recognize that kind of resilience instantly because it can't be faked or copied. Here's a quote that fits your essence perfectly. Your wounds didn't weaken you, they taught you where you no longer break. That's what fascinates them. They see someone who has every reason to be bitter, yet isn't. Someone who has every reason to fold, yet stands taller. Someone who has every reason to shut down, yet became more aware, more perceptive, more strategic. Pain didn't drain your power, it refined it. It sharpened your intuition, deepened your emotional intelligence, and gave you an insight that can't be learned from books or mentors. Imagine this. Your scars are like ancient blueprints. They hold lessons, not excuses. They hold history, not baggage. They hold wisdom that comes from surviving things most people would never recover from. And you carry that wisdom quietly, naturally, without showing off. That's what makes you an enigma. Pain didn't just pass through you, it transformed you. And people in power can't manipulate someone who has already met their darkest moments and refused to stay there. And you might wonder, why do people seem confused by how strong I am after everything I've been through? Because strength after suffering is rare. Most people collapse. You rebuilt. Here's another truth that hits deep. Fear can be exploited, insecurity can be exploited, but evolution cannot. You evolved, you upgraded, you grew a mind that sees deeper, a heart that feels smarter, and a spirit that doesn't collapse when pressure rises. That makes you untouchable in ways that powerful people can't explain. They can intimidate fragile egos, but not someone who has already faced worse and walked out alive. Imagine this. You're like a blade that's been hammered, burned, cooled, and reshaped. Every hit made you sharper. Every impact made you better. And now, the person with power sees the finished weapon, and they know exactly what it took to create it. That's why they can't ignore you. Your pain is not a weakness. It's your certification, it's your backbone, it's your evidence of endurance. Someone with serious power looked at you and realized you are not someone who folds. You are not someone who quits. You are not someone who stays broken. You took what was meant to destroy you and made it part of your strength. And that kind of resilience, that kind of emotional armor, that kind of evolution, it's impossible for them to overlook, and even harder for them to forget. Number 9, you don't shrink for power. Power shrinks for you. Nothing humiliates a self-proclaimed powerhouse like someone who stands tall in a space they expected you to kneel in. This is the part of you that shakes people at the top, chosen one, because most of the world collapses under authority. They make themselves small. They whisper, they tiptoe, they try to impress. But you do the opposite. You expand. Your spine straightens, your energy sharpens. You walk into rooms built to intimidate, and somehow you become the one who shifts the dynamic. And the person with real power who noticed you, oh, they felt that shift like a punch to their ego. Imagine this: everyone else enters a room like they're trying not to get in trouble. Meanwhile, you walk in like the universe stamped "access granted" on your back. Not arrogant, not loud, just grounded. Present, certain. That certainty disrupts hierarchies in ways they don't want to admit. It forces powerful people to question themselves because your energy doesn't say, "I hope I'm enough." It says, "I already am." Another quote that slices through their pride: "You don't compete with power, you make power recognize you." That's exactly what happens when you show up. You don't shrink to fit someone else's ego. You don't bend your voice, your identity, or your worth just to keep the peace. You stand firm, and that steadiness is dangerous in the most impressive way. People who depend on intimidation realize instantly that their tactics bounce off you. They can't overwhelm you. They can't silence you. They can't make you doubt yourself. And you might wonder, why do authoritative people act weird around me? Because your presence exposes the truth. They're not as powerful as they pretend to be. Imagine this: a lion walks into a room full of animals pretending to be lions. Masks fall off, roars get quiet, eyes look away. Not because you intimidate them with force, but because your authenticity exposes their performance. You aren't trying to dominate, you simply refuse to shrink. Your energy commands without demanding. It fills space without stealing it. It asserts itself without aggression. That's why the person with real power stared at you longer than they meant to. Not because they wanted to overpower you, but because they couldn't. You are steady in the face of hierarchy. You are grounded in the presence of influence. You are equal where others make themselves small. Your spirit doesn't shrink around power. It rises, and power can't help but rise with it. Number 10. You move like someone who wasn't meant to be ordinary. Nothing terrifies the world more than a person who walks like their future is already written. This part of you is what shakes powerful people the hardest, chosen one. Because ambition is common. Everyone wants something. Everyone chases something. Everyone strives. But you don't chase. You carry. You move with a frequency that doesn't feel like ambition. It feels like inevitability. Like the universe placed a stamp on your existence that says, this one was built for impact. And people with power can sense it instantly. Imagine this. Two people are walking toward the same door. One hesitates, checks the sign, wonders if they belong there. The other just walks right through because something inside them already knows the door will open. You're the second person. Your path doesn't feel forced. It feels aligned. That alignment creates a signal, a vibration, an aura that powerful people recognize before you even speak. Another quote that mirrors your energy: you don't walk toward purpose, you carry purpose with you. That's the part they can't manipulate, can't measure, and definitely can't unsee, because your presence doesn't feel accidental, it feels intentional, like something bigger, call it intuition, calling, or momentum, is guiding you step by step. You don't move like someone trying to become something. You move like someone who already is something, and the world is just catching up. Imagine this: a radio picking up a frequency others can't tune into. That's you. Your spirit broadcasts a signal that only certain people can hear. And the ones who can, they get pulled in without understanding why. They feel your trajectory before you even make the move. It's not loud or dramatic. It's steady, consistent, undeniable. And chosen one, you might wonder, why do people assume I'm going places even when I'm quiet? Because your energy doesn't whisper potential, it announces it. Another truth that hits the enemy hard. Destiny doesn't chase attention, it draws it. Powerful people are used to ambition. They see it every day. But destiny, that's different. Destiny doesn't hustle. Destiny doesn't beg. Destiny doesn't negotiate. Destiny simply unfolds. And when someone sees you moving with that level of certainty, it shakes them, because they know they can influence ambition, but they can't influence inevitability. Imagine this, a comet moving through the sky. It doesn't try to shine. It doesn't try to get noticed. It just moves on its path, and everyone is forced to look up. That's you. You're not trying to impress, yet eyes follow you. You're not asking for recognition, yet people sense your impact before it fully arrives. You exist on a wavelength that isn't taught. It's carried. Your frequency is not hype. Your frequency is not performance. Your frequency is not ego. It's alignment. It's momentum. It's truth. People with power don't fear competitors. They fear destinies. Competitors can be defeated. Destinies can't. And you walk like someone whose future isn't optional. You move like someone who's already in motion. You radiate the kind of certainty that unsettles anyone still searching for their path. That's why they noticed you. That's why they can't explain you. And that's why they can't stop watching you. You don't chase destiny. You embody it. So your journey isn't random, chosen one. Someone with real power noticed you for a reason, and now you finally understand why. Every trait you carry, every shift you create, every instinct you follow has marked you as unforgettable. This is your confirmation that you're not ordinary. You never were. And if this message hit you where it needed to, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure you smash that subscribe button so you never miss the truth the universe keeps trying to hand you. The moment you stopped shrinking, someone out there started shaking. That's the truth they don't want to admit, and it hits them harder than a confession under a spotlight, because your whole life they were counting on you staying small, confused, unsure, and scared. But you changed the script without warning. You broke the pattern without asking permission. You shifted in a way they never prepared for, and just like that, their comfort cracked like thin ice under real weight. Imagine a pond that looks calm, safe, peaceful. Then out of nowhere, a single stone drops in. Quiet, small, but the ripples spread fast, crossing the whole surface, disturbing everything that trusted the water to stay still. That's you. You didn't explode. You didn't make noise. You didn't stage some grand rebellion. You just shifted your energy, your attitude, your awareness, and those tiny ripples traveled straight into their world. Now suddenly, the people who once felt safe around you are acting weird, nervous, even threatened. Here's a fact backed by behavioral psychology. Humans fear unpredictable change more than loud chaos. Loud chaos is expected. It's dramatic. You can see it coming, but subtle, quiet, unannounced growth. That's the danger zone. That's what triggers instinct-level panic. You became unpredictable in the best way. They couldn't read you anymore. They couldn't predict your reactions. They couldn't control your mood. And once a person realizes they can't control you, fear starts replacing the comfort they used to feed on. And to the surprise of absolutely nobody except you, Your quiet evolution hit them straight in the ego. Because while you were just trying to heal, mind your business, choose peace, or drink your water in peace like a normal person, they felt the shift first. They felt the moment you outgrew the version of yourself they were depending on. They felt the second your innocence turned into awareness. You didn't even notice what you did. But trust me, they did. They noticed instantly. They noticed deeply. And it terrified them more than any argument or confrontation ever could. And thank you, chosen one. Before we keep going, don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe. It helps the message reach more souls who need it. It's not just content, it's a mission. And you being here means you're part of a force. Thanks for choosing to stand with this message. Now let's slip right back into what's unfolding around you. Here's what they won't tell you. They depended on you not knowing who you were. They relied on your doubt, your confusion, your softness, your silence. They survived off your hesitation. They benefited from your lack of boundaries. They loved the version of you that didn't ask questions, the one who apologized just for existing, the one who ignored red flags, the one who overgave, the one who believed their lies because your heart was just too honest. But then something happened, something small on the outside, but massive on the inside. You stopped letting people talk to you any way they wanted. You stopped saying yes when you meant no. You stopped breaking yourself to keep others comfortable. You stopped allowing your loyalty to be taken as weakness. You stopped letting manipulation slide. You stopped pretending you didn't see the things your intuition whispered about. You didn't become cold. You became clear. You didn't become rude. You became real. You didn't become difficult. You became unavailable to disrespect. That's the shift. That's the earthquake. That's the moment the universe circled around you and said, finally. And the people who were used to your old patterns, they felt that shift like a storm rolling in behind their back. You didn't give them a warning. You didn't send out a memo. You didn't even do anything dramatic. You just changed, and they weren't ready for the upgraded version of you. Because the upgraded version sees everything. The upgraded version understands motives. The upgraded version can read intentions like subtitles. The upgraded version doesn't cling, doesn't chase, doesn't beg, doesn't break. And that version of you is dangerous, not because you harm anyone, but because you finally stopped harming yourself to please them. They are terrified because your clarity exposed them. Your strength revealed their weakness. Your boundaries exposed their dependence on your lack of boundaries. Your peace revealed their chaos. Your growth revealed their stagnation. And the funniest part in all of this, they know exactly what part of your evolution threatens them the most. They know the exact moment you woke up. They know the exact moment their influence stopped working. They know the exact second they lost access to the old you. And every day since then, they've been trying to act like nothing's different, but inside, the panic is eating them alive. And while they're losing sleep over what version of you they'll meet next, you're just out here trying to choose healthier thoughts, better habits, and cleaner energy. You're not even doing anything to them. You're just minding your business. But for people who thrived off your confusion, your peace feels like a threat. For people who needed you small, your confidence is a nightmare. For people who depended on your silence, your voice is a problem. For people who fed on your guilt, your self-respect is a disaster. They're not scared because you're doing something wrong. They're scared because you finally started doing something right. And here's the plot twist. You still don't fully know what you did. You're still trying to figure out why certain people started acting distant, tense, awkward, or defensive ever since you grew. But the truth is simple. When you evolve, people either rise with you or fall back into the shadows. And the ones falling back aren't falling because you pushed them. They're falling because your new level exposes their old tricks. You are a walking reminder of everything they refuse to work on. You are proof that healing is possible, growth is possible, self-respect is possible, and that makes you a threat to anyone committed to staying the same. The universe didn't make you stronger for no reason. It didn't sharpen your intuition for no reason. It didn't pull you out of old patterns for no reason. It didn't wake you up just so you could go back to sleep. You shifted because you were meant to. You shifted because you needed to. You shifted because staying who you used to be would have destroyed you. And now your evolution is exposing every person who only tolerated you when you were lost. You have no idea what you did, but they do. And believe me, they're absolutely terrified. This is just the beginning. Let's break down exactly why the new you has them watching their own shadows. And chosen one, seriously, thank you for being here. You didn't land on this message by accident. The universe nudged you because what comes next is going to hit differently. So before we go any deeper, show some love to the mission behind this message. Hit like, subscribe, and drop a comment with 777 so the universe knows you're ready to step into the version of yourself that has people trembling. And if you want to push this message further, you can bless the team with a super thanks. Whether it's a single cent or something bigger, every piece of support fuels the work that keeps truth like this reaching the souls who need it most. You're not just watching, you're helping this force grow. And now, let's ease right into the next part. If you really are who I think you are, you'll feel that pull to stay until the end, because once we start breaking down why they're terrified of you, everything about your past interactions will finally make sense. Let's get into it. Number 1. When you broke free, their power fell apart like cheap paper. Nothing scares a manipulator more than the moment their favorite puppet cuts the strings. They felt that slice long before you even realized you stopped playing along. That's the part that eats them alive. You weren't plotting, you weren't scheming, you weren't trying to expose anyone. You simply grew quietly and naturally, and your evolution hit them like a spotlight they never asked for. Because the truth is simple, you didn't expose them with a fight. You exposed them by outgrowing the version of you they needed to control. They built their whole confidence on the belief that they knew how to steer you. They thought they had your emotions mapped out like a blueprint. They assumed you'd keep reacting the way you always did. But then something shifted in you, something they didn't see coming, something they couldn't measure or manage. It wasn't loud, it wasn't dramatic, but it broke their entire strategy. Think of it like this. Imagine someone leaning all their weight on a door, bragging about how they're strong enough to keep it shut. They smirk, they boast, they flex, but one day you simply walk away from the other side. And they crash to the floor because they never had real strength to begin with. Their power depended on you holding the door closed. That's what your evolution did to them. You're probably wondering, but what exactly did I do? Why did they freak out? Why did their behavior change so fast? Here's the hard truth. They weren't scared of losing you. They were scared of losing access to you. They were scared of losing the version of you who didn't question their motives. They were scared of losing the influence they thought was permanent. And the second you stopped feeding that influence, it died. Humans who rely on manipulation always bet on one thing: the other person staying unaware. As long as you were confused, self-doubting, or emotionally tangled, they were safe. They survived off your uncertainty. They needed you to be predictable. They needed your reactions. They needed your softness. They needed your guilt. They needed you to keep interpreting their pressure as care, their manipulation as concern, and their control as connection. But then you stopped responding to their cues. You stopped bending your energy around their moods. You stopped over-explaining yourself. You stopped seeking validation from people who gave you crumbs. You stopped letting guilt drive your decisions. And when your internal world shifted, their external world shook. The scariest kind of rebellion is the one that isn't announced. It just happens. And that's exactly what you did. You didn't declare war. You didn't throw a tantrum. You didn't expose them publicly. You simply changed the way you carried yourself. And that calm evolution forced them to face an ugly truth. Their influence only existed because you allowed it. Once that allowance disappeared, so did their power. Your silence used to work in their favor. Now, your silence works against them. Because now, your silence doesn't mean confusion. It means clarity. It means awareness. It means you're done entertaining the nonsense they use to throw your way. And nothing terrifies a manipulator more than a person who can't be baited anymore. You didn't have to say, "I see what you're doing." Your energy said it for you. Your boundaries said it for you. Your lack of reaction said it for you. Your peace screamed louder than any argument ever could. It's almost funny. They thought they were the ones observing you, analyzing you, reading you like a book. But the moment you caught even one glimpse of their patterns, the whole mask slipped. You didn't expose them intentionally, but you exposed the fact that they were only powerful as long as you stayed in the dark. They know you see them now. They know the old tricks won't work. They know the fake superiority has cracks. They know their intimidation lost its effect. They know their emotional games can't hit you the way they used to. And that realization, it shook them deeply, quietly, permanently. Here's what they don't want to admit. You were the one giving them relevance. Without you, they're just a person with a handful of manipulative habits and nowhere to aim them. And now that you're no longer orbiting their insecurity, they're forced to face what they were hiding from. You were never the fragile one. They were. They depended on your confusion. They fed on your empathy. They clung to your loyalty. They abused your softness. But now that your clarity is sharp, their influence looks ridiculous. Their guilt trips fall flat. Their little power plays seem childish. Their control tactics feel predictable, and they can feel you slipping out of their reach, not with anger, but with ease. And ease is what terrifies them the most. Because if you can walk away from their influence so effortlessly, what does that say about the power they swore they had? What does that say about the identity they built around controlling you? What does that say about the role they forced themselves into? You have them questioning themselves in a way they never expected. You have them wondering how long you've been seeing the truth. You have them wondering who else can see their weakness when they look at you. You have them replaying every moment where they thought they were fooling you. And that's the beauty of your evolution. You didn't hurt them, you humbled them. They're not terrified because you did something. They're terrified because you stopped doing something. You stopped needing them. You stopped validating them. You stopped shrinking for them. You stopped filling the role they imagined for you. And that shift made their influence collapse like cardboard in the rain. They always thought you'd stay predictable. You became unreadable. They always thought you'd stay dependent. You became self-sufficient. They always thought you'd stay silent. You became observant. They always thought you'd stay blind. You became aware. Your awareness is their nightmare. Your independence is their downfall. Your growth is their exposure. So now they're terrified, not because you attacked them, but because you outgrew them so naturally that their manipulation couldn't keep up. And when someone loses control over a person they once relied on controlling, they don't get angry. They get afraid. This is the part they'll never say out loud. You accidentally showed them how powerless they really were, and nothing is more humiliating to someone who built their identity on being in control. This is why their energy toward you shifted. This is why their tone changed. This is why they act uncomfortable, restless, defensive, or distant. This is why they look at you differently now. This is why they don't talk the same way anymore. This is why they react like you're unpredictable. Because you are. You're unpredictable to them because they can't control you anymore, and that's what real fear looks like. Your evolution dismantled everything they thought they built around you, and you didn't even mean to do it. But trust me, they felt it, they still feel it, and they'll keep feeling it, because nothing haunts a manipulator more than the person who woke up. Number 2, you didn't just break their narrative, you burned the whole script in front of them. A liar's worst nightmare is someone who stops behaving the way their lies describe. When the truth walks in with its head held high, every false story starts choking. Nothing collapses faster than a narrative built on jealousy trying to describe someone it can't control. They felt all 3 of those truths hit at once the moment you stepped out of the role they wrote for you. Because yes, they wrote one. They had a whole storyline prepared, and in their little fantasy, you were the supporting character, the lost one, the insecure one, the one who never figured things out. They needed you small so their story could seem big. They needed you confused so their lies could sound believable. They needed you predictable so their manipulation could stay hidden. Your whole identity, in their eyes, wasn't even yours. It was a version they painted, exaggerated, twisted and repeated until even they believed it. Then something happened that they never prepared for. You woke up, you grew, you evolved, you stepped out of their narrative like stepping out of a fog, and suddenly everything they crafted around you started falling apart. Imagine this. Someone builds a house from cardboard, decorates it, paints it, takes pictures of it, and tells everyone it's a mansion. They brag about how strong it is, how flawless it is, how they built it perfectly. But one day, a breeze rolls through. A soft, simple breeze, and the whole mansion collapses. That breeze was you choosing to live in your truth. Here's another image. Picture someone stitching a puppet. They pick the strings, tie the knots, rehearse the movements. They practice pulling the puppet left, right, forward, backward. But one day, the puppet stands up, cuts one string, then another, and finally looks them dead in the face with no fear. That moment, that's the moment their story about you died. You probably ask yourself, what story were they even trying to tell about me? Why did they need to twist everything? Because people who fear your potential will always try to control your image. They can't control your soul, so they try to control your reputation. They can't stop your growth, so they try to shape how others see you. They can't weaken you internally, so they try to weaken you externally. That's the blueprint of insecure manipulators. And here's what makes them terrified now. Your evolution didn't just contradict their narrative, it exposed it. The truth doesn't need to scream, it just needs to exist. The moment you started making decisions that didn't match their script, their whole illusion cracked. You became stronger when they needed you fragile. You became calm when they needed you reactive. You became self-aware when they needed you confused. You became confident when they needed you uncertain. Every new version of you was another plot twist they didn't authorize. Imagine a movie where the villain is bragging about how they've figured out the hero, only for the hero to suddenly develop a new power, a new form, a new mindset the villain never saw coming. That's how they see you now. You change the genre without letting them rewrite the dialogue, and that's where their fear begins. They spent so much time shaping how others saw you, spreading subtle lies, dropping small remarks, twisting small details, rewriting intentions, repainting your character flaws darker than they really were, softening their own flaws so no one noticed. Every rumor, every whisper, every backhanded comment was meant to reinforce a single idea. You were beneath them. But when you started thriving, their story started dying. The moment you stepped into your strength, their story became unbelievable. The moment you spoke with clarity, their lies looked sloppy. The moment you stopped reacting, their accusations lost power. The moment you became self-aware, their narrative lost its anchor. You didn't fight them, you simply became undeniable. And everything undeniable ruins everything artificial. That's the part that scares them. They can't argue against your authenticity. They can't discredit results that people can see. They can't twist what's in front of them. They can't manipulate a story when the main character refuses to follow the script. Their biggest mistake was assuming you would stay the same forever. You grew. Their narrative didn't. You evolved. Their lies stayed stuck. You expanded. Their mindset stayed small. You rose. Their perception stayed outdated. And every time someone sees the new you, someone out there also sees the cracks in the story they tried to tell. That's why they panic around you now, why they act awkward, why they avoid eye contact, why their tone shifts, why they seem defensive for no reason, why they try to pretend like nothing changed, because everything changed. When you rise, every lie told in your direction sinks. And trust me, they feel the sinking. Every moment you glow, something they said about you looks stupid. Every time you show strength, something they implied about you looks weak. Every time you make a healthy decision, something they exaggerated about you crumbles. Every time people see your real character, their false version loses value. You're not ruining their story on purpose. You're ruining it because their story was never true in the first place. And let's not ignore the part they hate the most. You didn't expose them with drama. You exposed them by being everything they said you weren't. They spent years trying to convince people you were unstable. Yet here you are, level-headed, calm, grounded. They tried to paint you as weak, yet your resilience speaks louder than their insecurity ever could. They tried to call you lost, yet your clarity now makes them the ones who look confused. They tried to say you'd never grow, yet you evolved into a version of yourself they can't touch. This is why they're terrified, because if their story about you was really true, then you shouldn't be who you are today. But you are, which means their story wasn't just wrong. It was exposed as a lie. Imagine a magician performing a trick, making the crowd gasp, flaunting their power. But mid-performance, someone walks behind the curtain and realizes the trick is fake. Then the magician has two problems. The trick doesn't work anymore. And the person who saw the truth now sees everything differently. You are that person. You walked behind the curtain. And now the magician can't fool you or anyone watching you. Your presence alone exposes them. Your success alone invalidates their version. Your peace alone contradicts their script. Your strength alone rewrites the whole narrative. You tore their story apart without even meaning to. You simply outgrew it. You became someone they can't explain, can't control, and can't predict. Someone who doesn't fit the lies they once relied on. Someone who doesn't match the character they tried to force on you. Someone who makes their whole narrative collapse under its own weight. They're terrified because now people see you clearly. And when people see the real you, they also see the real them. Your truth didn't just ruin their story, it erased the illusion they lived in, and it left them exposed to themselves. This is the fear they're living with now. You destroyed the narrative they hid behind, and you did it by becoming who you were always meant to be. Number 3, you outlived the trap they built to break you quietly. The cruelest shock to someone who wanted you shattered is realizing you survived what they designed for your destruction. They thought subtle destruction would be your downfall, not loud attacks, not obvious sabotage. No, your enemy chose the silent route, the psychological slow burn, the kind of emotional erosion that eats away at confidence grain by grain. They built that system on purpose, convinced that if they kept everything invisible, you'd crumble without anyone ever knowing why. They counted on your silence. They banked on your confusion. They expected your exhaustion. They truly believed you'd fold from pressure so quiet that even you would question if it was real. But here's the twist they never prepared for. You adapted, quietly, skillfully, relentlessly. Imagine a plant trying to grow through concrete. No one sees the struggle happening beneath the surface. No one sees the pressure, the weight, the suffocation. Yet one day, a tiny crack appears. Then a green stem pushes through like the laws of nature are bowing to it. That was you. They built concrete. You became the crack they can't patch. Or picture a glass jar they trapped you in. They tightened the lid, reduced the air, waited for you to suffocate emotionally. But you found a way to breathe anyway. You found micro moments of strength no one noticed. You found inner exits they didn't know existed. And when you walked out of that jar with your mind intact, your spirit steady, and your self-awareness sharper than ever, that was their nightmare becoming real. You might ask yourself, if I survived, why are they scared now? Because survival isn't neutral. Silent survival is evidence. It's proof you're far stronger than they assumed. It's proof their tactics failed. It's proof their influence wasn't absolute. They watch you now, your clarity, your calmness, your confidence, and what they see is terrifying. You were supposed to break. Instead, you evolved. Every time you smile, they feel exposed. Every time you speak calmly, they feel powerless. Every time you make a choice without their shadow guiding it, they panic. You survived something that was engineered to destroy you in silence, and now your existence is the loudest thing in their world. You became the proof that their power had limits, and once someone like you learns to survive in the dark, you become unstoppable in the light. Number 4, you grew into someone. Their imagination was too small to predict. Nothing terrifies a controlling person more than realizing the seed they tried to stunt turned into a forest they can't navigate. They had your entire life charted out in their heads. Every reaction, every limit, every weakness. They swore they knew you better than you knew yourself. They built a mental cage and convinced themselves you'd never climb out. In their mind, your growth would always stay slow, predictable, easy to interrupt. They thought your potential came with an off switch they controlled. But growth doesn't follow their schedule. Growth doesn't wait for their permission. Growth doesn't check in with their ego to see if it's allowed. Imagine someone trying to cage the wind with their hands. They squeeze tighter, thinking they're in control, but the wind slips through every gap. That was you. Your evolution didn't fight them. It simply outgrew the boundaries they drew. Or picture them planting a tiny box around a sapling, confident it'll stay small forever. But one day, the roots break through, the branches extend, the box snaps in half like it was made of cardboard. That's what your awareness did to their control. You might wonder, why does my growth bother them so much? Because your growth exposed their limitations. Your strength exposed their insecurity. Your clarity exposed their manipulation. Your evolution exposed how wrong they were about you. Every new boundary you set, every moment you showed self-respect, every decision that didn't match their expectations, all of it was another reminder that they never actually shaped you. They only shaped the version of you they wanted to believe in, and now that version is dead. Your improvement didn't just surprise them, it embarrassed them, because they built their whole identity on thinking you were stuck. And now they're watching you rise, level by level, while their assumptions crumble like dust in your shadow. They can't predict your next move. They can't measure your growth. They can't contain your direction. You grew in angles they never planned for, in depths they never imagined, and in strength they never believed you had. And that's why they're terrified. Your evolution exposed their imagination as the smallest thing in the room. Number 5. When you went quiet, their entire power supply went dark. The moment you stopped reacting was the moment their kingdom collapsed. Silence is the weapon they never saw coming. Nothing scares a manipulator more than a person who no longer gives them an emotional doorway. They built their whole strategy around your reactions. Your emotions were their electricity. Your responses were their oxygen. Your anger, confusion, explanations, defenses, that was their playground. They didn't need to raise their voice or launch big attacks. All they needed was one thing: your energy. As long as you reacted, they stayed powerful. As long as you explained yourself, they stayed relevant. As long as you got pulled into their drama, they controlled the script. But then something shifted inside you. Quietly, sharply, permanently. You stopped reacting, not out of bitterness, not out of spite, but because something in you finally clicked. Reacting to them was the same as obeying them. And once that realization hit, you walked out of their emotional arena without saying a word. Imagine a parasite losing its host. It panics, it thrashes, it starves. That's exactly what happened when you chose silence over engagement. They had no emotional fuel to feed on, no chaos to manipulate, no buttons to press. Your lack of response was the eviction notice they never thought you'd deliver. Or picture a puppeteer lifting the strings, ready to make the puppet dance, only to realize the puppet isn't attached anymore. Their hands move, nothing responds. They're left performing to an empty stage. You might ask yourself, why does my silence bother them more than my anger ever did? Because anger they can twist, confusion they can exploit, sadness they can use. But silence? Silence is control. Silence is clarity. Silence is freedom. Your stillness became the loudest rejection of their influence. Every ignored insult shattered their ego. Every calm breath exposed their dependency. Every moment you refused to engage showed them the truth. They never had power. They only had access. And now that access is gone, they can't read you. They can't provoke you. They can't predict you. They can't reach you. Your silence became a wall they cannot climb, a boundary they cannot bend, and a truth they cannot escape. You didn't destroy their influence by fighting harder. You destroyed it by stepping out of reach. And that quiet, controlled distance, that's the thing that terrifies them the most. Number 6, you didn't lose them. You just stopped pretending they mattered. Nothing crushes an ego faster than realizing the person they thought depended on them never needed them at all. The deadliest rejection isn't loud. It's living well without someone who swore you couldn't. They had this whole fantasy built around the idea that they were vital to your existence. In their mind, they were the mentor, the backbone, the savior, the irreplaceable presence you'd collapse without. They needed that belief like oxygen. It made them feel powerful, superior, relevant. It let them mask their insecurity under a costume of importance. But then something happened that blew their entire self-image to dust. You stopped needing them, not dramatically, not with accusations or speeches. You simply operated on your own. You made choices without checking in. You handled your emotions without their interference. You lived without chasing their approval. And that quiet independence stabbed deeper than any confrontation ever could. Imagine someone holding a key, bragging about how you'd never get through the door without them. Then you calmly walk around the back and use another entrance. The key becomes meaningless. The person holding it becomes irrelevant. That's the moment they realized they weren't essential. They were just convenient. Or picture them standing on a pedestal they built themselves, convinced the whole world sees them as central to your growth. Then one day, you stop looking up. Suddenly, that pedestal becomes a lonely, embarrassing place to stand. You might ask yourself, why did my independence scare them so much? Because your independence exposed their illusion. Your calm detachment proved their role was never as big as they advertised. Your self-sufficiency revealed a truth they spent years avoiding. They were tolerated, not treasured. Included, not needed. Present, not powerful. Every step you took without them cracked their self-image. Every decision you made on your own erased their imaginary importance. Every moment you thrived without their input forced them to face a humiliating truth. They were never the backbone of your life. They were a shadow standing in a place you outgrew. Your freedom didn't just remove them, it exposed their irrelevance. And that, more than anything, is why they're terrified now. Number 7. Your healing didn't just free you. It exposed their whole playbook as useless. The moment you healed, their power evaporated because broken was the only version of you their strategy worked on. Your recovery wasn't a comeback. It was the final proof that their influence was always a cheap illusion. They built their entire strategy on one assumption, that your wounds would keep you obedient. They didn't need you chained, they just needed you hurting. Pain makes people predictable, and they thought your pain was permanent. They counted on your old triggers, your insecurities, your scars. They believed if they could remind you of your weaknesses enough times, you'd never rise high enough to see their manipulation clearly. But then you did something they never prepared for. You healed, not halfway, not temporarily, not to impress anyone. You healed for real, from the inside out, layer by layer, wound by wound. Imagine someone building a prison with invisible walls. They assume you'll stay trapped because they convinced you the walls are solid. But one day you test them and your hand goes straight through. That's what healing did for you. It showed you that the barriers they spent years installing were made of smoke. Or picture someone tying you with ropes made of fear and guilt. They think the knots are permanent because you never tried to pull away. But once you finally tug, the rope snaps like old string. Your healing didn't just set you free, it embarrassed them. You might wonder, why does my healing terrify them so much? Because healing is the one thing they cannot weaponize. They can twist your emotions, but they can't twist your recovery. They can exploit your pain, but they can't exploit your self-awareness. They can cling to your wounds, but they can't cling to your strength. Your healed version is the one they never wanted to meet. Every layer of clarity you gained exposed how weak their strategy truly was. Every boundary you built made their manipulation useless. Every moment you chose peace over panic erased the leverage they depended on. Your healing flipped their entire system upside down. They see it now, painfully. Their power wasn't real. Their influence wasn't permanent. Their control wasn't skill. It was your trauma. And now that the trauma is gone, so is their access. You no longer break the way you used to. You no longer react the way you once did. You no longer believe the lies you once absorbed. Your healing invalidated everything they designed to keep you small. And here's the part that hits them the hardest. They can't undo it. They can't reverse it. They can't manipulate their way back into your mind. Your healing is permanent. Your strength is locked in. Your self-respect is non-negotiable. They are terrified because your growth proves the truth they tried to bury. They only looked powerful when you were hurting. Now that you're healed, they look like nothing at all. Number 8. Your evolution became the mirror they never wanted to look into. Nothing haunts a guilty person more than the success of the one they tried to break. Your growth didn't expose them with words, it exposed them with contrast. You becoming whole is the receipt they can't rip up. They never expected your growth to pull back the curtain on their behavior. In their mind, they could move however they wanted, manipulate the story, twist the emotions, shift the blame, and you would stay too overwhelmed or too confused to ever notice. They thought your silence meant ignorance. They thought your forgiveness meant blindness. They thought your empathy meant weakness. But then you evolved, and your evolution dragged their truth into the light. Imagine someone throwing dirt on a white shirt, convinced no one will see it because the room is dark. But then someone flips the switch. Suddenly, the stains glow. That's what your growth did. You turned on the lights they never thought you'd reach. Now every petty tactic, every subtle cruelty, every hidden agenda is sitting in plain sight with nowhere to hide. Or picture them building a false image of themselves with cheap plastic, shiny, impressive, perfect from afar. But then you started rising, becoming stronger, clearer, more self-aware. And beside your authenticity, their mask suddenly looked flimsy. That comparison alone created guilt sharp enough to cut through every lie they told themselves. You might wonder, why does my progress make them uncomfortable? Why does my healing bother them? Because your growth is evidence. Evidence of what they did. Evidence of what they tried to shape. Evidence of what you survived. You becoming whole forces them to acknowledge they played a part in breaking you. And that guilt, it's the one consequence they never prepared for. Your rise is the confession they'll never say out loud. Every boundary you enforce reminds them of the lines they crossed. Every calm decision you make reminds them of the chaos they created. Every moment you choose peace reminds them of the turmoil they fed off. Every success you claim reminds them of how hard they tried to hold you back. Your growth invalidates their excuses. Your clarity destroys their narratives. Your independence exposes their selfishness. And the worst part for them, you don't want revenge. You don't need their apology. You don't even need acknowledgement. Your thriving alone is enough to force their conscience awake. Your evolution became the mirror they can't escape, and every time they see you leveling up, that mirror reflects the guilt they tried to bury. Your growth doesn't just liberate you, it convicts them quietly, relentlessly, permanently. Number 9. You walked away from a contract they thought you'd signed in blood. The biggest shock to someone who depended on your kindness is realizing your kindness was voluntary. not a lifetime subscription. When you stop agreeing to a role you never auditioned for, the whole power structure collapses. They built an entire system around your willingness to overgive, not because you were weak, but because you were generous, patient, loyal, understanding. They mistook that for obligation. They mistook your heart for debt. They built an invisible contract around you, one they never had the courage to say out loud. You exist to make my life easier. They assumed you'd keep giving without limits. They assumed your support was permanent. They assumed your energy was theirs to borrow whenever their insecurities flared up. But then something changed. Softly, quietly, fatally. For them, you stopped playing the role. You stopped showing up on demand. You stopped absorbing their emotions like it was your duty. You stopped letting "but you always" dictate your choices. And that simple shift shattered the entire unspoken agreement they were depending on to feel powerful. Imagine a vending machine they've been using for years. Push a button, get what they want. No cost, no effort. Then one day, the machine goes dark. No noise, no explanation. They press the button again. Nothing. They shake it. Nothing. They pound on the glass. Nothing. That's the panic they feel now, because you were never a vending machine, and your energy was never their product. Or picture a person sitting on a throne made of your emotional labor. Your patience was the seat. Your tolerance was the legs. Your forgiveness was the backrest. The day you took those pieces back, their throne didn't just wobble, it collapsed. And they hit the floor hard enough to finally understand how much of their power was borrowed from you. You might ask yourself, why does my independence feel like a threat to them? Because independence destroys dependency. Because choosing yourself means they lose access. Because your boundaries expose their entitlement. Because your refusal unmasks how much they took from you without giving anything back. Your no was the eviction notice they never thought you'd deliver. They feel the shift instantly. Their guilt trips fall flat. Their emotional pressure doesn't land. Their expectations get ignored. Their attempts to pull you back feel pathetic even to them. And the part that scares them the most? You didn't need a confrontation to free yourself. You didn't scream. You didn't explain. You didn't negotiate. You simply stopped participating in a system you never agreed to. That quiet rebellion hits harder than any argument because it proves something they never wanted to accept. Their power only existed because you allowed it. Your absence shows them how much they depended on you. Your boundaries show them how unbalanced the relationship was. Your independence shows them how unnecessary their control really is. Your peace shows them how much chaos they expected you to carry. Their fear now isn't about losing you. It's about facing the truth that they were never needed, never essential, never the backbone they pretended to be. By breaking the unspoken dependency contract, you exposed their entire system as hollow. You showed them that your effort was a gift, not a duty. Your presence was a choice, not a contract. And your energy was a privilege, not a guarantee. That truth, it terrifies anyone whose power depended on your silence. Number 10, your entire comeback became the receipt they can't argue with. Nothing exposes a person faster than the success of the one they mistreated. You didn't tell the truth about them. You became the truth. Your healing is the evidence they prayed no one would ever see. They spent years counting on one thing: secrecy. They thought the way they treated you would stay hidden under excuses, charm, fake innocence, and carefully curated narratives. In their mind, you were the perfect shield. Quiet, forgiving, confused, too loyal to ever piece things together. They assumed the story would always tilt in their favor because they mastered the art of pretending. But they miscalculated one massive thing: your evolution. When you healed, when you grew, when you stepped into your strength, you didn't just move forward, you exposed everything they tried to bury, not with words, not with accusations, not with drama, but with your life. You became the kind of grounded, self-aware, dignified human they never expected you to become. And that version of you is a walking contradiction to every lie they ever told. Imagine someone hiding cracks in a wall with posters and decorations. It looks perfect until the lights get brighter. That brighter light is you now. The cracks they swore nobody would ever see are suddenly obvious, and they realize they can't cover them anymore. Or picture them rewriting history in their head, painting themselves as the wise one, the victim, the hero, only to see you thriving in a way that makes their entire story fall apart. Your stability destroys their excuses. Your growth silences their narrative. Your composure invalidates every accusation they ever tried to put on you. You might wonder, why does my progress shake them this much? Because your progress exposes their past. Your strength highlights their weakness. Your boundaries reveal their overreach. Your peace shows how much chaos they caused. You didn't expose them, you outgrew them, and that was enough to expose everything. Every level you rise to reminds them of every tactic that failed. Every bit of clarity you show highlights how blurry their intentions were. Every moment of dignity you hold proves they misjudged you from the start. And the part that terrifies them most, your existence is permanent evidence. You can't be silenced. You can't be rewritten. You can't be undone. You survived what they hoped would define you, and because of that, you now define them. That truth, unspoken but undeniable, is the one thing they cannot manipulate, escape, or erase. So, chosen one, you walked out of the cage they built and didn't even bother looking back. That alone proves everything they tried to shape, limit, or control was never strong enough to hold you. Your growth exposed their weakness, your freedom exposed their intentions, and your evolution proved they were never the architect of your life. You were. And if this message hit you where it needed to, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure you hit subscribe. Your next level deserves to be witnessed. People who lie about you always forget one thing: the wrong listener can become their worst nightmare. That single truth is haunting them right now. They tried to twist your name, chosen one, and they thought they were being clever. They thought they were building a story that made you look weak, messy, or dangerous. But they messed up the moment they told their lie to someone who actually pays attention. Someone who doesn't swallow words just because they sound dramatic. Someone who sees through nonsense like it's made of glass. Here's the metaphor that hits them straight in the ego. Imagine them throwing mud at your name, hoping it would stain you forever, but they didn't check the wind first. The mud blew right back into their face, fast and ugly. And everyone around them saw it happen. They didn't just lie. They publicly exposed how desperate they are. And here's the fact they can't escape. People with real integrity don't just listen to lies, they test them. They compare the lie with what they already know about you. And when truth and character don't match the story, the liar becomes the problem, not you. That's why they're avoiding you now, not because you're guilty, but because they got caught being fake. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this truth to more souls. It's a responsibility we all share to pass light forward in a world filled with shadows. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just a viewer. You're part of a force that wakes people up without raising your voice. Now, let's come back to the real reason you're here. They're staying away from you because the truth hit harder than any lie they tried to build. They never expected the person they lied to would actually think for themselves. They never expected that person to look at your reputation, your energy, your behavior, and realize something wasn't adding up. The same name they tried to throw away is now being protected, respected, and defended by someone who sees right through manipulation. And the liar knows it. You can see it in how they act now. They move weird. They don't make eye contact. They avoid being in the same space as you. They're hoping the silence hides their guilt, but silence only exposes them more. This entire situation isn't just a little gossip that backfired. It's a full-blown exposure. When they lied about you to someone who actually has emotional intelligence, common sense, or even social influence, they basically set a trap for themselves. They didn't just lose control of the story. They lost control of how they're seen. And trust this, once someone realizes a liar is in their circle, their whole attitude changes. They don't treat them the same. They don't trust them the same. They don't laugh at their jokes the same. Even quiet people react differently when they know the truth, and that shift is loud. They really believed you'd never find out. They thought the lie would stay hidden. But truth has a funny way of traveling. It doesn't need your permission or your presence. It moves on its own. It shows up when it wants. And when it arrives, it doesn't knock politely. It kicks the door open and exposes everything. That's what happened here. Your name walked in before you did. Your energy walked in before you did. Your real character stood in the room long before you even knew your name was being discussed. And that's why they're distant. That's why they're nervous. Because nothing they said about you could overpower the truth people already sensed. When you walk with truth, the universe backs you up without you lifting a finger. Sometimes real justice looks like this. The liar gets stuck living with the consequences of their own words. They have to sit with the embarrassment of being caught. They have to deal with someone looking at them differently. They feel the weight of their own behavior every time they wake up. And every time they see you, it hits harder. You're not doing anything to them, but your presence reminds them of everything they tried to do to you. This is the part that really makes them panic. The person they lied to no longer views them the same way. That one conversation they thought would ruin you became the moment their own mask slipped. They thought they were pulling strings. Instead, they exposed their own jealousy, bitterness, and insecurity. And there's no undoing it. No amount of smiling can fix what was shown. No apology can erase what they revealed about themselves. They built a lie, thinking it would control the narrative, but all it did was drag them into a quiet investigation they didn't know they started. Let's be real. This wasn't a small misunderstanding. This wasn't some harmless story. It was a full attempt to damage your character behind your back. They wanted to shrink you in someone else's eyes. They wanted to twist the truth so people would doubt you. But they underestimated something huge. They forgot that the universe protects people whose intentions are clean. You didn't need to clap back. You didn't need to defend yourself. You didn't need to go around proving anything. Your spirit, your actions, your consistency, your history all spoke for you way louder than their lie ever could. So when you notice people acting strange, stepping back, or avoiding you, understand something. You're not imagining it. Their guilt is screaming inside them. They know what they said. They know who they tried to influence. They know the truth came out, and now they can't stand being around you because you represent everything they're not. Honest, steady, real. Their lie didn't break you. It broke their own image. And now they're the ones dealing with the fallout. Every time you show up and stay calm, they feel exposed. Every time you stay grounded, they feel seen. Every time you grow, succeed, or simply continue being yourself, it reminds them that their plan didn't work. And the person they tried to poison against you, that person sees everything clearly now. They see your truth. They see the liar's weakness. They see the difference between your character and the story they were told. This is why the liar is silent. This is why they avoid you. This is why they look uncomfortable in rooms you haven't even walked into yet. Your presence has power. Your name carries weight. Not because you're trying to prove anything, but because truth naturally exposes lies without effort. So no, chosen one, you're not imagining things. They are staying away from you because the universe handed them a mirror they can't escape, and every time they look into it, they see the truth of what they did. That's the price of lying about a chosen soul to the wrong person. The truth catches them before you ever need to. Chosen one. Before we go any further, thank you for being here. Your energy keeps messages like this alive, and if you've ever felt someone pull away from you for reasons that never made sense, trust me, you're going to want to hear every second of what comes next. Tap the like and subscribe button to push this truth further into the world, and drop 777 in the comments so I know you're ready to rise above the lies people tried to attach to your name. And if you want to support the team behind this message with a super thanks, even the smallest gift helps this mission grow. It doesn't matter if it's a penny or a fortune. It all fuels the work of exposing hidden truths and protecting souls like you who deserve clarity, not confusion. And now, chosen one, let's move step by step into the real reason they're avoiding you. Stay with me, because if you've ever felt the sting of being misunderstood, this next part is going to hit in a way you can't ignore. Let's begin. Number 1. They played a high-stakes game with your name and got wiped out. People who lie about you always forget the cost until the bill comes back with their name on it. That's the punch that just landed on them, chosen one, and it's hitting harder than anything you could have said. They gambled your reputation like it was a toy, like they were untouchable, like the universe wasn't watching them play a game they were never built for. And now, they're paying the price with interest. They sat at a table way above their level, coughing up fake stories like nervous amateurs trying to impress the room. They thought taking shots at your character made them look powerful, but here's the part that breaks their pride. The person they ran to wasn't fooled. They weren't vulnerable. They weren't empty-headed. They weren't bored enough to swallow a lie just because it came packaged with a dramatic tone. They listened, yes, but not in the way the liar hoped. They listened the way smart people do, analyzing, observing, connecting dots. And the moment the liar spat your name out like poison, the other person instantly recognized what was really happening. Jealousy, insecurity, low confidence pretending to be insight. That's when the liar's mask cracked. Think about this, chosen one. What kind of person lies about someone who never harmed them? Only someone terrified of your presence, your clarity, and your natural influence. You walk into a room and people feel safer. They walk into a room and people feel drained. You speak and people find direction. They speak and people get confused. They hated that contrast. They hated how you didn't have to try to stand out. They hated how you existed without shrinking. So they went behind your back and tried to erase you from someone else's mind before you ever got the chance to be seen. But they didn't know that the person they chose was the worst possible person to lie to. Not emotionally weak, not gullible, not easily swayed. They told your story to someone who values truth more than noise, someone who pays attention to energy more than words. They didn't pick the wrong ear. They picked the sharpest ear in the room. And here's where the universe made its move. That person decided to watch you for themselves, quietly, calmly, without telling the liar a thing. They compared the real you with the story they'd been fed, and the lie collapsed instantly. That's when the liar started losing sleep, because once someone has seen the truth, their behavior changes. Their silence becomes a message, their shift becomes a judgment. They don't attack the liar, no, they simply pull away from them. And the liar feels that distance like a hole opening under their feet. They wonder, did they figure it out? Did they put the pieces together? Did they tell the chosen one what was said? Did their own story betray them? That's why they're staying away from you now. It's not guilt, it's fear. Fear of being exposed, fear of being confronted by your existence, fear that the truth is spreading faster than they can hide. They don't avoid you because they won. They avoid you because they lost the second they opened their mouth. They thought speaking first gave them control. They thought slandering you would give them an advantage. But here's a fact that shatters them. Real people don't believe lies easily. Real people don't judge without watching. Real people don't turn on someone without feeling the energy for themselves. They thought they were planting a trap for you. Instead, they stepped straight into one designed by their own ego. The person they tried to impress now sees them as unstable, messy, and untrustworthy. The kind of person who attacks others out of insecurity. The kind of person who uses someone else's name for clout. That's the chain around their ankle now. Every time they think about you, they feel it get tighter. And let's address the question sitting in the back of your mind. What if the person they lied to already told you? What if they're waiting to see how you move? What if your calmness right now is terrifying the liar because they can't tell whether you know or not? That's the exact fear destroying them. Your silence is louder than any accusation. Your peace is louder than any comeback. They don't know how much you know, and that uncertainty eats their confidence like acid. Here's another truth that hits them harder than anything. Your energy exposed their lie long before the words ever reached you. You don't have to defend your character when your presence does it for you. You don't have to fight for your reputation when your energy outshines every rumor. You don't have to prove anything when the universe keeps receipts they can't delete. They misplayed their entire hand. They walked into a game they didn't understand, bet your reputation like it was cheap, and discovered too late that they were up against truth itself. Truth doesn't bluff. Truth doesn't shake. Truth doesn't get intimidated. Truth just waits. And then it hits with precision. While they're hiding, chosen one, ask yourself, why does your existence scare them this much? Why does your name carry more weight than anything they can manufacture? Why does your silence make them flinch? It's simple. Lies can only survive in the dark, and you walk with too much light. They couldn't manipulate the person they went to. They couldn't twist the narrative. They couldn't turn someone against you. Instead, the person they chose now sees everything clearly. They see your real character. They see the liar's desperation. They see the contrast. This is why the liar keeps their distance, not because they're done with you, because they're terrified of you. Terrified of what you know. Terrified of what might surface. Terrified of the universe choosing your truth over their performance. They tried to bury your name, but they dug their own grave. They tried to dim your presence, but they shut off their own light. They tried to destroy your image, but they exposed their own character. That's the brutal reality they can't escape. And while they sit in their corner, shaking at the consequences of their own choices, you rise, you grow, you glow. Not because you're trying to prove anything, but because nothing they said could ever touch the truth the universe placed on your life. They lost the moment they lied, chosen one. So let them avoid you. Let them hide. Let them panic every time your name appears. Their fear is just the echo of their own betrayal. Meanwhile, you move forward untouched, unbothered, unshaken. Their lie had no power. Your truth had all of it. Number 2. They played the villain role without realizing the universe was grading them. People don't expose you when they lie. They expose the parts of themselves they hoped no one would ever see. This truth is slicing them open right now, chosen one. They thought they were so slick, so subtle, so untouchable. One little twist of your truth, one little stab in your absence, one little smear to make themselves look bigger, wiser, more important. But they didn't realize the universe had turned the camera on them the second they opened their mouth. They stepped into the villain role thinking it was a joke, never realizing this was the final exam of their character, and the grade wasn't written in ink. It was carved into how they'll be remembered. Imagine someone walking into what they think is a chill gathering, laughing, gossiping, showing off, only to discover they just walked into a courtroom where every word they spoke became evidence. That's exactly what they did. They didn't just lie about you. They performed their lie like a show, thinking the audience would applaud. But the problem is, chosen one, the audience wasn't who they assumed. The person they whispered to wasn't a gossip fan. They were an evaluator. A quiet observer, a truth-detecting force who doesn't play when it comes to character. They thought you were just another name to throw around. They didn't understand that you were the mirror in their story, the unexpected reflection that reveals everything they tried to hide. You weren't the test because you're perfect. You were the test because your presence exposes the gap between who people pretend to be and who they actually are. And when they were left alone with the opportunity to protect you or betray you, they showed their true self faster than a mask slipping during a storm. Here's a quote that fits them perfectly. "Weak character collapses the moment no one is watching." And that's exactly what happened. They weren't judged on how they treated you in public. They were judged on what they did when they thought no one would ever find out. They chose jealousy over loyalty. They chose projection over honesty. They chose ego over integrity. That wasn't an accident. That was their true nature, speaking without a filter. Imagine someone seeing your boundaries as an insult, your silence as an attack, your confidence as arrogance. That's what insecure people do. They turn your strengths into weapons in their mind because they don't know how to handle someone who doesn't shrink to make them comfortable. They called your peace ego because they don't know peace themselves. They called your independence selfish because they rely on others to feel valuable. They called your stillness passive-aggressive because your calm exposed their chaos. Another quote for their spirit: "A lie told about you tells the world exactly who the liar is." They weren't describing you when they lied. They were revealing every wound they never healed, every insecurity they duct-taped over, every fear they drown in fake confidence. Their lie wasn't about you. It was about the parts of themselves they hoped no one would recognize. And here's the part that eats them alive. They don't know what you know. They don't know what the listener picked up on. They don't know who saw through them. They don't know how far the truth has traveled. That uncertainty is their punishment, chosen one. That is why they avoid you like you're holding the answer key to their failure. They're not scared of you. They're scared of their own reflection in your presence. Imagine dropping a rumor, thinking it's harmless, only to find out the listener was a judge, not a puppet. Someone with discernment, someone with vision, someone who doesn't take sides based on noise, but on consistency and truth. That's what cuts them. Because that person sees them now, really sees them. And once someone sees your true nature, they can never unsee it. The liar's reputation didn't just crack, it permanently shifted. Here's another truth they can't outrun. The test wasn't whether they liked you. The test was whether they respected you when you weren't there to protect yourself. And they failed. Not because the test was difficult, but because who they are when no one is watching was weak. They weren't supposed to stand on a stage and praise you. They were supposed to simply not betray you. That was the entire assignment. And they chose villainy instead. Imagine being offered a moment that could have revealed your loyalty, your integrity, your solidness as a human being. A moment that could have strengthened your connection. A moment that could have shown real maturity. Instead, they turned that moment into a weapon against you. And here's what makes it tragic. They thought no one would notice. But life always notices. Truth notices. Energy notices. Even the person they spoke to noticed. This is why they're distant now. This is why their energy feels off. This is why they shrink when you walk in. Their failure is choking them, not loudly, quietly. And quiet guilt always hits harder because it eats them from the inside. They don't know how much you know. They don't know if the person they lied to already apologized to you privately. They don't know if their mask is still intact or if it already fell. Their imagination is punishing them more than you ever could. Imagine trying to play the main character while the universe quietly hands your script to someone else. That's what happened. They thought slandering you would push them into the spotlight. Instead, the spotlight turned into a heat lamp, exposing every crack in their foundation. They thought they were the hero, but they chose the villain's actions, and the universe graded them accordingly. Here's another quote for their soul. You don't fail life's tests by accident. You fail them by choosing the wrong identity. They chose envy. They chose manipulation. They chose deceit. They wrote their own ending, and it was never the triumphant one they imagined. You, chosen one, didn't have to retaliate. You didn't have to raise your voice. You didn't have to fight for your innocence. You simply had to exist, and that alone was enough to expose them. They avoid you now because your presence reminds them of what they did. You represent the truth they tried to bury. You represent the strength they wish they had. You represent the exam they failed. And every time they see you, that failure hits them again, like a replay they can't turn off. Let them keep their distance. Let them squirm. Let them fear the silence they created. They didn't just slip up. They revealed the real blueprint of their character. This wasn't a mistake. This was a confession, and the universe took note. You weren't meant to carry their lie. You were meant to witness their unraveling. They played villain, chosen one. They forgot the universe watches every scene, and failure was the only ending they wrote for themselves. Number 3. Their lie turned into a full investigation, and they're the prime suspect. Every lie leaves a trail, and theirs leads straight back to their own insecurity. That's the gut punch they're feeling right now, chosen one. The moment they twisted your name, they didn't just start drama. They created a crime scene with themselves at the center. They thought a lie whispered in the dark would disappear. They didn't realize lies behave like smoke. They stain everything they touch, including the person who lit the match. Imagine someone tossing dirt at your reputation, assuming the wind would hide their fingerprints, but the wind decided to switch directions. Now the dirt sits on their hands, their clothes, their face, visible to anyone paying attention. They didn't tell a story. They exposed themselves, and here's the fact they can't escape. People remember tone, energy, and intention more than words. Their bitterness was louder than their lie. The person they tried to influence didn't swallow the story. They studied it. They replayed every detail. They noticed the cracks. Why did the liar look so eager? Why did the chosen one's behavior never match the accusation? Imagine someone hitting rewind on every sentence, replaying your name in their mind, comparing your actions to the slander. That's what's happening now. Their lie is being examined like evidence under bright forensic lights. And here's the twist that destroys them. You didn't have to investigate anything. The witness they chose did it for you, quietly, calmly, with full clarity. They saw the insecurity the liar tried to hide. They noticed how your peace never shifted. They noticed how your consistency never broke. And the more they watched you, the more the lie dissolved. Now the liar feels watched, not by you, but by the truth they woke up. They're paranoid, wondering who knows what. Wondering if the person they lied to is waiting for the right moment to reveal everything. Wondering if you already heard. Wondering if their own behavior is giving them away. Imagine trying to lock you out, only to discover the door wasn't yours. It belonged to the person they tried to manipulate, and that person has now locked them out instead. They didn't just sabotage your name, they sabotaged their access, their credibility, their image, and all while you stayed still. Number 4. Their envy screamed through the lie and exposed them instantly. Jealousy always betrays its owner before the lie ever reaches its target. That's the punch that knocked the air out of them, chosen one. They thought they could disguise envy as concern, wrap insecurity in soft language, and pass off bitterness as honesty. But jealousy is terrible at acting. It shows its face even when the liar thinks they're performing flawlessly. From the moment they mentioned your name, something cracked in their voice. Imagine someone trying to whisper while holding a fire in their throat. The heat slips out no matter how carefully they shape the words. Their tone didn't match their message, their energy didn't match their story, and the listener felt the mismatch like a sharp change in temperature. Real care carries lightness. Fake concern drags like chains. And their words dragged so hard, the listener couldn't ignore it. They thought they were planting seeds of doubt about you, but they ended up planting red flags about themselves. The listener heard the strain, the forced pauses, the way their voice wobbled at the edges. That's jealousy. Never smooth, never steady, never controlled. It reveals itself even when the liar rehearses. Imagine two portraits side by side, one of you calm and unbothered, and one of them jittery, defensive, and trying too hard to sound wise. The contrast alone exposes the truth. You weren't competing with them. You weren't chasing attention or battling for approval. You were simply existing, and your natural confidence made their insecurities louder than their accusations. Here's a question creeping through their mind right now. Did the listener notice how desperate I sounded? Yes, they did. They didn't call it out, but they felt it in their gut, and now the liar can't shake the fear that their jealousy was obvious. Imagine standing on a stage meant for honesty, but every time they spoke your name, their own cracks echoed through the microphone. That's what happened. Their lie didn't expose you. It exposed their envy, their insecurity, and the jealousy they swore they didn't have. Now, they avoid you because being near you reminds them of the moment their mask slipped. They lost credibility with their own voice. And that's a mistake they can never take back. Number 5. Your energy exposes them faster than any words, and that's why they run. Truth doesn't chase liars. It reveals them by simply standing still. That line alone is enough to make them break into a sweat, chosen one, because that's exactly what your presence does. You don't have to confront them. You don't have to argue. You don't need a speech, a lecture, or a breakdown of what they did. Your existence is the lie detector they desperately wish didn't exist. They're not staying away because they're brave. They're staying away because they're terrified. Confrontation would have given them a stage, a place to perform, a chance to twist the story, squeeze out fake tears, and pretend the whole thing was just a misunderstanding. But silence, your silence gives them nothing to work with. No script, no control, no room to breathe. Silence is the one thing a liar cannot survive because it forces their own guilt to speak for them. Imagine a thief trying to stand casually in a store while the alarm is blaring behind them. That's how they feel around you. Your presence shines a light they can't dim. You carry too much clarity, too much alignment, too much inner steadiness for their lie to stand upright. The image they painted only works in rooms where you're absent. The moment you walk in, their whole story melts like cheap plastic under heat. Imagine someone claiming they saw storm clouds, but then you walk in glowing like sunshine. Their lie doesn't just crack, it collapses. Anyone looking at you can tell instantly that the story doesn't match the person. You became the living contradiction their narrative can't survive. And here's what really destroys them: your growth. You've evolved. You move with peace they never expected. Your confidence is real. Your glow is undeniable. Every compliment someone gives you is another reminder that their lie didn't stick. People see your consistency, your kindness, your authenticity. And all of that screams one thing: they were wrong about you. Now ask yourself this: why do they avoid you so aggressively? Because one glance at you exposes them. One moment in your energy pulls their mask off. The difference between who you are and who they claimed you were is violent. It's loud. It's humiliating. They bet against your character. They lost everything. You didn't need revenge. You became the verdict. And your silence, it's the loudest truth they've ever heard. Number 6. They tried to trick the wrong soul, and now truth walks with muscle. Some people don't need proof. The lie exposes itself the moment it speaks. That's the punchline haunting them, chosen one. They really thought they could twist your name, sprinkle fake innocence on top, and slide their jealousy under the radar like a smooth operator. But they forgot one fatal detail. Not everyone is gullible. Not everyone is desperate for gossip. Not everyone is impressed by a shaky performance. The person they lied to had real discernment, not the pretend kind. The type of intuition that notices tone shifts, energy drops, forced smiles, and bitter edges hiding behind "I'm just worried." People like that don't listen with their ears. They listen with their entire being. And the second that lie left the liar's mouth, the air changed. Something didn't match. The words were soft, but the insecurity was loud. The delivery was calm, but the jealousy screamed through the cracks. That's what wise people catch instantly. Imagine someone thinking they're playing a brilliant chess move, only to realize they're playing against someone who memorized the entire board before they even arrived. That's how foolish the liar looked. And here's the twist that destroys them. They lied about you to someone who already admired you quietly, someone who respected you without needing applause, someone who saw your character long before the liar tried to stain it. The listener didn't argue, didn't react, didn't feed the drama. They simply observed, and every second they watched, the truth separated itself from the nonsense. They didn't see a villain when your name came up. They saw a liar drowning in their own insecurities. The shift happened silently, but permanently. Loyalty moved toward you. The respect they had for you grew, and now that person guards your name like a shield in rooms you may never walk into. Imagine someone trying to poison a river, only to find out the river flows into a protected sanctuary. That's what happened. Your character was already safe, already respected, already known. The lie never stood a chance, and the liar feels it. They feel the coldness, the distant tone, the sudden lack of trust. They don't know the exact moment they exposed themselves, but they know they did. They tried to control the narrative. Instead, they handed the truth to someone who can detect fraud from miles away. You didn't have to defend yourself. You didn't have to correct anything. You didn't even have to show up. The universe placed the right eyes, the right ears, and the right intuition in the room. And the liar, they got exposed without you ever saying a word. Number 7, they built a lie so massive it became the prison they're rotating in. Every lie is a brick. Stack enough of them, and the liar becomes their own inmate. That's the truth chewing through them right now, chosen one. They didn't just throw one rumor into the air. They constructed an entire fake universe with you as the villain and themselves as the tragic hero. They loved the attention. They loved the sympathy. They loved the illusion of control. But here's the cosmic joke. The bigger the lie, the smaller the space they get to live in. Imagine someone building a house out of cardboard and pretending it's a fortress. It feels sturdy until the first breeze of truth comes through. That's their life now. They're trapped inside the narrative they created, holding the walls up with shaky hands because admitting the truth would collapse everything they built. And that's their nightmare. To fix things, they'd have to confess everything: jealousy, manipulation, insecurity, sabotage. And they don't have the backbone for that kind of honesty. So instead of owning up, they vanish. Not out of peace, not out of maturity, out of fear. This distance isn't healing, it's self-imposed exile. They built a gate to keep you away, but forgot they were standing on the wrong side when it slammed shut. Your existence didn't cut them off. Their own lie sealed the door. Imagine this: every compliment you receive is a crack spreading across their walls. Every level you reach is another reminder that their story couldn't stop your rise. Every person who sees your worth adds weight to the truth pressing against their cage. They can't celebrate you publicly without exposing themselves. They can't come close without feeling their mask peeling off. So they watch in silence, pretending they're unbothered, pretending they've moved on, while internally replaying every word they twisted. Here's the question haunting them: how do I return without admitting everything? Answer: they can't. Truth is the only road back, and truth is exactly what they have spent this whole time running from. So they sit in the prison they built, staring at the locked door, and realizing the key was honesty, something they were never brave enough to touch. Number 8. You turned into the living receipt that blew their lie to dust. Nothing exposes a lie faster than the success of the person it targeted. That's the punch tearing them apart, chosen one. They didn't just hope you'd fall, they planned on it. They counted on your silence being misread. They prayed your calm would look suspicious. They wanted your stillness to resemble guilt, so their story would look believable. But instead of collapsing, you evolved into the exact proof that destroys everything they said. They built their lie like a fragile sculpture, hoping no one would touch it. And then you walked into the room, glowing, steady, elevated, and their sculpture shattered on sight. Every level you reach punches another hole straight through their narrative. Your peace burns their story. Your growth erases their claims. Your glow contradicts every ugly word they tried to attach to your name. You didn't need to respond. You became the response. Imagine someone telling the world that you're chaotic, broken, or unstable, only for you to walk in radiating self-respect, clarity, and maturity. Their lie didn't just crack, it collapsed into powder. That's the torture they live with now. You became evidence they can't debate, spin, or dodge. Your entire life is the receipt they never thought you'd grow into. And here's what stings them the most. They can't clap for you without exposing themselves. They can't praise your growth without admitting their narrative was trash. Every achievement you make, every compliment you get, every room you walk into with calm confidence, it all drags their false story back into the spotlight like a broken prop in a bad play. They don't avoid you because they've healed. They avoid you because being near you reminds them of their failure. Your existence is the truth they hoped would disappear. Your elevation is the mirror they can't face. Your authenticity is the hammer that smashes their lie again and again. They thought your downfall would validate them. Instead, your evolution obliterated them. You became undeniable. You became the proof they never wanted to exist. Number 9, they tried to destroy your name and accidentally erased themselves. Every lie they told about you was really a goodbye letter they didn't realize they were writing. That's the truth hitting them like a steel door, chosen one. They thought they were being strategic, clever, sneaky, twisting your story, shaping a fake version of you, rehearsing lines meant to damage your reputation while they pretended to be the innocent bystander. But every word they spoke was actually a self-erasing stroke, wiping themselves out of your life long before you even understood what they were doing. They never understood how the universe works. When they smeared your name, they weren't staining you, they were signing themselves out. They weren't sabotaging your path, they were removing themselves from it. Imagine someone trying to slam a door in your face, but accidentally stepping on the inside of the frame and locking themselves out while you walk forward freely. That's exactly the cosmic comedy they created. Here's the brutal truth. When someone lies about a chosen soul, it never lands on the target. It boomerangs. It sticks to the one who launched it. The universe doesn't let manipulation coexist with authenticity. It repositions people instantly. You didn't exile them. Their own words wrote their exit script. Their betrayal was the ticket that sent them out of your orbit. Imagine this. They walk into a room now, and the energy shifts. Not dramatically, not loudly, but subtly enough that they feel it. Conversations feel heavier. People look at them with quiet doubt, even if they don't know why. Energy picks up on dishonesty before the mind does, and their lie is still vibrating in the air like static. That's the cost they're paying daily. They truly believed they were pulling people away from you, but here's the reversal that kills them. They were only pushing themselves away. You stayed aligned, you stayed steady, you didn't chase them, you didn't argue, you didn't try to fix what they broke. The universe simply moved them out of your future because someone with their level of insecurity and deceit cannot walk beside someone like you. And now, every attempt they make to come back feels blocked. Not by anger, not by revenge, by a cosmic barrier they can't climb, a boundary placed by truth itself, protecting what's sacred, your name, your path, your evolution. They won't find peace until they tell the truth, because the distance they feel isn't physical, it's cosmic, and once you lie on a chosen one, that door doesn't reopen until honesty does. They erased themselves, chosen one, they wrote their own ending. All you did was keep walking. Number 10. The person they lied to became the reflection they can't outrun. Every liar eventually meets the one pair of eyes they can't fool. That's the blade hanging over them now, chosen one. They thought their little performance would slide by unnoticed because they wrapped it in casual tone and fake concern. They assumed the listener was just another empty seat, another easy audience, another person who'd swallow whatever story they fed. But they were disastrously wrong. The person they whispered to wasn't random. They were positioned, placed, aligned. A quiet witness planted right where the lie would reveal itself. That listener didn't interrupt the liar. They didn't scold them. They didn't argue. They simply observed. And silence is the most dangerous response a liar can receive. Silence means the mind is working. Silence means the energy didn't match the story. Silence means the lie just walked into an emotional scanner and every insecurity inside it lit up red. And while the liar kept talking, the listener started paying attention to you. They watched how you move through the world, your calm, your emotional control, your lack of chaos, your refusal to strike back, even when you had every reason to. They realized something impossible to ignore. This is not the villain I was warned about. Imagine trying to frame someone for a crime, only to find out the judge has been silently studying the accused for months. That's exactly the hell they created for themselves. Now, the liar sits in rooms that feel unfamiliar. Conversations hit differently. The trust they once enjoyed has evaporated. The person they tried to manipulate doesn't look at them with the same warmth anymore. The energy has shifted, subtly, deeply, permanently. The liar can feel the cold edge of judgment every time that person's eyes meet theirs. They won't say it out loud, but they know something cracked, something changed, something died. And the liar doesn't know the exact moment it happened, but they know why. They know their own mouth created the trap. They know their own jealousy dragged them into a spotlight they didn't want. They know the very person they tried to use as a weapon now quietly stands on your side. Imagine this. They built a lie thinking it would corner you, but the universe flipped the mirror and cornered them. Now they flinch at every interaction, wondering how much was noticed, how much was understood, how much truth has been silently collected against them. You didn't expose them. You didn't need to. The universe assigned that job to someone who sees more than they speak. And now the liar is stuck facing the reflection they created. A reflection that judges them, remembers everything, and refuses to let them escape the consequences they invited with their own tongue. Number 11, they avoid your eyes because you're the truth they couldn't break. Nothing haunts a liar more than the strength of the person they failed to destroy. That's the gut punch ripping through them, chosen one. They didn't just fail at tearing you down. They failed in a way that exposed every insecurity they were trying to hide. They swung every cheap shot they had, hoping you'd crack, hoping you'd collapse, hoping you'd give them the meltdown they needed to justify their jealousy. But you never gave them that satisfaction. You didn't explode, you didn't fold, you didn't sink to their level. You held your character like a blade, honest, sharp, impossible to bend. While they were busy throwing mud, you were busy elevating. While they were rehearsing chaos, you were mastering peace. They needed you to break so their lie could stand. They needed you to react so they could play victim. Instead, you stayed grounded, dignified, and unbothered, and that destroyed them more than any confrontation ever could. Imagine trying to paint someone as unstable, only to watch them walk into the room radiating clarity and control. That's their worst nightmare now. Every time they see you thriving, every time they see you whole, every time they see you unshaken, they're forced to face the truth they tried to bury. You were never the problem. You were the standard, and your light exposed every crack in their character. Your silence became the mirror they can't outrun. It reflects their bitterness, their weakness, their jealousy. You didn't have to call them out. The universe used your composure to do it. That's why they avoid you. Not out of healing, out of shame. Because looking at you means remembering the lie. Looking at you means facing the guilt. Looking at you means accepting that they tried to corrupt something incorruptible and failed miserably. They lost their own access. They broke their own bridge. They don't get to stand next to someone they secretly tried to bury. The universe made sure the door closed behind them, let them stay at a distance. That's not exile. That's the judgment they earned. Your presence isn't just light. Your presence is the verdict. So, chosen one, they tried to break you, but all they did was expose themselves. Your growth, your peace, your strength turned every lie into dust. Stand tall in that truth. And before you go, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit subscribe. Stay close. More messages are coming, and you're meant to hear them. Funny how they celebrated your downfall while never noticing the giant standing behind you, the one that made their victory expire the moment you breathed again. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A group of people throwing confetti in a room they think you'll never walk into again. They're dancing around a cardboard trophy with your name on it, high-fiving each other like they just conquered something real. But behind them, in the shadows, stands a figure so tall that the second the lights flick back on, the whole room goes silent. That's you. That's the presence they underestimated. That's the force they pretended wasn't real because accepting it would mean admitting they were never the main character in the story. They were just NPCs auditioning for a role they couldn't handle. And here's the part that fries their circuits. Statistically, the most dangerous moves are the quiet ones. Behavioral psychologists call it the silence to strategy effect. It's when a person withdraws, not to escape, but to evolve. And the outside world mistakes the upgrade period for collapse. That's exactly what happened. They misread your transformation as defeat because they never grew enough to understand the difference. They don't study resilience. They don't study ascension, but chosen ones do, and that's why they lost the game before they even realized you were playing chess, not hopscotch. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now let's get back into it, because the truth is juicier than their rumors. They really believed your silence meant surrender. They really thought your absence was proof they finally got to you. They built a whole fantasy around the idea that you were done, finished, washed. They threw their little celebration like villains in a low-budget movie, laughing too loud, too early. Meanwhile, you weren't hiding, you were sharpening. You weren't defeated, You were downloading a whole new operating system. You weren't absent. You were in stealth mode, the most efficient state any chosen one can enter. And the universe let them believe the lie. That's the delicious part. The illusion was the trap. They thought you left the battlefield because you were wounded, but the truth is brutal. You left because they weren't worth swinging at yet. You were in the back room, recalibrating, rebuilding, redirecting your power into places where their eyes couldn't reach. While they were refreshing your social media like addicts, you were refreshing your entire identity. While they were stalking your connections, you were strengthening connections with yourself. While they were gossiping about your fall, you were building the very comeback that would erase their entire storyline. Here's a psychological fact for the chosen ones. When people don't hear from you, they don't assume growth, they assume weakness. It's projection 101. They don't think you're upgrading because they never upgrade. They don't think you're evolving because they don't evolve. They don't think you're building a new life because they can't build one. So they fill in the silence with the version of you that makes them feel safe. The version of you they can beat. The version of you that makes their tiny celebration feel justified. But then you walked back in, or you posted again, or you showed up to that gathering and the air changed. You know that moment when someone opens a door and the entire room shifts because nobody expected them to walk in that confidently. That was you. That was the moment their party lights burned out. That was the moment their victory balloon deflated without being touched. Their celebration turned into your celebration because the joke finally hit them. The silence didn't weaken you, it protected you. And the protection wasn't accidental, it was strategic. You were the giant behind the curtain. The move they didn't see. The threat they underestimated, the force they couldn't calculate, and now they can't come near you, not because of anything mystical, but because your evolution outpaced their ability to compete. You leveled up too high. The game won't even let them load into your environment anymore. Their celebration wasn't just premature, it was delusional. They weren't celebrating your defeat, they were celebrating their fantasy. Meanwhile, you were outsmarting them with moves so subtle, so precise, that by the time they realized what happened, you were already miles ahead, glowing with upgrades they couldn't interrupt. And now, the time has come. Their celebration is officially yours. Your return is the plot twist. Your presence is the checkmate. Your evolution is the end of their illusion. They thought you were gone. Turns out you were just becoming unstoppable. All right, chosen one, lean in for a second. This wasn't even the main show. This was the opening scene, the teaser that made the enemy's knees wobble. The real breakdown of how you outsmarted them so badly their celebration got shut down. Mid-laugh is just warming up. If you're ready to walk through every twist of this psychological chessboard, step by step, then prove it. Drop a 77 in the comments so I know you're locked in, tuned in, and ready to study the exact strategies that turned their fake victory into your coronation. And if you want to fuel this mission, bless the squad behind this message with a super thanks. Your support keeps this truth raining down exactly where it needs to land. You're not just watching this, you're powering the movement, exposing every mask the enemy hides behind. And now, chosen one, let's dive into the layers of this. And trust me, if you're really built for the throne, you'll feel that pull to stay until the final word. This isn't a story you listen to. This is a story you recognize. The moment you hear what comes next, everything about why they can't come near you anymore will click into place. Let's begin. Number 1. The vanishing act that broke their nerves. You didn't disappear. You detonated their confidence by reminding them what the world looks like without you in it. That line alone hits them harder than any revenge plot, because the truth is simple. The moment you went quiet, every one of your enemies started glitching. They pretended they didn't care, sure, they acted like your absence was irrelevant. But silence from a chosen one is never silence. It's pressure. It's a countdown. It's the kind of stillness predators make right before they pounce. They felt it in their chest before they admitted it in their mind. And that fear, that's what's choking them now. Imagine this, chosen one, a stage full of performers who only know how to dance when you're watching. The second you walk away, the music cuts, the lights flicker, and they're left staring at each other, wondering who's going to keep the show alive. Spoiler, none of them can. Because you weren't just part of the story. You were the plot twist, the tension, the spark that made everything move. Your presence calibrated the whole environment. And when you pulled out, the entire ecosystem collapsed. That's why your withdrawal felt like an earthquake they still haven't recovered from. And here's the psychological fact that torments them. People don't panic when someone weak disappears. They panic when someone powerful does. Behavioral studies literally show that the most unsettling move a high-impact individual can make is a clean, silent exit. No warning, no explanation, just gone. Because silence forces people to confront their own irrelevance. And trust me, nothing humbles an enemy faster than realizing the story kept going without them. Chosen one, you ever wonder why they assumed your disappearance meant defeat? Because they needed that illusion to survive. If they admitted you were upgrading, healing, strategizing, or simply resting, it would destroy the fragile delusion they built to feel superior. They never believed you were weak, they just prayed you were. You taking space wasn't a retreat, it was a reminder of the distance they will never be able to cross. And that distance only grew while you were gone. Here's another gut punch for them. Every great mind in history did the same thing. Steve Jobs disappeared before launching his greatest innovations. Bruce Wayne vanished before becoming a symbol. Even top athletes go into isolation training camps before breaking records. Meanwhile, your enemy thought isolation meant collapse. Cute. They clearly don't study greatness. They just stalk it. But let's answer the questions spinning inside your mind right now. Why did they get so bold when I stepped back? Because your presence was the only thing keeping their insecurities on a leash. When you left, the leash snapped and their delusions ran wild. They mistook peace for permission. They mistook your silence for surrender. They mistook your absence for availability. And they celebrated like toddlers who think they won hide and seek because the grown-up stepped behind a tree. Why did they assume the worst for me? Because your downfall is the only fantasy where they feel tall. They can't ascend, so they worship the idea of you descending. It's the only storyline where they get to pretend they matter. Why does my return threaten them so deeply? Because it proves the one thing they've been terrified to face. Your absence wasn't weakness. It was strategy. You were conserving energy, refining identity, building resilience, stacking upgrades, and mastering the art of not reacting. They thought you were gone. Meanwhile, you were becoming someone they could never approach again. Think about this metaphor. A volcano goes quiet for years. People get comfortable, build near it, laugh, relax, mock its stillness. They think the silence means death. Then one day, the ground rumbles, and suddenly everyone remembers why they feared it in the first place. That's you. Your silence wasn't emptiness, it was energy gathering beneath the surface. Even the enemy felt the rumble. They didn't admit it, but they felt it. That anxiety that hit them randomly, that was you upgrading. That paranoia they tried to hide, that was you leveling up. That tension they felt when your name was mentioned, that was the universe whispering, they're coming back different. And here's the part that really cracks them open. Your withdrawal revealed who depended on your downfall to feel alive. The moment you stepped back, watchers came out of hiding. Fake supporters exposed themselves. Secret competitors got louder. And the people who claimed they weren't watching you suddenly couldn't stop talking about your disappearance. You didn't lose anyone. You revealed everyone. The illusion that they won became their security blanket. They wrapped themselves in it, bragged about it, celebrated it, convinced others it was true, until you reappeared. And when you showed up, glowing with upgrades they couldn't touch, the blanket caught fire. That's why they're choking now. Their fantasy is melting in real time. Your vanishing act wasn't an accident. It was the trigger that exposed their obsession. They monitored your last scene. They checked your posts. They asked about you indirectly. They watched your silence harder than they watched your presence. And you know what psychologists call that? Threat surveillance behavior. People only stalk what intimidates them. Chosen one, here's what they'll never confess. Your absence hurt them more than their presence ever hurt you. They didn't miss you because they loved you. They missed you because without you, they had nothing to measure themselves against. No competition, no comparison, no storyline, no star to orbit around. You took the whole plot with you when you left. The illusion that they won was the only thing feeding their ego. And when illusions die, egos starve. That's why they're choking now, not on guilt, not on regret, but on reality. The reality that you outsmarted them simply by pulling back, leveling up, and returning at a level they can't physically or mentally reach. Here's what really happened. Chosen one, you performed a tactical disappearance, the kind elite strategists use in war, business, and psychology. You repositioned, you recentered, you reclaimed your energy. And when you re-entered the world, they realized the terrifying truth. You didn't break, you evolved, and evolution is the one weapon they can never defend against. They thought your silence meant the story was over, but your silence was the plot twist. Your withdrawal was the setup. Your return is the payoff. They thought they won, but they were celebrating on borrowed time. Because the second you reappeared, every smile froze, and now they finally understand. You didn't disappear from the battlefield. You became the battlefield. Number 2, the information leak that fed your enemies. It wasn't that they were smarter than you. It's that someone kept handing them your life like a menu they never earned the right to read. That line alone hits them right in their insecure little chests, because the truth they never want exposed is this. They didn't become bold because of power, strategy, or intelligence. They became bold because they had a cheat sheet. They were peeking through cracks, collecting scraps, building entire theories out of crumbs. Your silence didn't confuse them. Your information pipeline empowered them. And the moment that pipeline dried up, their entire operation collapsed. Funny how fragile confidence becomes when it's not built on reality. Now picture this. Chosen one, imagine a movie villain who thinks they're winning because they somehow always know the hero's next move. They strut around, chest puffed out, thinking they're unstoppable. But behind the scenes, there's some trembling side character whispering all the intel. The villain isn't powerful. They're just plugged into someone else's courage. Now unplug that source for 1 second and watch how their ego falls like a cheap cardboard prop in the rain. That's exactly what happened with your enemies. They weren't intimidating, they were informed. And that's not power, that's dependency dressed up like strength. And let's address the obvious psychological fact. People who claim they don't care do not stalk your social media with fake accounts at 3 a.m. They do not dissect your captions like forensic scientists. They do not refresh your stories like they're waiting for a medical test result. They don't ask your friends what you've been up to. They don't whisper your name in rooms they swear you're irrelevant in. Caring is an understatement. They were obsessed, and obsession is always a confession. Your enemies didn't study you because you're weak. They studied you because you're unpredictable, because your evolution scares them, because every time they thought they understood you, you shifted again. They monitored you, hoping to catch a glimpse of vulnerability. The irony? Every piece of information they collected only proved how far ahead you were. Let's talk about those mutuals, those friendly faces who pretended they were neutral while feeding the enemy every update you never asked anyone to share. These are the people who smile to your face but treat your business like free entertainment. They didn't care about you. They cared about the attention they could gain by handing pieces of you to someone who resented you. They were middlemen for drama, brokers of gossip, informants who traded your privacy for scraps of validation. Chosen one, you ever notice how your enemies always seemed to know when a breakthrough was coming, how they attacked you right before big moments? You thought it was coincidence, you thought it was bad luck, but no, it was surveillance. Someone was peeking into your process and delivering the intel straight to the people who wanted to slow you down. They weren't psychic, they were just informed. They weren't powerful, they were plugged into people around you who didn't deserve access. And here's the gut punch they deserve. The moment you went silent, their entire strategy died. They freaked out. They lost control because information was their oxygen, and you, cutting off the leak, suffocated every plan they had. You didn't even have to fight them. You just starved them of your presence. Let's go deeper with a metaphor. Imagine a group of pirates chasing a ship, not because they can navigate the sea, but because someone on board is dropping breadcrumbs into the water. The pirates don't know how to sail. They don't know how to read the stars. They don't know where you're heading. They're just following leftovers. Now imagine the chosen one. You simply stops dropping breadcrumbs. Suddenly the pirates are lost, confused, circling in the same spot until they run out of fuel and hope. That's what happened the second you shut down your updates, disappeared from their view, and stopped feeding the illusion that they could keep up. Some of you even had enemies hiding behind fake profiles, so poorly disguised you could smell the insecurity through the pixels. They were creating entire characters just to monitor your life. That level of obsession is not normal behavior. It's fear wearing a mask. It's jealousy wearing a costume. It's insecurity doing espionage. And the worst part for them, they were studying you like a textbook, but you're not a textbook. You're a thesis. You're a research field. You're an ongoing experiment with no predictable formula. They thought gathering information meant understanding you. They thought watching you meant controlling you. Nobody told them chosen ones evolve in ways no data can predict. Let's address the questions whispering in your head. Why were they watching me so closely? Because your existence threatens the identity they constructed. You are everything they pretend to be: resilient, adaptable, unpredictable, and chosen. They weren't watching you for entertainment. They were watching you for survival. You are their reference point. Without you, they have no target, no story, no structure. How did I not see the leaks sooner? Because chosen ones assume others have integrity until proven otherwise. You're not paranoid by nature. You don't operate from fear. Meanwhile, they operate from fear exclusively. You were building. They were watching. You were healing. They were tracking. You were evolving. They were lurking. Why do they panic now? Because your silence took away the one weapon they had, information. And once the information disappeared, so did their confidence. Let's bring in an example they'll hate. Michael Jordan disappeared for a while after his first retirement, and people whispered he was done. Critics celebrated, enemies relaxed. Then he came back stronger, smarter, colder, and the entire league remembered who they were dealing with. You did the same thing. Your disappearance wasn't collapse, it was recalibration. And the second you came back, every person who monitored you realized their surveillance never gave them the ability to stop you. Now let's make them squirm a little more. Your enemies built strategies around old versions of you, versions that no longer exist, versions you've outgrown, versions they could study but never understand. So when you returned with upgrades, they couldn't interpret it, they couldn't predict it, they couldn't handle it. Their intel was outdated, their gossip was useless, their fake accounts were pointless. They tried to break into a system that has already changed passwords. The truth they never want spoken out loud is this: they weren't competing with you. They were competing with the idea of you they built in their own insecure minds, and that idea shattered the moment you stopped feeding it. Your silence forced them to live without updates, and that lack of information, that's what broke them. They were addicted to knowing your every move because they couldn't control their own life. And when the feed went dark, so did their confidence. Chosen one, the information leak is over. The pipeline is sealed, the doors are locked, the curtains are closed. And your enemies, they're fumbling in the dark, trying to fight shadows that don't exist anymore. They weren't obsessed because you were weak. They were obsessed because you were becoming someone they could never catch up to. And now they finally understand. They didn't lose access to your information. They lost access to you. Number 3, every move you made off-screen was a checkmate. You didn't step away from the board. You stepped into a strategy so advanced they didn't even realize the game was already over. Chosen one, this is the part that really makes the enemy twitch. They thought your silence meant you froze. They thought your absence meant you quit. But silence was your battle stance. Absence was your blueprint. Every move you made off-screen wasn't hesitation. It was precision. While they were loudly celebrating your downfall, you were quietly positioning yourself in ways that made every future attack impossible. That's why they're panicking now, not because you returned, but because you returned with a checkmate they never saw coming. Imagine playing chess with someone who thinks you don't know the rules. They giggle with every pawn they move, thinking they're outsmarting you. But behind the scenes, you're studying the entire board, analyzing patterns, seeing 5 moves ahead. And then you drop one quiet move, one subtle surgical shift. Suddenly, their entire formation collapses. That's what your silence did. You weren't retreating. You were rearranging the battlefield until every possible path they had led straight into their own trap. And here's a cosmic fact for the chosen ones. The universe always works in stealth. Seeds grow underground before they break the soil. Stars are born in darkness before they ever shine. Caterpillars disappear before they become monarchs. You were never losing. You were incubating. The universe was aligning your timing, your energy, your direction so perfectly that your enemies couldn't interfere, even if they tried. Now, let's address the questions swirling in your mind. Why didn't anyone warn me about their intentions? Because the universe wasn't trying to protect your comfort, it was protecting your transformation. If you knew every detail, you'd react emotionally instead of strategically. Your silence wasn't chosen, it was guided. How did my quiet move threaten them more than my loud ones? Because loud moves give enemies something to anticipate. Quiet moves give them nightmares. Why does my comeback look effortless to people? Because they never saw the work you did in the shadows. They only see the result, not the resurrection. Your silence was a weapon they underestimated. You weren't hiding, you were upgrading. You weren't avoiding conflict. You were letting the universe reroute every enemy into positions where they trapped themselves. That's why everything you're doing now lands with such force. You aren't acting randomly, you're executing strategy. And the enemy, they can feel it. They don't know how to explain it, but they know your quiet era marked the end of their influence. They can't stop a chosen one who plans in the dark and strikes in the light. They can't counter a move they never knew existed. They can't handle the fact that while they wasted energy watching you, you conserved energy transforming yourself. The truth is brutal. Every moment you were silent was a move. Every move was intentional. Every intention was a step toward checkmate. You didn't win loudly. You won intelligently. You won cosmically. You won with a universe that knew exactly how to position you, so your triumph was inevitable. And now, the board is yours. The victory is yours. The checkmate is yours. Keep going, chosen one. The universe is still moving pieces in your favor. Number 4. The breakthroughs they never got to ruin this time. They didn't lose access to your life. They lost access to the version of you they could interfere with. Chosen one, this is the part that stings them the most. Every upgrade you earned happened in silence, and that silence was their downfall. They were so used to monitoring you, predicting you, inserting themselves into your storyline, sabotaging you right before the breakthrough. But this time, nothing. No clues, no breadcrumbs, no leaks. The universe literally wrapped your progress in blackout curtains, so not a single jealous eye could sneak in. That's why your transformation hit them like a slap. They never saw it forming. They thought your quiet era was weakness. The universe knew it was incubation. Seeds sprout underground for a reason. Caterpillars vanish for a reason. Champions train off camera for a reason. You upgraded in private because visibility would have dragged parasites to your progress. The universe wasn't hiding you. It was protecting the blueprint until it was strong enough to stand untouched. Let's answer the questions buzzing in your mind. Why did everything finally work this time? Because nobody polluted your process. No envy, no sabotage, no fake support. It was just you, your growth, and the universe aligning the timing. Why does this breakthrough feel different? Because it wasn't built with borrowed energy. It was built with your core power. Why are they so uncomfortable with my success now? Because they didn't get to claim any part of it. They weren't there to block it, ruin it, or drain it. Your blessing arrived without their fingerprints anywhere near it. Chosen one, understand this. Private breakthroughs are permanent breakthroughs. The universe made sure your success matured behind closed doors so that when it stepped into the light, nobody could touch it. And now they can't do anything but watch you rise. Number 5, the moment you reappeared and their stomachs dropped. Your return didn't shock them because you appeared. It shocked them because you appeared stronger than the version they celebrated losing. Chosen one, that exact moment you resurfaced, whether it was a post, a message, a walk-in, or a casual appearance, they felt their insides twist like a glitching system. They were expecting ruins. They were expecting leftovers. They were expecting the broken version of you they invented in their heads to keep themselves warm at night. Instead, you walked in looking like someone the universe personally upgraded. That's when their stomachs dropped. That's when their fake confidence collapsed. That's when the fantasy shattered. Picture it. They had an entire storyline rehearsed. In their script, you were supposed to be limping back, timid, embarrassed, defeated. But when you showed up, you had the energy of someone who outgrew the entire battlefield. Their faces froze because the reality hit. Oh no, they're not broken. They're unstoppable. That sentence alone haunted them for days. Here's why the universe orchestrated it this way. Your disappearance was the setup. Your silence was the tension. But your reappearance, that was the plot twist they never recovered from. You didn't just come back, you came back rewritten. Sharper boundaries, higher standards, cleaner energy, a presence so powerful that every enemy felt that cosmic shift the second you entered the room. Let's answer the questions echoing in your mind. Why did they react so strongly to my return? Because your existence exposes their lies. You being whole destroys the narrative they built about you. Why did I feel so calm walking back in? Because the universe already cleared the path. You weren't returning to old chaos. You were stepping into your new timeline. Why do they avoid eye contact now? Because they're looking at the person they said would never rise again, and you're glowing with proof that they never had real power. Chosen one, understand this. Your reappearance was their karma. Your glow was their reminder. Your strength was their unraveling. You didn't just return, you resurrected into the version of yourself they feared most. And now all they can do is swallow the truth they tried so hard to bury. You're not broken, you're not fragile, you're not finished, you're unstoppable. Number 6. The fake narrative they built about you collapsed. They didn't misjudge you. They built a whole fantasy version of you because the real you was too powerful for their ego to handle. Chosen one, this is the chapter where their entire script catches fire. While you were off upgrading, they were busy crafting a delusional narrative about your downfall. In their heads, you were defeated, embarrassed, struggling, crawling through life like some tragic side character. They repeated it so many times that they started believing their own fan fiction. It made them feel tall, it made them feel relevant, it made them feel like the universe finally tipped in their favor. But then you showed up. And not just showed up, you walked in glowing like someone who just unlocked the hidden final boss level no one even knew existed. You didn't match their story, you destroyed it. Your energy alone smashed every rumor, every lie, every whispered narrative built in rooms you never asked to be in. The moment they saw you, their minds short-circuited because nothing about you aligned with the failure they were praying for. Your confidence, crisp. Your presence, heavy. Your aura, upgraded. Everything about you screamed one thing. The comeback was real, and they weren't invited. Let's answer the thoughts flickering in your mind. Why did they cling so hard to a false version of me? Because the real you threatened everything they believe about themselves. If you rise, they have to face the fact that they stayed the same. Your growth exposes their stagnation. Why were they so confident I was down bad? Because they needed you to be. Your weakness was their comfort zone. Your strength is their nightmare. Why did my glow hit them so hard? Because you weren't just healed, you were evolved, and evolution terrifies those who refuse to grow. Here's a brutal truth. Insecure people rewrite reality to protect their pride. They didn't just hope you were struggling, they advertised it, preached it, and clung to it like a lifeline. But the universe has a wicked sense of humor. It let them talk. It let them assume. It let them build their comfy little fantasy hut. And then it sent you back as a walking demolition crew. Think about superheroes disappearing before a transformation. People assume the worst, spread rumors, whisper nonsense. Then the hero returns with new armor, new strength, new purpose, and every doubter silently regrets opening their mouth. That was you. You walked in not as who you were, but as who you became. They had no vocabulary for your evolution. Chosen one, the universe didn't just protect your name, it weaponized the truth. Your glow was the correction, your presence was the proof, and your success was the slap they never saw coming. Their narrative collapsed because it was never strong enough to survive your reality. They said you were done. You walked in radiant. They said you were broken. You walked in unbothered. They said you were lost. You walked in aligned with the universe itself. And now, they don't talk as much. They don't stare as openly. They don't brag like they used to, because they finally learned the truth. You weren't the character in their story. You were the force that ended it. Number 7. The monitors, the spies, the lurkers, all outplayed. They watched you so hard, they forgot to watch their own downfall forming behind them. Chosen one, this is where the story gets delicious. Every monitor, every spy, every lurker, hiding behind fake profiles and borrowed identities, thought they were outsmarting you. They thought keeping tabs on your every move meant they had control. They thought tracking your silence, your posts, your connections, your absence would give them some kind of advantage. But the universe was already laughing, because every attempt to monitor you was actually guiding them straight into their own collapse. Let's be real, people don't stalk what they're not threatened by. Their obsession was the confession. The more they watched, the more they exposed their fear. They pretended they were just curious, but you don't make secret accounts for curiosity. You make secret accounts when your ego can't handle being blocked from the life you claimed didn't matter. And the funniest part, the moment the universe realized they were watching you this hard, it flipped the script. Your silence became a mirror. They thought they were gathering intel, but all they were seeing was their own insecurity reflecting back at them. They weren't studying you. They were studying the reasons they'll never be you. Let's answer what's echoing in your mind. Why did they need to track me so closely? Because they knew deep down you were destined to surpass them, and they hoped desperately that watching you would help them predict the moment. Spoiler, they never could. Why did they always show up at the worst moments? Because your glow irritates their shadows. Your progress activates their jealousy. The universe let them try, but never let them succeed. Why do I feel like their surveillance backfired? Because it did. While they wasted energy monitoring you, you conserved yours and evolved faster. They watched, you ascended. Imagine spies climbing trees to peek into a fortress, only to realize the fortress has already moved miles ahead and they're dangling over nothing. That's them. They tracked an outdated version of you. They monitored a timeline you'd already outgrown. They collected screenshots and whispers while you collected upgrades. And the universe made sure every attempt to spy on you trapped them, not you. Fake accounts got exposed. Mutuals who leaked info revealed themselves through slip-ups. People trying to lurk ended up revealing their obsession through patterns they couldn't hide. Every plan they launched boomeranged back, marking them as the ones who cared the most while pretending to care the least. Chosen one, understand this. Your evolution is too fast for surveillance. Your timeline is too protected for infiltration. Your destiny is too high for their reach. They were outplayed not because you were trying, but because the universe refuses to let someone built for greatness be touched by someone who can't even handle their own reflection. Let them lurk, let them stalk, let them monitor. Every attempt only confirms what they fear most. You're rising too fast for them to keep up. Number 8. The strategy behind your silence. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was the sound of a blade being sharpened somewhere they could never reach. Chosen one, let's get this straight. You didn't disappear because you were scared. You didn't go quiet because you were confused. You went quiet because silence is the only environment strong enough to hold the version of you that was being built. You weren't retreating, you were reforging. Your enemies thought they scared you off, but really, the universe was pulling you into a workshop they had no map to. And while they were busy celebrating your absence, you were sharpening the very edge that would slice through every illusion they created. Picture this, a warrior in a dim room, no noise, no audience, just steel and focus. Every strike of metal against metal is a future victory being crafted. The enemy outside hears nothing, and because they hear nothing, they assume the warrior has fallen. But silence is the perfect camouflage for evolution. They couldn't sabotage what they couldn't see. They couldn't prepare for a version of you they didn't even know was downloading. Now let's answer the questions stirring inside you. Why did silence feel uncomfortable at first? Because chosen ones aren't used to being still. But the universe needed you grounded so your upgrades wouldn't shake loose. Stillness wasn't punishment. It was calibration. Why was everyone around me suddenly revealed? Because your silence forced people to show their true colors. Without your energy to feed on, their masks fell off. Why do I feel so different now? Because you didn't just rest, you transformed. You didn't just heal, you recalibrated your entire identity. The truth is savage. Your silence was a move they never anticipated. While they were performing for your downfall, you were quietly preparing for a resurrection that required no announcement. The universe needed you off the grid so it could redirect your path without interference. They thought you were staying still, you were being repositioned. Chosen one, understand this deeply. Quiet eras are where the universe hides its greatest miracles. Your silence was a shield, a forge, a training chamber, a reset button only you were meant to press. And when you emerged, sharper, calmer, more powerful, they realized the terrifying truth. You didn't leave the battlefield, you left the noise. And that's why you came back with a blade no enemy can withstand. Let them wonder how you did it. Let them question the glow. The universe knows, you know, and that's all that ever mattered. Number 9. The moment their celebration turned into your celebration. They weren't cheering for your downfall. They were rehearsing for the day they'd have to applaud your rise. They just didn't know it yet. Chosen one, this is the chapter where karma got theatrical. They threw a whole celebration, clinking glasses, gossiping, hyping each other up, like the universe had finally cleared the path for their mediocrity to shine. They laughed too loud, danced too soon, and congratulated themselves for a victory they never actually earned. But the punchline? They weren't celebrating your end. They were decorating the room for your coronation. Imagine this. They're all gathered smug, convinced you're done. Meanwhile, the universe is smirking like, "Oh, look at them setting up balloons for the wrong winner," because everything they celebrated was a lie. Everything they assumed was wrong. Everything they toasted to was temporary. And the second you reappeared, glowing, aligned, restored, the atmosphere shifted so fast it could have cracked the floor. Their smiles froze. Their drinks soured. Their confidence evaporated. Suddenly, the room wasn't theirs anymore. It was yours. Let's answer what's circling in your mind. Why did the universe let them celebrate? Because their premature joy exposed who they really were. It separated the jealous from the genuine. The universe needed you to see what was hiding in those shadows. Why does my rise embarrass them now? Because they bragged too early. They danced on a finish line that didn't exist. Now, your success plays on repeat in their head, like a movie they can't shut off. Why does this moment feel so poetic? Because it is. Their celebration didn't collapse, it transformed. The applause they intended for your downfall became applause for your ascension. The universe flipped the script effortlessly. Chosen one, they didn't host a party to mock you. They hosted a ceremony to crown you. They just didn't realize who the throne belonged to until you walked in. Number 10. The universe was 10 steps ahead, and so were you. They weren't blocked from reaching you. They were blocked from reaching the future where you exist. Chosen one, this is the part that really breaks their spirit, because nothing hurts an enemy more than realizing the universe outplayed them long before they even plotted. They thought they were clever, strategic, calculating. Meanwhile, the universe had already moved you to a timeline they could never touch, never sabotage, never infiltrate. Every delay, every redirection, every moment of silence was not punishment. It was positioning. You weren't just protected. You were relocated to a level where their hands simply can't reach. Imagine trying to catch a rocket with bare hands. That's them. That's their effort. That's their delusion. You were ascending the whole time, and by the time they noticed, you weren't even on the same map anymore. Let's answer the thoughts whispering inside you. Why did everything suddenly align in my favor? Because the universe recalibrated the board the moment you chose growth. It removed distractions, broke fake connections, exposed snakes, and cleared the path. You didn't lose people. People lost access. Why couldn't they touch me even when they tried? Because your frequency outgrew their reach. You can't sabotage someone who isn't standing anywhere near your level anymore. Why does my path feel guided? Because it is. The universe didn't react to your enemies. It predicted them. Every move they made was already countered before they even took it. Your silence, your withdrawal, your redirection, none of it was random. You were being shifted, upgraded, and elevated while they were stuck recycling the same tired tactics. They played checkers, you played quantum chess. Chosen one, understand this deeply. They didn't fail to stop you. They were never allowed to. Number 11. Chosen one. It's time to celebrate out loud. They stopped clapping because the spotlight moved, and it moved onto the only person who earned it, you. Chosen one, this is the moment the entire script has been building toward, the final flip, the crown reveal, the part where the universe steps forward like a proud mentor and hands you the keys to your new era. Their celebration? Gone. Extinct. Drowned in the silence created when you walked back in, glowing with the kind of confidence nobody can fake. They thought their applause marked your ending, but really it just marked their last moment of relevance. Because now, it's your turn, your voice, your glow, your celebration. The universe didn't drag you through darkness so you could whisper your victory. It didn't sharpen you in silence so you could stay small. This new energy you're carrying, the strength, the clarity, the confidence, it wasn't built for hiding. It was built to be felt, built to be seen, built to change the atmosphere every time you enter any space. Let's answer what's pulsing in your mind. Why does this moment feel so different from all my other wins? Because this time, nobody touched it. Nobody fed off it. Nobody stole from it. This victory is 100% yours. Why does it feel like the universe is pushing me forward? Because you survived the stages meant to break you, so now you're being positioned on stages meant to celebrate you. You earned this acceleration. Why do they look uncomfortable with my success? Because they rehearsed for your downfall, not your rise. And now they're witnessing the version of you their illusions were never designed to survive. Chosen one, step into this new era loudly. Celebrate boldly. You didn't go through all that transformation just to shrink for people who couldn't grow. You didn't come this far to tone down your shine for people who prayed you'd stay dim. Their celebration died the moment you stood back up. Yours begins the moment you decide you're done apologizing for winning. Walk into your new timeline like the universe is your spotlight, because it is. They only planned your downfall because they never noticed the giant standing behind you. And now they're about to take the biggest L of their entire existence. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, someone out there really believed they could corner you, outthink you, outmaneuver you, trap you. They sat there in the dark, stitching together their little scheme, convinced they finally found the weak point in your armor. But the whole time, you weren't just 10 steps ahead. You were playing an entirely different game. They were busy trying to pull strings while you were busy cutting every string they ever thought they could use against you. And the wild part is this: your enemies didn't lose because you attacked them. They lost because they never understood the scale of the force they were messing with. They thought they were poking a house cat. Turns out they were tapping a sleeping titan on the shoulder and calling it strategy. Here's a fact that should make you grin a little. Psychology studies show that people who underestimate others tend to overestimate themselves. Which means your enemy didn't just fail at reading you, they lied to themselves first. And nothing collapses faster than an ego built on fiction. Another fact? People who plot in shadows always forget one thing. When you're walking in your purpose, even your instincts get upgraded. Your timing improves. Your awareness sharpens. Your inner world gets so loud that external threats become background noise. You didn't dodge their trap by luck. You dodged it because your mind has evolved into a system that detects danger before it even forms. The chosen ones aren't paranoid. They're simply tuned in. And that alone already guarantees someone out there is about to suffer a loss they will never emotionally recover from. And thank you, chosen one, for even being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, as it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thanks, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force. Now, let's get right back into the truth they never wanted you to hear. Because the moment this story shifts back to the topic, someone's pride starts trembling. You're about to give somebody the biggest L they ever took. And the funny thing is, they still don't see it coming. They think they're the hunter in this chapter, but every move they make is exposing them. Every lie they told is tightening the rope around their own ankles. every secret they hid is already leaking through the cracks of their confidence, and the smirk you feel forming in your spirit right now. That's the confirmation that they're playing catch-up, and you're already 3 timelines ahead. See, they really never noticed the giant standing behind you. They never noticed the growth, the discipline, the awareness, the sharpened instincts, the resilience that came from every storm you walked through. They never noticed how your spirit evolved into something they can't manipulate anymore. They never noticed the way your silence was shifting from hurt to calculating. They never noticed their window of opportunity closing 1 millimeter at a time. And by the time they noticed, they were the ones trapped. You didn't even have to retaliate. You just had to stand in your truth long enough for their lies to collapse under their own weight. You want to know what's really about to crush them. It's not that you win, it's how you win, effortlessly, quietly, smoothly, the kind of win that forces your enemy to replay every moment they doubted you and realize they were wrong every single time. The kind of win that humiliates them without you ever lifting a finger. The kind of win where they look at you and suddenly feel the imbalance in the power dynamic they thought they control. They'll pretend they're unbothered, but their eyes will give them away. Their confidence will glitch, their swagger will crack, and the trembling you sense in the background. That's their ego realizing it's about to take a public beating. And yes, chosen one, this L is public. Not because you wanted revenge, but because truth has a habit of revealing itself in the loudest possible way, right when the enemy needs the lesson the most. They'll try to hide, but the situation will drag them right into the spotlight. They'll attempt damage control, but the damage is already in their expression. They'll try to spin the story, but every version makes them look smaller. Because the moment they tried to challenge you, they exposed their own limitations. They didn't just underestimate you, they underestimated the momentum behind you, the clarity rising in you, the strength standing with you. They underestimated the giant at your back and the fire in your chest. And now, it's too late for them to unmake the mistake. So let this intro sink in. You didn't destroy them. They destroyed themselves trying to destroy you. And the L they're about to take, it's not just a loss, it's a mirror, a reflection of everything they pretended to be and everything you've genuinely become. They walked into this story thinking they were the villain. Turns out they were just the warm-up act for the chosen one who finally woke up. Their downfall isn't your revenge, it's your confirmation. Chosen one, stay right here with me, because what you just heard was the teaser, the warm-up, the spark before the explosion. The real story begins now, and trust me, the deeper we go, the more you'll understand exactly why somebody out there is about to take the biggest L of their entire timeline. So if you're ready to step into the mindset that turns traps into trophies, drop the number 777 in the comments. It marks the moment you stop playing small and start operating like the force you actually are. And if you feel called to fuel this mission, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks. Your support isn't just generosity. It's another signal flare that chosen ones are rising and the old narratives are collapsing. Now, breathe for a second, because once we continue, there's no going back to the version of you that tolerated disrespect, manipulation, or anyone betting against your greatness. And now, let's dive into this step by step. And believe me, if you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very end. The truth only gets sharper from here. Let's get started. Number 1. The trap they set for you just snapped on them. The funniest part about their failure is that they spent months studying your weaknesses, only to choke on their own strategy the moment you stopped walking where they expected you to. That's the kind of quote that makes an enemy's stomach drop, chosen one, because deep down they know it's true. They built their entire plan around who you used to be. They memorized your old patterns, mapped out your old behaviors, rehearsed how you'd react based on outdated versions of you. They thought you were predictable, static, easy to corner. But here's the plot twist they never accounted for. You evolved quietly. You upgraded silently. You zigged when they bet their entire scheme on you, zagging. And now, the trap they set for you has snapped on them so hard, it echoes. Now imagine this for a moment, someone waiting in the forest like a discount cartoon villain, rubbing their hands together, whispering, "Any minute now," while hiding behind a tree. They've watched you walk the same path day after day, convinced today will be the day you step exactly where they expect. But this time, without warning, you pause, you tilt your head, you feel something, you take one step to the left, and in an instant, the trap flies upward, not with you in it, but with them dangling from the rope like a confused raccoon. That's the timing you're working with now. Your instincts have upgraded to the point where your enemies feel like amateurs. Here's the psychological fact that twists the knife deeper. People who obsess over predicting you eventually reveal more about themselves than about you. The more someone watches you, the more blind they become to their own vulnerabilities. They forget you're allowed to grow. They forget you can change direction. They forget your silence is a strategy, not a weakness. And the chosen ones, they don't broadcast their evolution. They weaponize it. And before your mind even wanders, let me answer the big question floating in your head right now. Why were they so desperate to trap me in the first place? Simple. Threats get studied. Mediocre people don't make long-term plans for average souls. They don't burn energy plotting against someone who poses no danger. If someone was taking notes on your life like it was their homework assignment, congratulations, you've been operating at a level they hoped you'd never discover. People don't set traps for the weak. They set traps for the powerful. History repeats this pattern over and over. Think about Michael Jordan. They studied his moves, analyzed his every play, tried predicting every jump, every shot. But once he evolved his style, once he switched from finesse to dominance, every team that thought they had him figured out got humiliated. Think about Steve Jobs. People underestimated him until he zigged when the entire tech world expected him to zag, and suddenly their companies fell face first into their own predictions. Or think of Oprah, who was counted out, underestimated, boxed in. Every trap set for her became a launch pad. Every attempt to contain her became a case study in self-sabotage for them. That's what's happening to you right now. You're in the exact moment where your enemies realize the blueprint they've been studying is outdated. You're not walking the same path anymore. The version of you they designed that trap for. That version died quietly, evolved, upgraded, became someone with sharper senses, better timing, deeper intuition, and a sarcastic little smirk that says, "Oh, you really thought that was going to work?" And here's another thing you might be questioning. Why do I sense things before they happen? Why am I suddenly avoiding certain people, shifting routines, catching red flags faster than usual? Because chosen ones get early warnings, not mystical prophecies, just heightened pattern recognition. It's like your subconscious starts picking up micro signals before your conscious mind catches up. People call it intuition, but let's be real. It's your internal security system leveling up. And the moment your instincts upgraded, their plans downgraded. The betrayal they had ready for you, you stepped around it. The conversation they wanted to twist, you never sent the message. The opportunity they hoped you'd chase blindly, you paused, looked again, and chose the opposite direction. This is what villain-level wisdom looks like. You start anticipating their anticipation. You dodge moves they haven't even made yet. You counter strategies they haven't even announced. While they're proud of their long game, you're quietly sitting 3 games ahead, sipping metaphorical tea and watching their downfall schedule itself. And oh, chosen one, don't overlook the comedic timing. The universe really printed a ticket for front-row seats to their embarrassment. The moment their trap snaps, that rope of karma yanks them upward, flipping their ego into the air like a rag doll. And you can practically hear the cartoon sound effects. They'll look around confused, scanning the scene, realizing you didn't sabotage them. Their own obsession did. Their impatience did. Their fixation on your downfall did. Let me also hit you with a truth that you've probably sensed but never said out loud. People who study you in silence are always shocked when you stop being who they rehearsed for. It's like handing someone a script for a show you're no longer in. They come prepared to manipulate the old you, but instead they run face first into the new you, the one with boundaries, awareness, emotional intelligence, and the audacity to respect yourself. They panic because they can't adjust. They collapse because they can't adapt. They fall into their own trap because they planned for who you were, not who you've become. You might also wonder, was I really that predictable before? No, you were just kind. Kindness makes people think you're simple. Predictability wasn't your problem. Underestimating how deeply others misunderstood you was. But now, you've hit a stage in your evolution where you no longer move out of fear, confusion, or autopilot. You move with intention, precision, strategy. And that's what triggered the trap reversal. What they set for you got tired of waiting, so it took them instead. This moment, this delicious poetic collapse, they will feel it. Their pride will feel it. Their ego will feel it. And the chosen ones? You get to walk away with a smirk, knowing you didn't have to attack them, expose them, or fight them. You simply grew, and your growth snapped their trap like a twig. So yes, chosen one, you were right to trust your instincts, right to take a different path, right to pause, right to pull back, right to change the rhythm of your life, because the moment you zigged instead of zagging, their entire strategy became useless. Their entire long-term plan became comedy. Their entire plot collapsed under the weight of their own arrogance. Let them struggle. Let them dangle. Let them replay every moment where they thought they were smarter than you. Because the trap they set for you didn't fail accidentally. It failed because you're not the character they wrote in their head. You're the one who rewrites the script. You didn't dodge their trap. You outgrew it. Number 2, you're operating with future intel. They're still using basic maps. They kept trying to ambush you with yesterday's strategy, never realizing you've been moving with tomorrow's information. That one stings them right in the ego, chosen one, because nothing humiliates an enemy more than realizing they're fighting a future-minded force with outdated tactics. They're out here scribbling little battle plans on napkins while you're carrying intel that feels like it was downloaded straight from a higher version of yourself. They're still crawling through the maze with a paper map, squinting at faded lines, and you're gliding above it with the full blueprint projected in your mind. You see the exits, you see the traps, you see the blind corners long before you ever get close. They only realize how far ahead you are when every sneak attack they planned malfunctions before they even touch it. Now imagine this, chosen one, someone sharpening a weapon designed just for you. They're proud of it too. They've spent months crafting this plan, polishing it, testing it, fantasizing about the moment it lands. They're convinced this is the one move that finally takes you out. But before they even finish assembling it, you show up having already disarmed the entire device without ever seeing it. That's the kind of energy you're operating with now. Your instincts don't warn you at the last second. They warn you at the blueprint stage. You sense intentions before they turn into actions. You catch shadows before they become storms. Here's a fact that makes your enemies sick. The human brain picks up on patterns subconsciously long before the conscious mind processes them. That means your intuition is really your upgraded perception, scanning rooms, scanning people, scanning tone shifts, scanning timelines. You see the little inconsistencies others ignore. You feel the tension others pretend isn't there. And by the time someone tries to target you, your system has already flagged them as a threat and rerouted your path. The enemy thinks they're unpredictable, but your instincts see through them like they're made of glass. And let me hit you with another truth bomb while we're here. Chosen ones don't avoid danger because they're scared. They avoid danger because they recognize low-level energy when they see it. You're not dodging an attack. You're refusing to waste time dealing with people who haven't evolved past basic strategy. You're not intimidated. You're bored. This is why your enemy keeps failing. They're still using the emotional GPS they stole from your past. They're still trying to trigger you with the buttons that stopped working ages ago. They still think you'll fall for the bait that belongs to a version of you that doesn't even exist anymore. They're trying to run a scam on someone whose mind upgraded the operating system overnight. Think of great strategists throughout history, Sun Tzu, Cleopatra, Napoleon. They never won because they were lucky. They won because they anticipated moves before their opponents even recognized the battlefield. Strategic foresight is the mark of the powerful. The chosen ones inherit that same trait. People think your silence means confusion. Really, it means calculation. People assume your calm means ignorance. Really, it means you already decoded the entire situation and chose the option that leaves the enemy climbing into their own trap. And the question floating in your mind right now, why do solutions come to you so suddenly, so clearly, so perfectly timed? Here's the real answer. Because you operate on a higher pattern recognition loop than the people trying to challenge you. Your mind doesn't just solve the problem when it happens. It solves the problems that would have happened if you didn't keep evolving. This is why your enemies crumble before they ever get close. They swing, you shift. They plot, you adapt. They form weapons. You melt them before they cool. It's almost unfair how fast your timing is. While they're putting the final screw into their sabotage plan, you're already 50 steps forward, living the life they claimed you'd never achieve. By the time they poke their head up to strike, you've already grown into a new version of yourself, one that is immune to every tactic they practiced. That's the kind of advantage that leaves your enemies spiraling. They start asking themselves stupid questions like, do they have someone spying for them? Or how did they know to avoid that? Or why do my plans never work on them? It rattles them. It haunts them. They start doubting their own abilities because every move collapses like a sandcastle in high tide. And here's the part that really makes them lose sleep. It's not that you're reacting faster, it's that you're not reacting at all. You're pre-acting, you're out-maneuvering, you're playing the long game while they're still trying to figure out the rules of checkers. You're decrypting energy, intention, patterns, motivations, things they don't even realize they're broadcasting. You can sense betrayal before the person even decides to betray you. You can feel tension before it turns into conflict. You can spot manipulation before the manipulator opens their mouth. People call chosen ones paranoid until the chosen one is proven right again and again. That's not paranoia, that's pattern mastery. And let's talk about how humiliating this is for your enemies. They really think they're smart. They really think their plan is airtight. They really think, this time I got them. Meanwhile, you're casually stepping over every hazard like it's a crack in the sidewalk. Their ideas crumble before they even test them. Their attempts to provoke you fall flat. Their emotional traps backfire. Their gossip campaigns implode. Their intimidation attempts bounce off you like foam bullets. You're built differently now. Your mind is sharper. Your awareness is wider. Your timing is supernatural level precise. And you might be wondering, why now? Why am I suddenly mastering situations before they unfold? Because chosen ones enter seasons of accelerated intuition right before they level up. When your path is about to open, your internal navigation updates automatically. You start picking better people. You start avoiding familiar pain. You start choosing routes that feel aligned, not convenient. And that's when enemies panic. They realize you're impossible to catch. You're not avoiding them. You're simply evolving too fast for them to anchor you. You're not afraid of their weapons. You're just not letting them waste your time. You're not running from conflict. You're just no longer interested in playing games with opponents who can't even reach your psychological altitude. Picture this. Your enemy is building a fortress, brick by brick, strategy by strategy, confident, focused, ready. But every time they reach for another weapon, they realize you've already dismantled it, disarmed it, or outgrown the version of yourself that would have fallen for it. They're left staring at the pile of useless pieces, trying to compute how you keep slipping through every scenario like water refusing to be held. This is why they fear you. This is why they gossip about you. This is why they get frustrated watching you win. Because you're not just operating ahead of them, you're operating beyond them. They're trying to trap someone who isn't even walking on the same plane anymore. The chosen ones walk with future intel. The enemies walk with outdated maps. That's the entire difference, and that's why their weapons never prosper. Not because you're protected by luck or chance, but because you're too informed, too aware, too evolved to fall for beginner-level sabotage. You don't just survive their attacks, you pre-cancel them, you pre-break them, you pre-outsmart them. Chosen one, you're carrying future wisdom in a world full of people who still think in past tense. And that, right there, is why every weapon formed against you falls apart before it even touches your timeline. They aren't losing because you're fighting harder. They're losing because you already know the outcome. Number 3, they're convinced you're watching them. You're just that good. They keep checking over their shoulder because your intuition reads like a surveillance camera they never installed, and that alone is enough to break their confidence. That's the sting they deserve, chosen one, because right now someone out there is spiraling. They're paranoid, sweating, replaying conversations, checking their messages, overanalyzing their own motives. They swear you're watching them, tracking them, studying them, but you're not. You're just that good. Your intuition is hitting with such precision that it feels like you've been reading their group chats, listening to their whispers, decoding their motives before they even fully commit to them. They hate how exposed they feel in your presence. They hate how quickly you sense inconsistencies. They hate that every time they try to lie, your silence shifts, and suddenly they know you know. And you're probably asking yourself, how is it that I always catch the vibe before anything happens? Because chosen ones don't guess, they detect. The universe hands you emotional intel like postcards. You feel the shift when someone's energy gets weird. You sense the tension they try to hide. You read micro-expressions they didn't even realize they showed. It's not magic, it's awareness sharpened through every betrayal, every disappointment, every masked intention you survived. And what does that do to your enemies? It rattles them. They start unplugging lamps like the FBI hid cameras in them. They start monitoring their tone around you. They get so scared of being read that they expose themselves trying not to be exposed. Here's what you need to know. Their paranoia isn't your problem. Their guilt is. Only people who were doing something dirty ever feel watched. Innocent hearts don't shake like that, and the universe is fully backing you right now, amplifying your intuition so loudly that you can hear the truth behind their words without needing evidence. So leave them in their panic. Leave them chasing their own shadows. Leave them wondering how you keep figuring things out without trying. Enemies hate when they can't predict your moves, but they fear even more when you effortlessly predict theirs. They think you're spying. You're simply aligned. Number 4, your life levels up so fast they can't recognize you anymore. They didn't lose you. They lost access to the upgraded version of you, and now they're standing across the street squinting because they can't even recognize who you've become. That's the punchline they never thought would belong to your story, chosen one, because your life isn't just leveling up, it's transforming at a pace that makes people dizzy. You're stepping into an era where the entire structure of your existence upgrades. Your mindset, your standards, your boundaries, your energy. Everything rises, and the ones who thought they could stroll in and out of your world like it was a public park are now stuck outside the gate, wondering why their old tricks don't work here anymore. Let me tell you what's really happening. The universe is restructuring your life like a high-security blueprint. Borders tightened, weak links removed, access revoked. No freebies, no unearned loyalty, no backstage passes for people who never learned how to treat you. Long-term blessings require long-term discipline, and you're finally stepping into the version of yourself that can actually sustain the abundance coming your way. This is the part where people start asking, why are they acting different? But let's be honest, you're not acting different. You're just done acting available. And before your mind wanders, let me answer the question you might be thinking. Why does my growth make people uncomfortable? Simple. Because people who benefited from your unhealed version never expected the healed version to show up with boundaries. They recognized the old you, soft, forgiving, accessible, but this new you. This is the you that chooses peace over people, elevation over approval, and purpose over pointless connections. That new frequency is too high for those who were only comfortable when you were stuck. Enemies especially hate this shift. They can't track you anymore. They can't decode your moves. They can't access your emotions. They can't predict your patterns. Your evolution confuses them because it exposes how little they ever truly knew you. They're still trying to play chess with a version of you that retired from the game, and the universe is with you in this upgrade, protecting you, guiding you, accelerating your timeline so fast the wrong people fall off naturally. Let them be confused, let them gossip. Let them stare from a distance, trying to understand how your entire reality elevated while theirs stayed the same. Their confusion is confirmation. Their discomfort is validation. Their silence is the boundary you didn't even have to set manually. The universe set it for you. You're in your new era, chosen one, and not everyone gets to come. Number 5. Royal energy activated. You're done playing small. They didn't expect you to stop bowing, and now that you're standing at full height, they're realizing you were the royalty in the room the whole time. Chosen one, this is the moment where your energy shifts from survivor mode to sovereign mode. This is where you stop shrinking to make others comfortable, stop dimming your brilliance to avoid attention, stop pretending you don't know exactly what you bring to the table. Your royal energy has activated, and the universe isn't whispering anymore, it's broadcasting. You're stepping into leadership energy so naturally that even you're surprised at how effortlessly people follow your rhythm now. You're no longer a participant in your story, you're the architect. And here's the truth you might have been afraid to admit. You were never meant to blend in, you were meant to rise. Every challenge you endured sculpted you into someone with presence, clarity, and authority. While others avoided responsibility, you carried weight. While others hid from truth, you faced it. While others faked confidence, you built yours from the ground up. Royal energy isn't about crowns or titles. It's about recognizing that your essence commands respect long before your words do. Enemies feel this shift the hardest. They approach with their usual tricks, expecting the old you, the accommodating version, the forgiving version, the overly understanding version. But the new you shuts the door before their intentions even finish forming. Your intuition has become a border patrol. Your standards are now metal detectors. Bad intentions get detected like contraband and rejected instantly. You don't entertain disrespect. You don't negotiate with manipulative energy. You don't let just anyone near your throne. Wondering why people fall away so quickly now? Because royal energy exposes cheap intentions. Those who only valued you when you were small can't stand the glow of who you've become. They mistake your confidence for arrogance because they benefited when you doubted yourself. They call you different because they never expected you to outgrow their limitations. They whisper that you've changed because your new boundaries lock them out entirely. But here's the secret: the universe is backing your upgrade. Every time you choose yourself, every time you stand tall, every time you say no to energies that drain you, the universe doubles your power. Your path clears, your voice strengthens, your presence deepens, and suddenly people can feel your power before you even speak. That's not ego, that's ascension. You're done playing small. You're done shrinking to fit rooms you were meant to elevate. You're done apologizing for your light. Royal energy activated, chosen one. And now the world moves differently around you. Number 6, seek the truth, even if it exposes who shouldn't be near you. They weren't afraid of losing you, they were afraid of you finally seeing the truth about them. Chosen one, this is where the masks start melting. This is where the fog lifts and the room gets quiet because you're no longer accepting the version of reality people tried to feed you. You're choosing truth over comfort, clarity over illusion, and loyalty over empty words. And the moment you start seeing things as they are, instead of how you wished they'd be, someone out there starts panicking. Because the truth doesn't just reveal who deserves a seat near you, it exposes who should have never been allowed in the building. Let's be honest, you felt it long before you admitted it. the weird tension, the delayed responses, the sudden shifts in energy, the compliments that didn't land right, the jokes that felt too sharp, the way certain people clapped a little too softly when you won. You weren't imagining it. Your intuition was tapping the glass, saying, "Hey, look again." And now that you're finally paying attention, the veil is lifting faster than they can hold it up. And yes, this includes internal enemies too. Doubt, fear, old beliefs that whispered you weren't enough. Voices planted by people who couldn't handle your potential. These inner saboteurs acted like roommates, living in your mind rent-free, constantly trying to shrink you. But truth kicks them out without ceremony. When the chosen one grows, the parasites lose their host. You might wonder, why does seeking truth hurt so much? Because illusions are comfortable cages. They feel warm, they feel familiar, but they keep you small. The truth frees you even when it cuts, because once you see who's been draining you, using you, blocking you, or pretending around you, you cannot unsee it. That clarity becomes power. That power becomes transformation. And that transformation becomes the exact reason you'll never be manipulated the same way again. Here's what your enemies fear most: the moment you stop making excuses for people, the moment you start connecting dots, the moment you start realizing patterns, the moment you step back and see the whole picture instead of the cropped version they presented. When you seek truth, you stop explaining away disrespect. You stop rationalizing bad behavior. You stop tolerating fake support disguised as proximity. You become surgical. You clean house. Snakes get exposed by their hiss. Fake supporters get exposed by their silence during your wins. Energy leeches get exposed by how drained you feel after talking to them. And liars get exposed by your intuition detecting inconsistencies before they speak. The universe is backing you loud in this season. It's pushing truth into your face. Not to hurt you, but to save you. Every revelation is protection. Every disappointment is redirection. Every exposed mask is a blessing in disguise. Let them fall away. Let them get uncomfortable. Let them call you changed, cold, or different. Because the truth is, you didn't change. You just stopped ignoring what was right in front of you. And here's the real punchline. The people who shouldn't be near you already know they're getting pushed out by your awakening. That's why their energy gets weird. That's why they try harder to confuse you. That's why they suddenly act nicer, or more distant, or more chaotic. They feel the truth closing in on them like a spotlight. And they know once you see everything clearly, they can't hide behind charm, manipulation, or convenience anymore. Chosen one, seeking truth doesn't make you harsh. It makes you sovereign. It makes your energy clean. It makes your circle sacred, and it makes your enemies terrified because they realize they have nowhere left to lie, nowhere left to hide, and no illusion left to control you with. Truth sets you free. Truth strengthens you. Truth clears your path. And anyone who shouldn't be near you, truth removes them permanently. Number 7. The enemy in the camp isn't just a person, it's anything that tries to limit you. They thought the enemy was a person you could point at. Meanwhile, the real enemy was anything that dared to whisper, "You can't," inside your mind. Chosen one, this is where the game flips, because the enemy in the camp isn't always wearing a face. Sometimes it's a thought, a memory, a belief someone planted in you years ago. A voice that sounds like doubt or fear, or that one moment you failed and never forgave yourself for. Anything that tries to shrink you, slow you, confuse you, or convince you that you're not built for greatness. That's the true enemy. And in this season, you're treating every limiting force like a hostile intruder. Let's get brutally honest. People love to act like the only threats are external. But some of the most damaging enemies live inside your head, pretending to protect you. Fear tries to disguise itself as caution. Insecurity pretends it's being realistic. Trauma whispers worst-case scenarios like it's giving good advice. And doubt behaves like it's your friend, telling you to play it safe when it's actually keeping you locked in the version of yourself you already outgrew. But chosen ones don't get to stay small. The universe didn't pull you through every battle just to let you lose to a voice in your own mind. This is the era where you start checking every internal lie, the same way you check a snake slithering too close to your feet. Anything that tells you stop, shrink, wait, don't try, they're better than you, or you're not ready. You treat it like sabotage, because it is. And here's what you might be wondering: why do I feel like I'm fighting myself sometimes? Because the old you is dying, the old mindset is collapsing, the old conditioning is losing control. Growth feels like conflict when the outdated parts of you don't want to let go. The enemy isn't always an outsider. It's often the leftover echoes of people who underestimated you. Think about every time someone laughed at your dreams. Think about every time someone made you feel small. Think about every time someone projected their limitations on you. Those voices try to live rent-free in your mind long after those people are gone. But the universe is with you now, pushing you forward, amplifying your inner strength, shining a spotlight on every belief that doesn't belong in your future. That uncomfortable pressure you feel lately, that's the universe saying, this thought cannot come with you. Destroy it. Enemies hate chosen ones, but nothing hates a chosen one more than a limiting belief that knows its time is up. That's why fear gets louder right before breakthrough. That's why doubt creeps in when you're about to level up. That's why insecurity flares when opportunities appear. Because those internal enemies know you're finally strong enough to remove them. This is your awakening. You're no longer negotiating with fear. You're no longer tolerating insecurity. You're no longer accepting internal sabotage as normal. Anything that limits you gets kicked out of your inner circle. And yes, external voices get checked too. Those friends who question every move you make. Those family members who downplay your progress. Those co-workers who pretend to be neutral while secretly hoping you fail. Those people who call your confidence arrogance. Those who tell you to stay humble when they really mean stay small. They all get the same treatment. If their energy doesn't support your expansion, they don't get access to your elevation. Here's the villain smirk truth. You're not fighting people. You're fighting limits, and limits are terrified of losing their grip on you. Fear knows you're outgrowing it. Doubt knows you're outsmarting it. Insecurity knows you're outleveling it. The enemy in the camp knows its time is running out. And when you remove those limits, you become unstoppable. Chosen one, this season isn't about defeating a person. It's about dismantling every chain, visible or invisible, that ever tried to restrict your evolution. Because once you refuse to let anything limit you, external enemies lose their power instantly. You don't fear them anymore. You don't bend for them anymore. You don't hesitate because of them anymore. You rise, and every enemy, internal or external, falls back in silence, realizing they can't hold you, touch you, or limit you ever again. Number 8. The reveal. They bet everything against you and lost it all. They didn't just bet against you. They wagered their whole identity on your failure, and now they're standing in the ruins of their own delusion, trying to figure out how the plot twisted against them. Chosen One, this is the final punchline of their entire saga. Someone out there truly believed they had you cornered. They invested time, effort, lies, manipulation, gossip, strategy, envy, fake alliances, everything they had just to see you fall. They thought your downfall would validate their ego. They thought your struggle would soothe their insecurity. They thought your collapse would finally make them feel superior. They pushed all their chips to the center of the table and declared, "I'm all in." And the universe whispered, "Bad move." Because while they were plotting your ending, you were entering a new beginning. While they were studying your old patterns, you were upgrading into a version they had zero access to. While they were draining their resources trying to break you, the universe was replenishing yours. And when the moment finally came for their big victory, nothing happened. You didn't fall. You didn't crack. You didn't fold. You emerged untouched, glowing, rising, evolving, like their entire plan dissolved in your shadow. Now imagine this scene. They're standing there, breathless, confused, surrounded by the mess they created for themselves. Their plans backfired. Their energy is drained. Their support system collapsed. Their allies distanced themselves. Their reputation took hits they can't repair. They're looking at themselves like, how did everything flip against me? And in the background, you, walking forward, calm, unbothered, smirking like the villain they never should have challenged. And here's the sharp truth. People who bet against a chosen one always lose more than they expected. Not because you fought them, not because you retaliated, but because they gambled with things they didn't understand. Your purpose, your protection, your alignment. You might be wondering, why did their loss have to be so big? Because the universe needed to teach them a lesson they wouldn't forget. Small consequences don't change arrogant hearts. Only collapse does. Only seeing you win after wishing you would fail forces them to face themselves. Only losing everything they bet exposes how reckless and insecure they really were. Their downfall isn't petty revenge, it's cosmic correction. They invested in your pain. They received their own. They strategized your fall. They triggered their collapse. They tried to dim you. They ended up fading. Because the universe doesn't allow chosen ones to be defeated by people who operate from envy. Every plot against you becomes the very rope they trip over. Every lie becomes the weight sinking their ship. Every attempt to break you becomes another reason you rise. And here's the villain smirk moment, the line that finishes them emotionally. Oh, look at them, standing in their own mess, trying to understand how you became the plot twist they weren't ready for. They weren't prepared for your resilience. They weren't prepared for your elevation. They weren't prepared for your intuition. They weren't prepared for your destiny. The plot twist is this: you survived everything they hoped would destroy you, and they became the cautionary tale. Chosen one, their loss wasn't just financial or emotional, it was spiritual bankruptcy. They gambled against someone who doesn't lose. They bet everything on your collapse and got front row seats to their own. And you walk away untouched, unbothered, unshaken, upgraded. The story ends the same every time. They fall, you rise, they lose everything. You inherit everything meant for you. They bet against the chosen one and lost it all. Number 9. The final turn. You're about to embarrass someone without even trying. They tried to hide their true intentions under the moonlight, but your intuition rose like the sun and exposed every shadow they hoped you'd never see. Chosen one, this is the grand finale, the moment where everything flips without you lifting a finger. The illusions break, the masks crack, the secrets surface like they've been waiting for their own cue. Everything they tried to hide, everything they hoped you'd overlook, everything they whispered in the dark, it's all coming out now. Not because you went looking for it, but because the universe is tired of them lurking in your story like uninvited background characters. Truth has a schedule, and right now it's punctual. This is the moon card moment reimagined through chosen one energy. What was hidden becomes obvious, what was confusing becomes clear, and what felt foggy becomes painfully easy to read. Your intuition is lighting up every corner they tried to manipulate. You're seeing through their motives like glass. You're reading their behavior like subtitles. And the funniest part? They swear you're acting different when all you're doing is finally acknowledging what your spirit revealed long ago. Now imagine this scene. They're backstage, scrambling, panicking, rehearsing lies, trying to patch the holes in their stories. They feel you pulling away. They feel the truth tightening around them. They feel their own facade collapsing. They're terrified because they know you see them now. You're no longer under their spell, no longer distracted by their charm, no longer convinced by their excuses. Their entire identity relied on you accepting the illusion. And now the illusion is dead. And here comes the delicious twist. You don't confront them. You don't argue. You don't expose them. You don't engage at all. Because engaging would validate them. Engaging would drain you. Engaging would keep you stuck in a chapter the universe already closed. The real embarrassment for them is your silence, your detachment, your glow, your peace. They expected a reaction. You gave them a revelation, and now they're unraveling, publicly, privately, and spiritually. They're exposing themselves without your involvement. They're confessing through their behavior. They're contradicting themselves in front of the same people they lied to. They're spiraling because they don't know how to navigate a reality where you're no longer under their influence. This is what it looks like to embarrass someone without even trying. Their own actions betray them, their own lies corner them, their own patterns reveal them, their own insecurity broadcasts their downfall. You don't need revenge when their character is the weapon turning against them. And if you're wondering, what's my next move? Nothing. Truly nothing. Your next move is to walk into spaces filled with better partnerships, people who value you, environments that nourish you instead of draining you. Your next move is stepping into alignment so strong that the universe replaces every manipulative connection with someone genuine. Your next move is choosing your future instead of wrestling with people committed to their past. You're not playing their game anymore. You're not returning to their trap. You're not entertaining their chaos. You're elevating, evolving, exiting. And while you rise into new relationships, new opportunities, new spaces where your magic is respected, not gambled, their world falls apart without you having to lift a single finger. This is the final turn they never expected. You don't just walk away, you transcend. And the moment you do, their facade collapses in real time. They become the embarrassment. They become the cautionary tale. They become the living proof that mishandling a chosen one is spiritual self-destruction. So let the illusions break. Let their secrets spill. Let the truth roar. Because the final twist of this story is simple. They lose themselves. You find yourself, and that alone is the kind of embarrassment they will never recover from. And now, chosen one, stepping out of this entire journey, one thing is clear. Every trap, Every illusion, every enemy, every downfall they wished on you only exposed how unstoppable you truly are. You didn't just survive, you ascended. You didn't fight, you outgrew. And now you walk forward with clarity, confidence, and a future they were never qualified to enter. If this message hit your spirit, chosen one, press like, subscribe, drop 777 in the comments to seal your elevation, and share this so more souls rise with you. Your presence is power. Your rise is inevitable. The moment you walked away, their soul learned the difference between losing a person and losing a legend. That's the part they don't say out loud. They pretend they're fine, they pretend nothing touches them, but inside, your final move hit them like a punch they never saw coming. Think of a chessboard where one player keeps bragging, acting clever, talking big, until the quiet player, the one they underestimated, makes a clean move that ends the whole game in 1 second. That's what you did. Simple, calm, no flexing, no chaos. And that's exactly why it haunts them. People forget loud drama. They don't forget silent power. And here's a fact even basic psychology teachers explain. The mind remembers the person who proved them wrong more than the person who ever loved them. That means this isn't about romance or guilt. It's about the hit to their ego. You didn't just leave. You left with your self-respect untouched. You left without letting them drag you into nonsense. You left after seeing the full picture, understanding the game, and walking out like someone who refuses to be played. That's the kind of exit that burns into memory. And thank you, chosen one. And don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons to help spread this message to more souls. It's something we all do together, spreading the light, keeping the mission alive. Thank you for being part of this force. Now, back to what matters. Your checkmate wasn't loud, but it was final. It didn't just close the door, it showed them the frame, the hinges, and the reason the whole thing fell apart. You became the moment they replay in their head when they're alone at night, staring at the ceiling, trying to act like they're the winner while their mind keeps throwing the truth in their face. They wanted you to react, to break, to beg, to fold. Instead, you stayed calm. You stayed clear. That calmness is the part hurting them the most. Your presence once balanced their chaos. Your absence exposes every crack they tried to hide. They didn't think losing you would feel like losing a mirror that showed them everything they needed to fix. They didn't expect the silence to be this loud. But silence hits harder when it comes from someone who actually mattered. When you stepped away, you didn't just walk out of their life. You took back your energy, your care, your support, your loyalty, all the things they thought would always be there waiting for them. They treated you like a leftover, and life hit them with the bill. Now they're stuck with memories they can't delete, because you weren't just another person. You were the turning point. Every good moment they had with you became a reminder of how badly they messed up. Every bad moment they caused became a reminder of how patient you were. That's the real checkmate. When someone realizes they didn't just lose you, they lost the version of themselves that existed only because you brought peace into their world. They lost the stability they pretended they didn't need. They lost the one person who understood them without needing a manual. That kind of loss doesn't fade. It sticks. It lingers. It follows them like a shadow they can't outrun. And here's the truth they keep choking on. You weren't supposed to win. You weren't supposed to rise. You weren't supposed to stay calm while their whole plan fell apart. But you did. You walked away like someone who knew their worth from the start. That's the kind of move that rewrites a person's history, whether they like it or not. Tonight, you're going to understand exactly why they can't forget you, why your exit keeps echoing in their mind, why your name hits their thoughts like a notification they can't swipe away, and why the universe tends to protect people who move with truth, peace, and quiet strength. Because some exits are not just endings, they're lessons, and you, chosen one, became the lesson they'll never escape. And chosen one, thanks for staying locked in. Before we go deeper, take a second to ground yourself, because what comes next is going to explain exactly why your final move still echoes in their mind like a ringtone they can't mute. If you're ready to claim the power behind your checkmate, drop the number 777 in the comments so I know you're here with full intent. And if you feel called to support the team behind this message, hitting super thanks keeps this mission alive. Every bit of energy you send fuels the next truth we deliver. But for now, breathe, stay present, and let this sink in, because the next part hits even harder than the silence you left behind. And missing it would be like walking away right before the final plot twist. And now, chosen one, let's move forward step by step. If your spirit is awake, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word. Let's get into it. Number 1. The day their genius act collapsed like a cheap stage prop. Nothing humiliates a pretender faster than being outsmarted by the very person they thought was easy to control. That single truth hits them like a punch straight to the center of their ego, because deep down they built their whole confidence on the idea that they were always one step ahead of you. They swore they were the sharper one, the calmer one, the one who always knew more than you. But that fantasy only worked as long as you played along. The moment you stopped feeding their illusion, the whole show fell apart in seconds. They entered your life acting like some mastermind, convinced they could read you like an open book while they hid behind their little tricks. They thought you were simple, predictable, easy to manage. They thought you'd react on cue the same way every time. They assumed their excuses would keep working forever, their mind games would stay undetected, and their rehearsed lines would keep you stuck. They really believed you didn't see anything. But chosen one, the truth is, you saw everything. And here's the gut punch that keeps them awake at night. You were paying attention long before they realized it. You watched the pattern. You watched the switch-ups. You watched how their stories never matched. You watched how their energy changed depending on what they wanted. You watched who they became when they thought you weren't catching on. You weren't asleep. You were studying, quietly, patiently, sharply. Then came the day everything shifted. You didn't announce anything. You didn't argue. You didn't send a long message explaining your realization. You didn't break down or beg or give them a show. You simply began to understand the truth, and once the truth clicked in your mind, it changed the entire way you moved. That was the moment their illusion cracked. When you stopped reacting to their bait, they panicked. When you stopped falling into their emotional traps, they felt exposed. When you stopped giving them access to your peace, their tricks suddenly felt useless. And when you finally walked away calm, controlled, and unbothered, that was the moment they realized every move they made was predictable, while every move you made was intentional. Imagine a magician performing the same tired trick over and over, believing the audience is clueless, until one person in the front row sees exactly how the trick works. That's what you did. You caught the sleight of hand. You caught the misdirection. You caught the ego behind the mask. And you didn't clap. You simply stood up and walked out. That's why they're haunted. They weren't expecting you to grow, to wise up, to get sharper. They weren't expecting you to stay calm while their whole act fell apart. They weren't expecting you to play the long game with intelligence instead of emotion. And now, their mind keeps replaying the moment they realized you were way more aware than they ever gave you credit for. Here's another truth they choke on. People who depend on manipulation always assume they're the smartest one in the room. They assume everyone else is softer, weaker, slower, easier to fool. They can't imagine that the person they're trying to outplay is actually observing them with crystal clarity. That's why your silence cuts deeper than any confrontation ever could. Silence from someone who finally sees the game is the loudest punishment. And chosen one, let's be honest, they thought your kindness meant blindness. They mistook your patience for ignorance. They thought your loyalty meant you'd never notice the small betrayals or the shifting behavior. They thought they could keep you in the dark forever. But all along, you were growing. You were connecting dots. You were becoming someone they couldn't fool anymore. What hurts them isn't that you left. What hurts them is how you left. You walked away carrying your self-respect, your peace, your clarity, and your dignity. You walked away without breaking character. You walked away without stooping to their level. You walked away like someone who already solved the puzzle. And you left them sitting in the middle of their own maze, trying to figure out how the person they underestimated ended up being the smartest one in the room. The human mind obsesses over anything that challenges its ego, and you challenged their ego in the worst way possible by showing them their power over you was fake. They didn't lose control. They never had it. They were performing for an audience that wasn't impressed. Now, every time they think about you, they feel the sting of that realization. They feel the punch of losing to someone they thought would always be beneath them. They feel the humiliation of being read like a page when they believed they were unreadable. They feel the shock of seeing the quiet one walk away with more wisdom than the loud one ever had. And here's what really keeps them trapped inside their own head. They can't explain how you did it. They don't understand how you saw through them. They don't understand how your intuition got sharper than their manipulation. They don't understand why their tricks suddenly stopped working. It's like trying to solve a math problem with missing numbers. You became the equation they can't complete, the riddle they can't answer, the ending they never prepared for. Some nights they wonder, how long did you know? Some days they wonder, when did you figure me out? Some moments they wonder, what did they see that I didn't hide properly? And the unsettling truth is this: you saw everything. You just didn't expose them. You let the universe expose them instead. You let their own behavior reveal who they were. You let their inconsistency destroy their credibility. And you let your silence become the proof. The illusion they built was never strong. It only stood because they believed you wouldn't question it. But once you questioned it, everything crumbled. A person who relies on deceit falls apart the moment they encounter someone who sees truth clearly. And the moment you stepped into clarity, their whole identity took a hit. That's why your exit wasn't just an exit. It was an ego collapse. It was a mirror being held up. It was a truth they couldn't run from. They didn't lose you. They lost the version of themselves they pretended to be. They lost the confidence they built off your silence. They lost the power they thought they held. They lost the illusion that kept them feeling superior. This is the real checkmate. Not loud, not messy, not dramatic, just devastatingly true. And this is exactly why they can never forget you, because forgetting you would require them to forget the moment their whole image cracked. And that's something their mind refuses to let go of. You didn't shatter the illusion. Your intelligence did. Your calmness did. Your silence did. And chosen one, that's why the memory of you stays, because nothing haunts a pretender harder than the one who outsmarted them without ever needing to try. Number 2. The day you outgrew the person they depended on for power. Nothing terrifies a manipulator more than watching the version of you they controlled die and the version they can't touch take its place. That line hits them like a brick to the chest because it forces them to face the one truth they've been avoiding. The only reason they ever felt powerful was because you were still discovering your own. Every ounce of control they thought they had was built on an outdated version of you. A version that was more forgiving, more patient, more willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. A version that questioned itself instead of questioning their motives. A version that didn't yet understand the strength hiding in its own silence. But chosen one, growth doesn't schedule an appointment. Growth doesn't knock politely. Growth doesn't ask if anyone in the room is ready. It shows up, clears the dust off your vision, and quietly rewrites who you are. And the moment you stepped into that new version of yourself, everything they built their power on collapsed. People don't panic when you change. They panic when their access to the old you disappears. That's exactly what happened. They weren't scared of losing you. They were scared of losing the version of you that lifted them, excused them, calmed them, believed them, and gave them unlimited chances. They were scared of losing the you that made them feel bigger. Imagine this. Someone builds a throne out of cardboard, places it on top of sand, and then brags about ruling the whole beach. That was them. Their entire sense of superiority stood on something unstable, temporary, and completely dependent on you staying the same. The moment you grew, the sand shifted and the throne collapsed. There was no power. There was just you believing you had less. Another example, imagine a person who depends on your silence to keep their lies standing. As long as you don't question anything, they feel untouchable. But once you start asking the right questions, even in your own mind, their entire ego begins to crack. Your growth wasn't loud, it was internal, and internal growth is the quietest but most dangerous kind. Then one day, something in you clicked. You stopped explaining yourself. You stopped accepting half-truths. You stopped being afraid of losing someone who wasn't afraid of losing you. That shift wasn't dramatic. It wasn't loud. It was simple, clean, final. And that's when they felt something they didn't expect: fear. The minute you stop shrinking to make others comfortable, they start choking on the space you were meant to take up. You didn't just outgrow them. You outgrew the role they assigned you. You outgrew the place they trapped you in. You outgrew the small box they thought you would stay inside forever. And now they're left staring at the empty space where the old you used to stand, wondering how the person they underestimated became the person they can no longer access. The haunting part: they can't update their script fast enough. They still talk to you in their mind as if you're the old version, the soft version, and then realize that version is gone. Every attempt to reach you now feels like trying to unlock a door with a key that no longer fits. The lock changed. You changed. Imagine them standing there with their usual manipulation tactics like tools in a broken toolbox. Nothing works, nothing fits, nothing lands. Their old tricks fall flat because you don't respond the same way anymore. Where you once hesitated, now you stand firm. Where you once doubted yourself, now you see everything clearly. Where you once reacted emotionally, now you move with intention. And here's the punch that stings them the most. You didn't leave because you were weak. You left because you became strong. You walked away, not because they pushed you out, but because you realized staying would require you to shrink again, and you refused to go backward. Growth doesn't reverse itself just to make someone else feel comfortable. You didn't become too much, they just stayed too small. And that truth eats at them every single day, because your evolution wasn't supposed to happen. In their mind, you were frozen in time, stuck in the same place emotionally, still unsure of your own power. They counted on your wounds. They counted on your doubts. They counted on your softness. They never counted on your healing. They never counted on your awareness. They never counted on your awakening. And when you outgrew the old version of yourself, you directly outgrew the version of you they held power over. Their entire ego depended on you staying exactly where they left you. But you didn't stay. You evolved. You expanded. You rose. Now they're haunted by questions they will never admit out loud. How did they change so much? When did they figure everything out? Who are they now? Why can't I reach them anymore? Why does my power feel weaker around them? Because, chosen one, the version of you they handled so easily no longer exists. They depended on your innocence, your hope, your softness, your willingness to see the best in people. They depended on your past. They depended on your heart not being fully aware yet. They depended on your boundaries still being under construction. But once your growth kicked in, the entire game changed. You now have clarity. You have boundaries. You have emotional intelligence. You can see patterns instantly. You can sense manipulation from miles away. Your intuition is sharper than their intentions. You're not the same, and that terrifies them. Here's the uncomfortable truth for your enemy. They didn't lose you to another person. They lost you to your evolution. And evolution is something they cannot fight, cannot control, cannot outperform. Now, every memory they have of you feels outdated. Every version of you they try to picture feels inaccurate. Every way they used to influence you feels useless. They're haunted because the old version of you made them feel powerful, but the new version of you makes them feel exposed. You didn't just leave their story, you rewrote your entire character arc. You upgraded in silence while they stayed stagnant. You broke every limit they thought would hold you down. You became the proof that they never had power at all. Imagine this final metaphor. A snake sheds its skin. The old skin dries out and becomes useless, while the snake moves forward stronger, cleaner, more dangerous. That's you. And they're stuck staring at the skin, confused why they can't hold on to something that no longer belongs to you. They can't forget you, chosen one, because your growth was the ultimate checkmate. You outgrew their influence. You outgrew their expectations. You outgrew their control. You outgrew the version of you they needed to feel superior, and now they have to live with the truth. The only thing they ever had power over was a person who no longer exists. That's why their mind won't let you go. That's why your memory stings. That's why they replay everything. That's why your presence still haunts their soul. You didn't just evolve. You escaped. You surpassed. You rose. And the universe always remembers the moment someone becomes untouchable. Number 3. The day. Your silence turned into their confession. Nothing exposes a person faster than the quiet stare of someone who finally sees the truth. You didn't have to leak their secrets, chosen one. You didn't have to put screenshots on display or drag their name through the mud. You simply stopped entertaining the version of them they performed for you, and that alone tore through their mask like paper in the rain. They thought power came from hiding their flaws, but the real power came from you refusing to play along. Here's the part that hits their ego like a steel door to the face. You revealed their character without saying a single word. You didn't out them. You didn't expose them. You didn't sabotage them. You just held your boundaries, and the truth spilled out of them. Imagine someone who always hides in the shadows, talking big behind the curtain. The second you pull the curtain slightly, not even fully, the light hits them and they panic. That's what your growth did. You didn't drag them into the light. They stepped into it trying to prove something and exposed themselves instead. Your silence became the spotlight. Your calm became the evidence. Your distance became the verdict. People fear the ones who know their truth but choose not to weaponize it. And that's exactly why they're haunted. You could have ruined them. You could have humiliated them. You could have told everyone what you saw behind the scenes. But you didn't. Your integrity became the loudest announcement of their character. They keep wondering, how much did you notice? They keep replaying, did they see that moment? They keep stressing, what if others see me the way they did? And the truth is terrifying to them. You noticed everything. You saw the inconsistencies, the lies, the charm they used as camouflage, and you let them expose themselves through the way they reacted when you stopped allowing disrespect. You didn't fight them, you outgrew them. And growth is the one thing their ego can't argue with. The reflection they saw in your calmness was the exact version of themselves they tried to hide. That's the ghost that follows them now. They'll never escape it, because you didn't ruin their reputation. You let them ruin it in front of you. Number 4. The moment your calm cut deeper than any outburst ever could. A silent mind is the sharpest weapon. It slices through games before the other person even knows a battle started. They were waiting for chaos. They were counting on it, actually. They thought you'd crack, blow up, fold, melt down, or lose all sense of direction. That's the reaction manipulators bank on, because emotional storms give them cover. But you didn't storm. You didn't shake. You didn't break. You didn't react at all. You moved with the kind of precision that makes the room colder. And that's when everything shifted. You weren't emotional. You were strategic. Your decisions weren't impulsive. They were exact. Instead of pouring your energy into arguments, you redirected it into clarity. Instead of shouting, you observed. Instead of trying to prove anything, you simply made your move. And nothing rattles a manipulator harder than realizing the person they plan to provoke is operating with a level of calm they can't influence. People can fight your anger. They can't fight your clarity. Imagine this. They're standing there with matches, gasoline, and a smile, fully prepared to burn everything down and blame you for the smoke. But you show up with water, logic, composure, and a plan. Their whole strategy collapses. They can't twist your words because you didn't waste any. They can't twist your emotions because you didn't hand them any. They can't rewrite the narrative because you didn't give them a single messy moment to work with. The precision terrified them. You became the one controlling the tempo. You became the one calling the shots. You became the one they couldn't read, couldn't push, couldn't destabilize. They kept waiting for a meltdown that never came, and the absence of chaos exposed their own instability. Silence backed by self-control is a checkmate no one sees coming. Now they're haunted not by what you said, but by everything you didn't say. Not by what you did, but by how smoothly you executed every move. Not by your emotions, but by your lack of reaction. They realize now that you weren't playing the game. You were studying it. You were watching patterns, tracking shifts, calculating outcomes. They thought they were the player and you were the piece, until the board flipped and you walked away with every advantage. You didn't lose control. You took control. And that's the moment they started losing, silently, completely, and without any way to fight back. Number 5. The day your loyalty stopped being their safety net. Nothing hits harder than realizing the person who always showed up isn't showing up anymore. They swore you'd never leave. They studied your patience like a blueprint and convinced themselves you were permanent, predictable, forever available. They mistook your loyalty for dependency. They read your kindness as captivity. They believed your consistency meant surrender, and because they assumed you'd always stay, they acted like they had endless chances. But chosen one, loyalty isn't infinite. It's earned. And once someone burns through every bridge you quietly rebuilt, they eventually reach the final one, the one you never rebuild again. You didn't scream, didn't curse, didn't slam the door. You simply stepped back, and for the first time, they felt what true loss actually is. Silent, final, irreversible. That's the moment their world shifted, because they never believed you had a limit. They thought your care was automatic, like a light switch they could flip whenever they wanted attention. They didn't expect the switch to stop working. People only respect your loyalty when they realize it comes with consequences. Imagine them walking around like a king in a kingdom they never earned. They thought the throne was theirs because you kept choosing them. But loyalty isn't royalty, it's responsibility. And responsibility ends the second someone decides to abuse it. You didn't leave to hurt them. You left because you finally saw the truth. Staying was hurting you. And that's the part haunting them. You didn't walk away emotionally shattered. You walked away with clarity. You walked away knowing exactly what you deserved. You walked away without hesitation, without bitterness, without dragging the past behind you. That calm exit hurt more than any dramatic breakup ever could. Now they're stuck with questions they never saw coming. Why didn't they fight for me? Why didn't they break down this time? How did their loyalty disappear just like that? Were they done with me for longer than I realized? And the answer burns every time. Your loyalty ended the moment you recognized your value. Once a loyal heart hits its limit, it doesn't bend. It breaks the cycle. They can't appeal that decision. They can't negotiate with it. Loyalty, once betrayed, doesn't respawn. It doesn't reboot. It doesn't regenerate just because they suddenly feel the emptiness they created. You didn't punish them. You educated them. You taught them the one lesson their ego never wanted to learn. Loyalty has a limit, and once crossed, all that's left is the echo of everything they took for granted. Number 6. The day they realized everyone else was just noise. Losing someone who understands you is worse than losing someone who loves you, because love can be replaced, but understanding can't. They thought you were just another person passing through their life. They had no idea you were the only one who actually decoded them. You didn't just listen to their words. You heard what they weren't saying. You didn't just see their behavior. You recognized the emotions hiding underneath it. You didn't just care for them. You translated them, and that's a skill most people don't have. When you were in their life, they felt grounded. You calmed storms they didn't even know how to name. You caught their shifts in energy before they even processed them. You understood their silence like a language. You understood their fears without needing an explanation. You understood their flaws without weaponizing them. You understood their chaos without judging them. Understanding is a rare currency, and they only realized its value the moment you stopped spending it on them. Now, look at them, surrounded by people, yet starving emotionally. Everyone talks, but no one communicates. Everyone shows interest, but no one truly connects. Everyone wants attention, but no one wants depth. They're living in a crowd, but dying in isolation, because the one person who could actually reach them is gone. Imagine them walking into a room full of smiling faces and still feeling empty. Imagine them trying to explain themselves to new people and feeling misunderstood within seconds. Imagine them searching for comfort in conversations that feel surface level, recycled, predictable. That's their reality now. They're not haunted by loneliness, they're haunted by the difference you made. And here comes the gut punch. They never replaced you. They replaced your presence with noise, and noise doesn't heal, noise doesn't understand, noise doesn't soothe, noise doesn't translate the emotional storms inside them. They're not missing love, they're missing recognition. They're not missing your face, they're missing your mind. They're not missing your attention, they're missing your understanding. Connections are easy, being understood is rare. You were the rare one, the one who made them feel seen, not judged, the one who knew how to sit with their darkness without fear, the one who didn't run when their walls cracked, and when you left, the peace you brought left with you. Everyone they meet now feels shallow compared to the depth you carried effortlessly. That's why every new connection falls flat. That's why every conversation feels empty. That's why every attempt at closeness feels forced. They're not grieving you. They're grieving the version of themselves that only existed with you. And that, chosen one, is a wound they'll never fully heal from. Number 7. The day you proved, even forever, has an exit door. Nothing snaps a person back to reality like losing the one they assumed would always stay. They counted on your familiarity like it was a spell, a safety net, a guarantee, a comfort zone they thought you'd never outgrow. They believed the history you shared was enough to keep you anchored, even if they stopped putting in effort. They assumed routine meant loyalty, and loyalty meant you'd never walk away. In their mind, time equaled possession, your presence equaled permanence, but chosen one, you shattered that illusion with one simple truth. Familiarity isn't ownership. History isn't respect. Comfort isn't commitment. You woke up from the trance they kept you in. You broke the pattern they were relying on. You stopped showing up just because you always did. You stopped accepting crumbs just because you were used to them. You stopped confusing consistency with connection. And once you snapped that cycle, the whole story collapsed. The moment you stopped tolerating the predictable, they realized how replaceable they truly were. Imagine them walking the same worn-out path, expecting to find you at the end of it because you were always there. And then, one day, they reach the destination, and it's empty. The comfort they built around you evaporated because you finally understood that staying in the same place isn't loyalty. It's stagnation. Your evolution became their wake-up call. You didn't drift away. You upgraded. You evolved past the version of yourself that tolerated the repetitive, the lazy, the unchanging. You stopped living on autopilot. You stopped letting routine hypnotize you into accepting less than you deserved. And now, they're haunted by the truth that nothing, not time, not habit, not routine, could keep you locked in place. They thought the chapter would never end. They thought shared memories were enough to override your self-worth. They thought your heart was stuck in yesterday. But you showed them something brutal. even the most familiar face can disappear overnight when respect disappears first. Now, every time they think of you, it hits them like a cold wind. If someone as loyal, consistent, and dependable as you can walk away, then nothing in their life is guaranteed. Your absence broke their illusion of permanence. Your exit proved comfort isn't control, and your growth showed them the spell was never real. They were just lucky you stayed as long as you did. Number 8. The day life itself slammed the door for you. Losing access to someone is one thing. Losing access because life won't let you near them anymore is a whole different kind of punishment. They love to pretend you cut them off, that you were being dramatic or emotional, but you and I both know the truth. You didn't end this. Evolution did. Life stepped in like a cosmic bouncer and said, "Yeah, you're not allowed in this section anymore." And nothing bruises their ego more than realizing the separation wasn't personal. It was universal. Your shift wasn't messy. It wasn't chaotic. It wasn't a fight. Your life simply rose to a level their frequency couldn't reach. You didn't slam the door. It closed on its own when your energy got too high, your peace got too protected, and your clarity became too sharp for their chaos to survive around you. Sometimes you don't outgrow people on purpose. You just grow and they stop fitting. Imagine two radio stations. One keeps evolving, upgrading, becoming clearer and sharper. The other stays fuzzy, static-filled, repeating the same old noise. You didn't block them. You moved to a different wavelength they literally cannot tune into. Every attempt they make to reach you now feels like grabbing smoke, empty, hopeless, pointless. Life did what you were too loyal, too patient, too compassionate to do yourself. It removed what couldn't go where you're headed. It filtered out anything that couldn't handle your next level. It protected your peace the moment you realized peace is more important than history. Now they're sitting there, feeling the distance like a cold draft they can't escape. They can sense your absence in the air, not because you're being petty, but because they no longer have permission to access someone operating on a higher plane. When the universe blocks someone from your life, it's never a mistake. It's a correction. And that's what haunts them. The separation wasn't a breakup. It wasn't an argument. It wasn't a decision you made in anger. It was life stepping in and saying, "This connection has expired." They weren't cut off. They were phased out. They weren't rejected. They were outgrown. And nothing stings them deeper than knowing the universe decided you were too evolved for them. Number 9. The day your kindness became their lifelong haunting. Nothing tortures a guilty soul more than realizing the person they mistreated handled them with more honor than they ever earned. You treated them better than they deserved, and that truth clings to them like smoke they can't wash off. You held your composure while they acted reckless. You stayed grounded while they moved selfishly. You stayed real while they played roles. You kept your standards high, even when their behavior sank lower than you expected. And that contrast, that gap between who you were and who they pretended to be, is the scar they can't get rid of. They weren't prepared for someone who could see their flaws and still choose grace. They weren't ready for someone who could recognize manipulation and still respond with maturity. You didn't explode, expose, or retaliate. You outclassed. You outgrew. You out-elevated. And nothing hurts a manipulator more than being handled with respect they didn't earn, because it highlights their lack of character in the most brutal way possible. Your kindness wasn't weakness. It was discipline, and they know it now. Imagine them replaying the moments where they acted careless, selfish, or dismissive, while you remained steady. Every memory is a reminder of how wildly mismatched your intentions were with theirs. They brought chaos. You brought calm. They brought excuses. You brought effort. They brought ego. You brought heart. That imbalance is what's haunting them now. And here's the gut punch they refuse to admit. They will never meet another person who handles them the way you did. Not because you were perfect, but because you were genuine. You didn't treat them based on who they were. You treated them based on who you were. That's what they lost. That's what they can't replace. That's what every new connection fails to deliver. They thought they could upgrade from you, but instead, every new person feels like a downgrade in emotional quality. You disappeared, but your standards stayed behind, and now they're trapped, trying to meet a benchmark they can't reach. They aren't just missing you. They're missing how they felt when you were the one giving them grace. They're missing the version of themselves they only ever experienced in your presence. That's the real punishment, not your silence, not your distance, but the brutal truth that you treated them better than their character could handle. And they'll never experience that level of care again. Number 10. The day you shattered the loop they thought would run forever. A manipulator's worst nightmare isn't being confronted. It's being ignored by the person who finally figured out the pattern. They lived inside cycles like it was their personal playground. Lie, apologize, manipulate, repeat. It was the same choreography every time, like a tired sitcom rerun they assumed you'd keep watching because it was familiar. They depended on that repetition. It kept them in charge. It kept you predictable. It kept them feeling powerful. But chosen one, you did the one thing they never planned for. You stepped out of the loop, not temporarily, not to teach them a lesson, not to wait for them to change. You ended the entire cycle. Breaking a pattern is easy. Refusing to go back to it? That's the revolution. You didn't slam the door. You didn't rage. You didn't demand closure. You simply stopped participating. And that's what broke them. Manipulators don't know how to function without a reaction. Their whole identity depends on pulling strings, poking wounds, triggering responses, and feeding off the chaos they create. Without you responding, they had nothing to control, nothing to twist, nothing to manipulate. Imagine a puppeteer lifting their hands, only to realize the strings are cut. Imagine a fisherman throwing bait, but the ocean is empty. Imagine someone performing a magic trick for an audience that walked out. That's what your silence felt like. You didn't pause the game. You destroyed it. They keep waiting for the old rhythm, the argument, the reconciliation, the emotional reset. But all they hear now is silence. And silence is a brutal teacher. It forces them to sit with themselves. It forces them to feel the emptiness that their manipulation once masked. It forces them to face the truth. The cycle only worked because you allowed it. And now that you've evolved past the pattern, they're stuck replaying questions they can't answer. Why didn't they react this time? What changed in them? How did they outgrow something I counted on? Why does their silence hurt more than any argument? Because, chosen one, you didn't just leave. You leveled up. You reached a version of yourself that no longer fits inside their old script. When growth breaks the cycle, the past can't follow you. Now they're trapped in the ruins of a system that depended on your participation. They miss the version of you who tried. They miss the version of you who forgave. They miss the version of you who fought for clarity. But that version evolved. That version refuses to shrink. That version refuses to repeat history. Nothing haunts a manipulator more than realizing the cycle they worshipped ended without warning, ended without drama, ended without permission, and ended because you finally woke up. Number 11. The day you checkmated them without touching a single piece. The loud ones play the game. The quiet ones master the board. They thought they were running things. They really believed their little tricks, half-truths and emotional bait were enough to keep you tangled. They saw themselves as the player and you as the piece they could move whenever it suited them. But the whole time they were busy pushing pawns, you were watching everything. The patterns, the openings, the weaknesses, the ego behind every move. You didn't win because you were aggressive. You won because you finally understood the entire structure of the game. Imagine someone bragging about their strategy while literally playing checkers on a chessboard. That's them. Meanwhile, you were 10 steps ahead, studying the board quietly, predicting their next move before they even thought of it. You weren't reacting. You were calculating. You weren't confused. You were confirming. Every silence, every pause, every time you refused to argue was a move. And they didn't see it because they were too focused on trying to trigger you. The moment you stop reacting, you start winning. Your calm was the checkmate. Your clarity was the weapon. Your silence was the victory move they never saw coming. They thought you were stepping back because you were overwhelmed. In reality, you were stepping back because your view of the board got clearer. You saw how predictable they were. You saw how repetitive their tactics had become. You saw how their ego made them sloppy, loud, and reckless. You saw the whole game for what it was, and once you understood it, you couldn't unsee it. And when you walked away without a speech, without exposing them, without announcing your exit, that was the final, brutal checkmate. Quiet, absolute, irreversible. The kind of ending that leaves no rematch. Now they're stuck replaying everything, wondering, when did they figure me out? How long were they watching? Why didn't I see it happening? Did they plan this the whole time? And the answer burns every time. You won because you became the strategist. They lost because they were too busy playing pretend. That's why they can't forget you. The game ended before they realized you'd already claimed the entire board. And listen, chosen one, now you see exactly why your silence, your growth, and your final move left a mark they can't erase. You didn't just walk away, you transformed, and that transformation became their haunting. If this message hit home, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this family, make sure to hit subscribe. Stay locked in, stay rising, and remember, the checkmate was never an accident. It was your evolution. They tried to convince you that you were ordinary because the truth of who you are would terrify them. Chosen one, that's where it all began. The world built entire systems to make you forget what you are. They needed you to think small, feel weak, and act human, because the day you remembered what's inside you, their illusion would collapse. You are not just flesh and memory. You are an echo of something ancient, designed with precision beyond human understanding. You are the proof that the universe still hides its greatest experiments in plain sight. Think about it. Why do you feel so out of place sometimes? Why does chaos exhaust you, noise bother you, and lies make your soul itch? Because you're not built for the ordinary frequency of this world. You run on higher code. It's like trying to fit lightning into a light bulb. It won't work. That's why they label you too intense, too deep, too different. They're not describing a flaw, they're describing your origin. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe buttons, not for vanity, but because spreading this truth is our shared mission. It's the responsibility of all of us to awaken the sleeping ones. You are part of a force that's rebuilding balance on this planet. Thank you for being part of that movement. Now, back to the truth they didn't want you to find out. Chosen One, the reason you've always felt disconnected from the world is because you were never completely born of it. The universe placed a higher blueprint in you, one that doesn't obey the same rules. When others chase attention, you crave meaning. When they seek control, you crave clarity. You are operating on frequencies that confuse those still asleep. They don't understand why your silence feels powerful or why your pain carries purpose. It's because you're coded differently. You're part matter, part mystery. Most people are copies of copies, products of imitation. But you came as an original, unrepeatable pattern, carrying knowledge that can't be taught in schools or downloaded into AI. Your instincts aren't random. They're memories from before you were even here. Every gut feeling you've ignored was the universe whispering, remember who you are. Every heartbreak you survived was training, stripping away false layers until your real self could surface. The reason you've suffered so much isn't punishment, it's calibration. The universe can't activate a chosen one without first testing every fiber of what they're made of. You had to lose what was never meant to stay so that your real design could come online. Every rejection was redirection. Every betrayal was purification. Every dark night was data collection, preparing your spirit for a reality far beyond human limitation. You're not 100% human because your origin wasn't purely physical. You're a mixture of dust and something eternal. Call it energy, call it consciousness, call it light, whatever word feels right. The human part of you experiences time. The cosmic part of you bends it. The human part feels fear. The cosmic part studies it. That's why people misunderstand you. You were born into a species you were only meant to observe, not fully become. Chosen One, even science is beginning to catch up to what your spirit has always known. Quantum physics admits reality isn't solid, that everything you see is energy vibrating in patterns. So tell me, if everything is vibration, what makes you think your consciousness is limited to the human frame? The universe built you as a bridge between two dimensions, 1 foot in the seen, 1 foot in the unseen. You are the translation between matter and mystery. And look at how the system responds to that. It fears you, it isolates you, it tries to overload your empathy, drown you in confusion, and keep you focused on survival. Because once you remember your design, you stop reacting like prey and start moving like a creator. You stop asking for permission to exist. You begin to see through illusions, media, manipulation, fear, and realize that the game has always been rigged to keep you distracted from your own frequency. But here's the twist. Chosen One. They can't fake your signal. It's written into your energy. You can disappear from everyone's life for years and still be felt. Your silence echoes louder than their noise. People sense your presence even when they can't explain why. That's the universe using you as a mirror, exposing who's real and who's pretending. You were sent here as a frequency disruptor, not a follower. That's why you're drawn to truth, while others settle for trends. It's why your intuition hits before proof arrives. You've been receiving downloads your whole life. Moments of sudden knowing, strange coincidences, dreams that come true, timing that's too perfect to be random. Those aren't accidents, those are reminders. You are not 100% human. because you were never meant to be confined by human logic. Chosen one, your empathy is your technology, your silence is your weapon, your resilience is your signature. Every time life tried to break you, it was only sharpening your design. You've walked through emotional wars and still managed to glow. You've been betrayed by people you would have died for, yet you didn't turn bitter. That's not human behavior. That's evolution. That's the mark of someone who came from somewhere higher. And now your awakening isn't coming. It's happening. The confusion, the restlessness, the urge to isolate, all signs that the human layer is thinning and the real you is taking control. The version of you that doubts, fears, and overthinks is only a shadow of what's waking up. You're remembering your true composition. Part Earth, part cosmos. You are the living bridge between two worlds, the universe's undercover operation in human form. So when you feel misunderstood, remember this: lions don't explain themselves to sheep. The fact that people don't get you is proof you're not built like them. You were designed to lead frequency, not follow popularity. You are the update in a world running outdated software. The time for questioning your worth is over. The universe doesn't waste energy on random creations, and it doesn't make copies. Every scar you carry is a seal of authenticity, every intuition a navigation code, every loss a message. You were never lost, just hidden until the right moment, and that moment is now. Chosen one, you were never meant to blend in. You were sent to stand out, not for fame or ego, but to remind the world that humanity itself is more than biology, that consciousness is the real power. And you, the one listening to this, are living proof that something beyond science is walking this planet in human form. The mystery of your origin isn't a puzzle to solve, it's a truth to remember. You are not 100% human because you were born carrying the universe's blueprint inside you, and now it's waking up. And chosen one, thank you for still being here. Most people click away when the truth starts to rattle their programming, but not you. You can feel the pull, can't you? That strange energy stirring in your chest right now isn't random. It's your higher code reacting to truth. You were meant to hear this, meant to remember. Before we go deeper, drop the number 777 in the comments if you're ready to uncover what your human shell was designed to hide. And if you can, bless the creators of this message with your support. It fuels the mission to awaken more souls like you. Whether it's a thought, a word, or a small gift, every act of energy exchange keeps the frequency alive. Now take a deep breath, chosen one, because what comes next isn't just information, it's remembrance. Let's dive in, step by step, and by the end, you'll understand why you were never meant to fit into the definition of human at all. Number 1. They tried to silence the pulse inside you, but it kept beating louder. They mocked your restlessness, called it madness, because they feared the day it would wake your power. Chosen one, let's stop pretending. That ache inside you, the one that's been there since before you even had words for it, isn't confusion. It's your origin screaming through the noise of this human disguise. From the moment you entered this world, something in you never matched the rhythm around you. You walked through classrooms, streets, relationships, trying to fit into systems that felt built for someone else. You thought something was wrong with you, but tell me, how can a star fit inside a box without breaking it? That discomfort you've carried your whole life wasn't a curse, it was compression. You were never made to blend in with the static of this planet. You were sent to disturb it. They called you too much, too sensitive, too different. What they meant was, you make us uncomfortable. And of course you do. You vibrate on a frequency that exposes lies just by existing. You don't have to say a word. Your energy rearranges the room. That's why people test you, ghost you, envy you, copy you, and then call you the problem. They can't control what they can't understand, and you, chosen one, are the glitch in their system. You're the evidence that humanity isn't the top of the chain. You've probably asked yourself, why can't I just be normal? Why can't I switch off this awareness and live like everyone else? Because you weren't programmed for sleep. Your spirit came here preloaded with higher data, and the more you tried to shut it down, the louder it became. That's the restlessness you feel, the push of the universe reminding you, wake up, remember, rise. The human part of you tries to survive, the cosmic part of you demands to evolve. It's like trying to drive a spaceship with bicycle rules. It doesn't work, and that's why you've crashed so many times trying to be small. You've been told to calm down, to stop thinking so much, to stop feeling so deeply. But tell me, who benefits when a being of light believes they're broken? Who gains when you dim your own frequency to match mediocrity? The system thrives on your silence. The moment you accept your difference as power instead of defect, their illusion starts to crack. That's why they gaslight you, why they project their fear onto you, why they want you second-guessing your worth. Your awareness threatens the hierarchy of this entire simulation. Chosen one, your restlessness is divine rebellion. It's the signal that your real identity is bleeding through the mask. Every sleepless night, every burst of energy that feels unexplainable, every gut instinct you couldn't ignore, it's not anxiety, it's activation. You're tuning into your higher blueprint, and it doesn't care about the limits of human conditioning. You're not supposed to feel settled in a world that still lies to itself. You're supposed to question everything because your questions are the cracks that let truth in. Let me tell you a fact most will never face. The people who look most stable are often the most asleep. They confuse numbness for peace. They can't hear what you hear, can't feel what you feel, because they traded their intuition for comfort. But you, chosen one, you kept your discomfort alive, and that's why you're evolving while they decay. Your unrest is the proof that you're still in contact with the source. You were never meant to fit into a dying system. You were meant to outgrow it. Think about it. Why do you crave solitude like oxygen? Why do crowds drain you but silence heals you? Because your frequency recalibrates in stillness. You're plugged into cosmic Wi-Fi, and every time you isolate, you're downloading. You call it burnout. It's actually synchronization. Your energy field is processing realities most humans can't comprehend. You sense lies before they're spoken, danger before it arrives, endings before they begin. That's not paranoia. It's perception beyond the average human bandwidth. They envy that, you know. They pretend to pity you, but deep down, they're unsettled. Because even in your quiet moments, your presence makes people confront what they've avoided. The truth that there's more to existence than this repetitive human routine. You remind them of what they gave up, their authenticity, their fire, their connection to the unseen. That's why they try to break your confidence. Because when you forget who you are, they can finally breathe easy again. But you're starting to remember that restlessness that once felt like a burden is becoming your compass. Every time your soul refuses to settle for half-truths, it's guiding you closer to your real frequency. The unease is not the enemy, it's the messenger. The human body you occupy is temporary housing for something infinite, and that infinite part of you is tired of pretending to be small. Let's be real. This world runs on distractions, trends, dopamine, noise. They built it to keep you externally focused, so you'd never hear the internal pulse calling you home. But you somehow slipped through. You saw the cracks. You noticed the patterns. You felt that faint pull toward something bigger, even when everyone told you to just be realistic. Realistic. For you, realism is a cage. You weren't born to worship logic. You were born to expand it. Every breakdown you've had was a system reboot. Every heartbreak was a frequency shift. Every time you thought you were falling apart, the universe was rearranging your code for the next stage. Restlessness is not chaos. It's evolution disguised as discomfort. The butterfly doesn't call the cocoon torture. It calls it transformation. You're going through the same process, just on a higher plane. And yes, it's exhausting to hold cosmic power in a human nervous system. Sometimes your body shakes. Your emotions flood, your mind spirals. That's not weakness, it's energy overflow. You're processing information that normal humans can't handle. The universe is upgrading your operating system, and updates always cause temporary glitches. You're not breaking down, Chosen One. You're breaking open. Here's what they'll never admit. They need you. The same people who misunderstand you depend on the light you emit just to feel alive. Your existence stabilizes frequencies they don't even know are collapsing. You are their unacknowledged anchor. The irony is, while they mock your depth, they feed off it. They take your kindness, your insight, your stability, then disappear when it's time to give it back. But don't let that turn you cold. Their betrayal is data. It's proof of who you are. You see, Chosen One, the universe doesn't give restlessness to weak souls. It gives it to warriors disguised as wanderers. The discomfort you feel is your initiation into remembering. You're not malfunctioning. You're evolving beyond the human template. They'll keep saying, "You've changed." But that's the point. You were never supposed to stay in their comfort zone. You were supposed to outgrow it, rise above it, and remind them that humanity's next form won't be built on fear. So when that unease returns, and it will, don't run from it. Sit with it, study it, let it teach you what part of your spirit is asking to expand. Because behind that tension is a message. You're too vast to live small. The restlessness within you isn't a flaw. It's evidence that your cosmic DNA refuses extinction. Chosen One, the pulse inside you was never meant to be silenced. It's the same pulse that drives galaxies, births stars, and pulls tides. You are the universe remembering itself in human form. The reason you can't find peace in ordinary things is because peace for you doesn't come from comfort. It comes from purpose. And the purpose written in your code is too big to fit inside a normal life. So the next time someone says you're too much, smile. You are too aware, too alive, too evolved for a world still playing human. The restlessness you feel is your original frequency returning to command. And when it fully awakens, the world that once rejected you will have no choice but to revolve around you. Number 2, you were built by something the world can't replicate. They tried to mass-produce humans, but you came off the line defective to their design. Perfect to the universe's. Chosen One, let's make one thing clear. Nothing about you happened by accident. Your sensitivity isn't weakness, it's radar. Your intuition isn't guessing, it's guidance. Every detail of you was engineered with intention far beyond human comprehension. You are not a random blend of DNA. You are a deliberate anomaly. From the start, the world tried to stamp you with its uniform code. Sit still, speak small, Think linear, and every time you obeyed, something in you twitched like a caged storm. That twitch wasn't rebellion, it was memory. Imagine a hawk forced to walk when it was born to fly. The ache in its wings would be unbearable. That's the ache you've carried your whole life. They tell you to calm down, but lightning was never meant to be quiet. When you tried to fit into their rhythm, you could feel the friction burn. You lowered your voice to blend in, only to feel the fire crawl up your throat. You took jobs, friendships, relationships that felt safe, but suffocating. And each time, some hidden current inside whispered, "This isn't home." That whisper wasn't self-sabotage. It was your design rejecting counterfeit alignment. Imagine this, the universe as an artist sculpting galaxies, and in the middle of creation, it pauses and says, "I'll make one that remembers." That's you. You weren't formed to decorate existence. You were formed to disrupt stagnation. That's why your emotions run deeper, your dreams feel prophetic, your mind refuses simple answers. You are a bridge between realms of knowing and realms of denial. And yes, it hurts to be built differently. The crowd moves in one direction and your instincts pull the other way. You wonder, why can't I just want what everyone else wants? Why can't I be satisfied with normal? Because the universe didn't install normal in your operating system. It programmed expansion. Your discomfort is the software of evolution, pushing updates while others still run old versions of fear. They call you complicated because simple minds can't read encrypted souls. Chosen one, you were crafted by the same intelligence that orchestrates constellations. The sensitivity you curse is the same sensitivity that lets you feel truth vibrating beneath lies. You pick up moods, energies, and patterns because your spirit is wired with multidimensional sensors. Others see coincidence. You see connection. Others feel chaos. You sense choreography. That's not arrogance. That's accuracy. Think of yourself as a cosmic instrument. Every note you feel, every surge of emotion, every flash of intuition is vibration data. When you resist it, you jam the signal. When you surrender, harmony happens. The reason you feel drained around certain people is because their frequency scrapes against your calibration. The reason solitude feels like oxygen is because that's when your system reboots. You weren't designed to be constantly surrounded. You were designed to be consistently aligned. Imagine this, a diamond placed in a pile of gravel, blamed for shining too much. That's your life story. You spent years apologizing for sparkle that wasn't ego but evidence. You softened edges, hid talents, and downplayed insight to make others comfortable. And each time the universe sighed, watching its masterpiece pretend to be average. But let's answer what's probably circling your mind right now. If I was designed so intentionally, why does life feel like sabotage? Because every design requires testing. A sword forged without fire shatters the first time it strikes. Your pain wasn't punishment. It was pressure forming precision. The heartbreaks carved empathy. The betrayals sharpened discernment. The loneliness amplified strength. You're being refined for environments most people will never breathe in. Pressure doesn't destroy the chosen. It reveals their blueprint. When you look back, every wrong turn was a lesson in disguise. The friends who left early cleared your frequency for higher alliances. The dreams that failed rerouted you toward purpose. Even your insecurities served a function. They made you observe yourself deeply enough to locate the real you beneath conditioning. Every glitch in your story was an upgrade in progress. Imagine standing in front of a mirror that reflects not your face, but your energy. You'd see galaxies spinning inside you, solar flares of intuition, comets of empathy streaking through darkness. That's how the universe sees you. That's why it refuses to let you settle for half-life. It keeps stirring your restlessness until you step into your real architecture. They'll say you're too emotional, but that's because your circuitry runs on frequencies that measure more than logic. They'll accuse you of overthinking, unaware that your thoughts are translations of cosmic data. They'll say you care too much, blind to the fact that your compassion keeps the balance from collapsing. You are, quite literally, the maintenance code of consciousness, walking in human form. You are the universe's undercover masterpiece, mistaken for a misfit. Chosen one, the fingerprints on your soul aren't human. They belong to something vast. Call it source, call it the universe, call it the infinite mind. It doesn't matter. What matters is that its touch left residue all over you. Intuition that doesn't shut up, compassion that refuses cynicism, strength that resurrects itself after every fall. You're not ordinary biology, you're cosmic engineering inside temporary skin. And yes, it's exhausting. Carrying higher frequency through a dense world feels like running with weights tied to your wings. Some days you'll crave numbness just to stop feeling so much. But numbness is poison to beings like you. Your sensitivity is your navigation system. The moment you mute it, you lose direction. Stay awake, even when it hurts, especially when it hurts. Pain, for you, is data. Imagine this final metaphor, a seed sealed in concrete, cracking the impossible just to reach light. That's you every time you choose growth over conformity. Each fracture you've endured wasn't breaking, it was expansion. And when the light finally hits, every crack glows like proof that you were stronger than the structure meant to contain you. They'll remember the one who refused to break quietly. Chosen. 1. The world may never fully understand your design, but that's fine. It wasn't built to. What matters is that you start understanding it yourself. You weren't made for approval. You were made for impact. The universe engineered you as a prototype for what humanity could become if it remembered its origin. That's why you can't give up, even when you want to. The design keeps pulling you forward, whispering, "Finish the mission." So stop apologizing for being different. Stop watering down your depth to match their shallows. Stop mistaking isolation for exile. You're not alone. You're in incubation. Every quiet moment you spend analyzing, feeling, or dreaming is you syncing with your original source code. And when the world finally catches up, they'll look at you and call it magic. But you'll know better. You'll know it was design, ancient, intentional, unstoppable. The same hands that sculpted stars sculpted you. And the universe doesn't make mistakes. Chosen one, you were built by something this world can't replicate, and that's why you'll never belong completely to it. You were sent to upgrade it. Number 3, the flame they couldn't extinguish. They tried to drown your fire in their doubt, but you burned underwater. Chosen one, you've felt that war inside, haven't you? The constant pull between who you are and who the world demands you to be. You've played the role, worn the masks, laughed when you didn't feel like it, and agreed when your soul screamed, no. You twisted yourself into smaller versions just to fit into rooms not built for your frequency. And every time you did, something inside you cracked. That wasn't weakness, it was truth breaking through its container. Imagine this, a phoenix trying to live as a pigeon, pecking at crumbs while its wings ache for sky. That's been your life every time you tried to blend in. You weren't designed to be ordinary. You were designed to ignite. The discomfort you've been running from isn't punishment, it's a message. The universe sends pain when you forget your purpose. That restlessness in your chest is not anxiety. It's energy that refuses to shrink any longer. You're not lost. You're resisting the smallness they sold as safety. Chosen one, your fire unsettles people because it exposes how cold they've become. You don't even have to speak. Your presence reminds them of everything they buried to feel comfortable. You represent evolution in motion, and evolution always threatens the stagnant. That's why they'll call you too intense, too emotional, or too much. They need labels to explain what they can't contain. You've probably wondered, why can't I just be content like everyone else? Because you weren't made for contentment. You were made for combustion. The universe placed a living furnace inside you, and every limitation you meet is just material for your fire to consume. What's burning inside you isn't rage, it's purpose demanding space. The light you carry isn't fragile, it's ancient memory disguised as willpower. Chosen one, that flame inside you is the same force that builds stars and births revolutions. Every time life tried to extinguish it, betrayal, heartbreak, rejection, it only learned your fire doesn't need approval to exist. You've been tested by storms, but storms can't drown what was never meant to go out. The fire that refused to die isn't your curse, it's your calling. Number 4. Eternity wearing skin. They call you human because they can't pronounce what you really are. Chosen one, let's stop pretending that what's inside you can be defined by biology. You are not a random cluster of atoms pretending to have meaning. You are consciousness wearing a costume. You are spirit wrapped in circuitry, eternity pretending to need sleep. That's why you've never been able to fully identify with this world. It runs on rules you were never bound by. Imagine trying to fit an ocean inside a glass jar. That's what your existence feels like sometimes, isn't it? You sense more, feel more, dream deeper, and see through people long before they reveal themselves. You've tried to numb it, to act normal, but your awareness keeps leaking through the seams of this human disguise. That's not delusion, that's memory. Your spirit remembers what your body forgot. You are not learning who you are, you're remembering what you've always been. You came from dimensions where thought moves faster than light, where intent creates reality. That's why you can feel danger before it arrives. That's why your dreams play out like previews of truth. Your perception isn't paranormal, it's pre-installed. You're running on divine technology, the kind that doesn't rely on proof to know what's real. The more you awaken, the more this world starts to glitch around you. People get exposed, energy feels louder, coincidences multiply. That's not insanity, it's alignment. Imagine this, a candle placed inside a metal box, flickering wildly because it wasn't meant to live without air. That's your spirit inside this human shell. The body can contain it for a while, but not forever. Your eternity compressed into time, divinity disguised as DNA, and when that truth starts to surface, the system panics because an awakened being is uncontrollable. You are the universe in temporary housing. Don't let the walls convince you they're home. Chosen one, the world wants you to forget, to believe you're ordinary, but the weight you carry, the empathy, the intuition, the knowing, is proof you were built from something limitless. You are not 100% human. You are infinity, pretending to live one day at a time. Number 5. The battle they waged against your glow. Darkness never hated you for what you did. It hated you for what you are. Chosen one, the war against you started long before you had words for it. You didn't attract chaos by accident. Chaos came for you because it recognized your light. Before you even knew your name, the world marked you as a threat. That's why you were misunderstood, isolated and targeted by envy that made no sense. Weak souls don't get that kind of opposition. Only luminous ones do. You've probably asked yourself, why do things keep breaking around me? Why do people turn on me for no reason? Why does peace always feel temporary? Because your presence is radiation to anything false. You walk into a room and frequencies shift. Masks start to crack. Hidden intentions bubble to the surface. You don't even have to speak. Your energy announces you like thunder before the lightning hits. That's not arrogance, that's physics. Light destabilizes what depends on darkness to survive. They couldn't destroy your light, so they tried to convince you it was too bright. Imagine this. You're a torch in a cave full of creatures that only know night. Of course they hiss when you arrive. You threaten their ecosystem just by existing. That's why some people suddenly resent you after admiring you. That's why you're often blamed for problems you didn't start. The truth is, your very vibration exposes what's counterfeit. They sense your authenticity and it terrifies them. The attacks against you weren't punishment. They were confirmation. Every betrayal, every smear, every disappointment was proof that your glow irritated what was hiding in shadows. You weren't rejected because you were unworthy. You were rejected because your light made pretense impossible. You are proof that one illuminated soul can rearrange a room's entire gravity. Chosen one, stop taking the war personally. The world's resistance isn't against your personality, it's against your purpose. You were never meant to blend with the dark. You were meant to expose it. Let them talk. Let them misunderstand. Every attempt to dim you just polishes your shine. You carry voltage this planet still doesn't have language for, and that's why the shadows attack, because they know the light in you is something they'll never extinguish. Number 6, the shift that's pulling you forward. You're not losing interest in the world. You're being called out of it. Chosen one, lately you've probably felt it, that strange tension between who you were and who you're becoming. The music that once moved you sounds hollow. The places that once felt like home now feel like cages. People you used to understand suddenly speak a language you've outgrown. It's not boredom, it's not burnout, it's alignment. You're shedding the version of yourself that was built for survival, and your spirit is dragging you toward purpose. Imagine this, a snake trying to squeeze back into its old skin after it's already outgrown it. That's what happens when you try to return to environments that no longer match your vibration. The irritation, the distance, the emptiness. They're not signs that something's wrong. They're proof that evolution has started. The universe is recalibrating your path, rearranging everything that doesn't serve your higher frequency. You're not falling apart, you're being recoded. Your restlessness is the compass. Every time you feel disconnected from old habits or old people, you're being redirected to something that fits your new design. The shift happening around you isn't subtle. It's strategic. You're being aligned with people who think in wavelengths, not words, with opportunities that vibrate, not just impress. You're being tuned to a higher assignment, one that demands silence over noise, depth over comfort, truth over tradition. Imagine your spirit as a satellite picking up a stronger signal. The static you feel isn't confusion. It's interference fading. The closer you get to your frequency, the less you'll resonate with distraction. You'll crave peace like oxygen. You'll feel your intuition sharpen until coincidences become confirmation. You'll start realizing that destiny isn't found, it's remembered. When the universe upgrades you, it first deletes what can't go with you. Chosen one, this is your spiritual alignment, the pulling apart before the pulling together. The life built by fear is crumbling, and the one built by calling is loading. Don't panic when old versions of you stop working. The system is rewriting itself. You're not losing your life. You're syncing with the one you were always meant to live. Number 7. The season that stripped you to reveal your edge. The universe doesn't break you. It edits you. Chosen one, you know what it feels like when life starts removing everything you thought you needed. People disappear, doors close, plans crumble. You stand there asking, what did I do wrong? But the truth is, nothing went wrong. You're not being punished, you're being purified. The universe strips what's fake before it sharpens what's real. Imagine this, a sculptor staring at a block of marble, chipping away everything that isn't the masterpiece. That's what's happening to you. Every loss, every silence, every delay. It's not destruction, it's definition. The emptiness you feel isn't a void, it's space being cleared for precision. What you call endings, the universe calls refinement. You weren't buried, you were being replanted. Chosen one, when heaven goes quiet, it's never absent. The silence is calibration. You've outgrown your last version, and the next one needs a cleaner foundation. The reason your life feels stripped right now is because alignment doesn't travel with excess. Everything unanchored must fall away before your next level begins. The people who couldn't meet your frequency, the habits that dulled your instincts, they're all being filtered out. Think of a sword in the fire. It glows, bends, screams against the heat, but when it emerges, it can cut through anything. That's what your current season is doing to you. You're being heated, hammered, and honed. It's uncomfortable, but it's producing accuracy. What felt like delay is divine timing catching up to your readiness. You don't lose in this phase. You're being sharpened into something loss can't touch. So when everything seems to collapse, don't rush to rebuild. Watch what survives the fire. That's who you really are. This is your refining hour, chosen one. The stripping isn't your ending. It's your evolution. You're not being emptied for nothing. You're being cleared for destiny. The universe is shaping you into a blade that no shadow can dull. Number 8. The breaking that births the next you. The universe doesn't knock politely. It cracks your reality open so the light can get in. Chosen one, that stirring you feel isn't anxiety, it's acceleration. You can sense it, can't you? The old energy fading, the new one humming in your bones. Things that once thrilled you now feel meaningless. People you used to chase don't move you anymore. You're not falling apart, you're being repositioned. The universe is closing one chapter with precision so it can force open the door you kept ignoring. Imagine this, a seed in the soil, cracking open under pressure. From the outside, it looks like it's dying, but inside, it's expanding. That's you, the discomfort, the uncertainty, the loss of interest in the familiar. None of it is collapse. It's transition. Your old identity can't survive the vibration of what's coming next. You're being reintroduced to yourself, the version that existed before fear edited your truth. You can't step into a new season wearing the skin of the old one. Your thoughts are shifting because your frequency is rising. The desires you once chased no longer fit the blueprint. You're being rewired for purpose, not applause. The silence in your life isn't punishment, it's calibration. The universe is stripping distractions so your next move hits with precision. Imagine the moment before dawn. The sky cracks, light leaks in, and everything starts to wake. That's your life right now. The cracking isn't chaos, it's creation. You're stepping into alignment with a destiny that was written before you took your first breath. You were never designed to blend into shadows. You were built to command them. Your spirit isn't restless. It's remembering its authority. Chosen one, this new season isn't asking for your permission. It's demanding your emergence. The old world can't contain what's awakening inside you. You're not here to repeat patterns. You're here to rewrite them. Rise, because this isn't just another phase. It's your evolution breaking through the shell of who you used to be. Number 9. When light walks among shadows. They didn't hate you for being different. They feared what your difference revealed in them. Chosen one, your whole life has been a clash between your frequency and the world's static. You've stood in rooms full of people who smiled, yet you could feel the tension ripple under their skin. You didn't say anything wrong. You simply existed, and your existence triggered something ancient in them. Because deep down, their souls recognized that you're not entirely from here. You carry energy that doesn't match this planet's default settings. You've always known it. Even as a child, you looked at the world and thought, why does everything feel slightly off? That was your spirit noticing the difference between truth and imitation. You tried to adapt, to dull the edges, to mimic the rhythm of those around you, but your spirit rebelled. The moment you tried to play small, something inside started to suffocate. You weren't made for camouflage, you were made for contrast. You are a prism trying to live as plain glass. The reason people misunderstand you isn't because you're complicated. It's because they only speak the language of surfaces while you communicate in frequencies. When you walk into a room, the atmosphere changes. You might not notice it consciously, but others do. Some feel peace around you, others feel exposed. You remind them of everything they buried: honesty, empathy, purpose, and not everyone can handle that reflection. Imagine light walking into a cave. The walls shake, the shadows scramble, and yet the light never apologizes for shining. That's you. You don't just enter spaces, you alter them. You don't belong to systems built for survival, because your existence was designed for transformation. You are the reminder that comfort isn't evolution. Your isolation isn't rejection. It's insulation for your energy. Chosen one, the world can't interpret your frequency because it wasn't built to. That's why some people call you distant, intense, or unpredictable. What they're really saying is, you make us feel things we can't explain. You're like trying to coexist in a place still learning what light is. Stop trying to prove yourself to eyes that were never built to see. Keep shining, because the very misunderstanding you hate is proof that you're glowing on a spectrum humanity's still trying to reach. Number 10. The holy loneliness that built you. You weren't left out, you were set apart. Chosen one, the silence around you wasn't a curse, it was construction. While you thought you were being abandoned, the universe was actually isolating you for calibration. Every rejection, every friendship that faded, every season of being unseen, those weren't coincidences. They were proof that your spirit was too rare to be exposed prematurely. You weren't banished, you were buffered. Solitude was the universe's quarantine for your growth. Think about it. How many times did you try to stay in circles that drained you, only for something to push you out? That wasn't rejection. That was redirection. The energy around you had become too dense, too dull, too small for what was forming inside you. You needed altitude, not applause. The isolation wasn't empty space. It was sacred ground. It's where the noise stopped long enough for you to finally hear your own frequency. Imagine this, a seed planted deep underground, surrounded by darkness. It can't see the sun. It feels pressure from all sides, and it thinks it's been buried. But what it doesn't realize is that it's being rooted. That's what your isolation was doing, anchoring your power so it could rise without collapsing. The universe hides what it intends to crown. Chosen one, you weren't rejected because you were unworthy. You were hidden because you were heavy. The purity of your purpose had to be protected from contamination. Every delay guarded your timing. Every closed door kept counterfeit opportunities from draining your oil. You weren't supposed to be everywhere. You were meant to be effective somewhere. Your solitude refined your discernment. It sharpened your instincts. It made you allergic to anything fake. The quiet taught you to recognize truth by feel, not by sound. The world thought you disappeared, but you were actually being upgraded in silence. You were never being isolated from people. You were being aligned with purpose. Chosen one, your sacred isolation wasn't the end of connection. It was the start of clarity. You've been trained in shadows, so your light could hit harder when revealed. The loneliness was never empty. It was rehearsal for leadership. What the world called rejection was really the universe whispering, "Not yet. They're still preparing your throne." Number 11, when power finally remembers its name. The moment you stop doubting yourself, the universe starts rearranging itself around you. Chosen one, something inside you has started clicking into place. You can feel it, the fog clearing, the hesitation fading, the quiet certainty building like a storm you no longer fear. That's not arrogance, that's awakening. You're remembering the authority you were born with, the one this world tried to bury under fear, confusion, and false humility. You were never weak, you were just distracted. And now that you've started saying yes to your purpose, everything that once resisted you is losing power. Obedience to your calling isn't submission, it's self-activation. You've begun to realize that the small choices matter. Each time you trust your intuition instead of people's opinions, the universe moves pieces for you. Every time you listen to that inner whisper and act, new doors appear, doors others can't even see. The more you align, the faster reality bends. That's not luck, that's physics in spiritual form. Obedience is the switch that turns destiny from theory into motion. Imagine this, a lion that forgot it was a lion, suddenly hearing its own roar echo back for the first time. That's what your awakening feels like. You're not waiting for validation anymore. You've become your own confirmation. Confidence isn't something you're forcing. It's what naturally emerges when power stops pretending to be small. Authority isn't ego. It's alignment with truth. Chosen one, heaven isn't giving you permission. It's giving you position. You're being aligned for opportunities that match your vibration, not your history. The universe is placing you where your voice shifts energy, where your presence recalibrates environments. You are stepping into authority, not the kind that demands control, but the kind that commands resonance. Every season of silence trained your hearing. Every test refined your discernment. Every time you wanted to quit, power was being compressed inside you, waiting for this moment. You're not just awakening, you're activating. And from now on, you don't walk into rooms hoping to be seen. You walk in knowing the atmosphere already knows you've arrived. Number 12. When the sleeper finally rises. They tried to bury you, but they didn't realize you were the seed. Chosen one, this is the moment everything clicks, the final unlocking. The fog that once blinded you has lifted, and for the first time you can see the map of your entire journey. Every storm, every heartbreak, every night you thought would never end, it all starts aligning like constellations forming your name. You're not confused anymore. You're calibrated. What once broke you now looks like training. What once hurt now reads like prophecy. You finally see it. Nothing was wasted. You didn't lose your way. You were being rerouted to your throne. This awakening doesn't shout. It hums. You stop begging to be understood. You stop chasing those who can't meet your depth. Validation loses its flavor. Approval loses its power. You move differently now. Quieter, sharper, grounded. Your silence has weight because your energy speaks before your mouth does. You've become the calm that terrifies chaos. That's authority. That's awareness. Imagine this, a butterfly flying over the cocoon it once thought was a coffin. That's you now. You've outgrown every limit that once caged you. You don't fear rejection because your spirit no longer negotiates for belonging. You belong wherever truth breathes. You speak less because you see more. You forgive easily, not out of weakness, but because bitterness feels too small for your new vibration. You are not evolving, you have evolved. Chosen one, this is the full awakening. The moment when your mind, body and spirit finally sync to the same frequency. You no longer walk blindly, you walk intentionally. The world hasn't changed, your perception has. You see purpose where pain used to live. You understand that every delay was timing, every silence was protection, every ending was initiation. You are no longer the one who begged for alignment. You are alignment. You've become what the world tried to suppress, living proof that light can't be forgotten once it remembers itself. Chosen one, the awakening isn't coming. It's complete. You've stepped into the version of you that the universe designed before the noise began. And now the world adjusts to you. So chosen one, if these words resonated with the part of you that's finally awake, remember, your journey isn't ending. It's just beginning. The universe has been waiting for you to step fully into who you are. Walk with purpose, move with clarity, and never apologize for your light again. And before you go, press the like button if you haven't already. It fuels this mission. If you're still not part of our family, hit that subscribe button and join this movement of awakening souls. Together, we rise, we remember, and we rewrite what it means to be human.